proceed.
Holy frick. Hey everybody, how you all doing? I literally ran here. Just now. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. I just... I was like, oh, I got some time before 7. No, I did not. Whew, we made it in time. I was like, I looked up at the clock, and I was completely at the other side of the house, and I had water in my hands that had like no lid on it, right? And I had like 3 other things I had to do before I could start, and I looked at the clock and it said 7, and I'm like, ah! And I'm like running, trying not to spill the water. Whew! But we made it. So how are you all doing? I'm just like Sonic, for real. Alright, let me read the chat real fast. So much Frontier's defense. You talking about Twitter? Yeah, Twitter is... Oh my gosh, Sonic Twitter especially has been insufferable. I'm gonna give you a pro tip that I've had to learn myself through a lot of pain and grief. Twitter, like, stop and think for a minute, right? Because I know it feels like it's like, oh, I feel good when I use Twitter. It's fun. They're, like, my friends are on there, you know? But it's like, what are you actually getting out of Twitter? Right? You know what I mean? Like, what, other than, like, some occasional entertainment, right? Oh, my internet's already lagging. Nice. Sorry about that. So the only reason that I'm, the main thing that I'm, like, doing on Twitter these days is I just use it to post, like, as, like, output, right? Like, here's when I stream, here's what I'm doing, and then I get off. Because it's, like, genuinely damaging to my mental health if I do more than that. There's so much horrible nonsense on... one more thing. Every time you think you've seen the worst of Twitter, they find a way to disappoint you even more. But yeah, anyway. You say on Twitter you control people and laugh at their defenses. I mean, if you get a kick out of that. Some people do, that's cool. I've recently learned that the director of Frontiers himself is localizing Ian Flynn's story. He never had writing credits before. Oof. Well... So, I'm gonna start the stream, but I want to say really fast about Frontiers. You know, I just don't know what to think about it, because my opinions on Frontiers are just... I heard someone describe it as though their thoughts towards Frontiers, it's like their mind is like a labyrinth. Right? And I thought that was a good way to put it. That's kind of how I feel too. It's like, man, I just don't... There's so many things that I feel about it simultaneously. You know what I mean? That seem like they contradict. And so that's why you'll sometimes hear me say like super positive stuff about it, and then sometimes you hear me like tear it to shreds. Because I kind of feel both at the same time. I'm so conflicted on that game. I'm just gonna have to wait till it comes out, right? Like genuinely. Before I can give like any final thoughts on it. But I don't know. I saw more gameplay of it yesterday, and I saw some of the cutscenes and stuff, and I saw that someone found a way to go past the 15-minute time limit that they set, and was like apparently spoiling parts of the game, and so someone at the Sega booth like noticed eventually, and they freaked out, and they were like, "Hey, what? You're not supposed to be able to do that! How'd you do that? What the frick?" And so they like came over and they like forced them to stop, and so now they're banning people from filming, and they're deleting saves every 15 minutes. Because they don't know how anyone did that and they don't want it to happen again. That's so funny. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. Yeah, you're talking about the Roger voice. I could go on about it forever. I don't know. I saw almost everyone I saw talk about the Roger, like new Roger direction, says that they liked it, but I don't know. I like that he's taking it more seriously. Like, I can hear the, emotion a little better. You know what I mean? But I don't like that he sounds 47, like you said. Yeah, he does not, like, I just straight up feel like he doesn't fit the character that he's voicing with this direction. You know what I mean? Like, before it was already a bit of a stretch, but he sounded like, alright, he'd have kind of a cocky voice, you know, sure. But now it's like, hey, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. You know what I mean? It's like... okay, so I don't know, but I do like what I'm hearing of the story, though, if I'm being real, like, a lot. Like, the Sage and the big, like, Ava-like things, and the world that he's in, and, like, the direction for, like, Amy and Sonic and Eggman, everything I've heard them say so far is like, yeah, okay, that's what I'm looking for, that's more what I want. Like, you know, is it like the best writing ever made? No, but I don't expect that from a Sonic game, right? I just want you to try. I want something that if I was 11 and I saw it for the first time, I would go, that is awesome, right? It would blow my mind with how cool it was. And so if you can do that, if you can make 11-year-old me mind blown, then that's all you need to do, right? These games aren't meant for my age group anymore, you know what I mean? Well, they never were. But they used to at least be made for teens. Now they're really more for kids, you know? I'm 22. So it was never meant for me. So I get that. Just make it something that a kid would think is cool, right? That's all I need. Anyway, yeah, writing looks good. Yeah, I know. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually genuinely more excited about the story than the game. Like, I feel like Frontiers is a game that I'm gonna play because I want to see what happens in the story. Seriously. Like, I'm gonna be, like, fighting enemies and running around and doing all the puzzles because I want to see what happens next. Right? Like, that's actually why. Which is, like, I never thought in my life... If you would have told me in 2017 that, you know, right after Forces released, the next Sonic game was not going to be until 2022, and it was going to be an open-world Breath of the Wild and Shadow of the Colossus-like game, in which Roger has a totally different voice, they get Ian Flynn to write it, and it's really a game you play more for the story, you know what I mean? I would have... I would have been like, well, you're a liar. First of all, you think I'm gonna believe that? Come on. At least put effort into your lies. Let me grab that water I talked about real fast. Hang on a second. It's sitting in a pool right now. I freaking ran in here with this water in this open glass that doesn't have a lid. And it, like, spilled, and I'm like, oh, clean it in a second, I have to start the stream! Ah, man. Me and the things the like, hardships I impose on myself for no freaking reason at all. Alright. Anyway, it's good now. I took care of it. Yeah, same a blob. I'm trying not to listen to it too much. I realized quickly, like, oh, you can actually get spoiled in this. I don't know. Gameplay looks very... I don't know. But I'll talk about Frontiers more later. We got a stream to do. How y'all doing? Frontiers breaks Sonic norms rather than having music carrying the game, the story. I think the music will be good too, if I'm being honest. Pause that. It's gonna be very like Forces-esque in some ways, you know. But I don't know. To be fair, I know people are gonna say bad taste or whatever. I don't think Forces is like music is that bad. I never thought it was. There were some songs that you know, there's some songs that I'm not the biggest fan of course, and I'm not a fan of like the synth. But if you can look past that, you know, it's like for Sonic music, it's lower tier, right? But Sonic music is like high tier to begin with. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at it as just like video game music, it's still high tier stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just not as... It's like A instead of A+, right? That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Water, sorry. But, I don't know, and honestly I'm kind of excited about... I remember Tommy had mentioned there's going to be some new composers and stuff, and he seemed genuinely hyped about it. Like, he seemed like he was like, I cannot wait to show you what we've been working on, and that got me excited, not gonna lie. I'm like, alright! Cool, I want new stuff, you know? I want new stuff for Sonic musically, so just give me that, please. And I'll be happy. Anyway, hey, how y'all doing? So yeah, we're gonna be continuing the Wii U port of Sonic Mania that I've been working on. And I'm so torn whenever I do these programming streams because you know how much I want to talk to you all. And I know I've already like not seen a lot of the messages. I'm trying to do my best to balance both, right? But I also want to get something done, right? Because if I don't, then it's just a stream where I talk the whole time, which is fine. But, you know, I want to program in the programming stream. So, hi. Please stop spamming hi. How you doing? So, I'm going to try to do something that I tried last time. Hopefully it'll work out better this time. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to set this, like, timer, right? For 25 minutes, and I'm gonna work throughout that time, and then there's gonna be like a 5-minute break where I'll read the chat, and then I'll repeat. So I'm gonna try to hopefully do that. But yeah, I guess I'm just gonna start right now. So here we go. Okay, so since last time, I've done a few things. So first of all, I've actually successfully been able to sign into Twitter. Just making sure that there isn't... Yeah, I don't know why there would be. Which is funny because I know that sounds silly. I wasn't able to sign into Twitter. Like, it literally wouldn't let me sign in. On my laptop and PC... on my phone, it was fine. But on my laptop, it was giving me an error message. I'm not even joking. I tried killing cookies. I tried all that stuff. It wasn't working. No matter what I did, it would not let me log in. Today, I tried something different. Normal login didn't work again. But when I went to YouTube... and I hit the share button up here, there's a button that lets you share to Twitter. And when you do that, it takes you to a different aspect of Twitter that hasn't been updated with the new design yet. And that old Twitter has a login button that actually works. I don't know why. So I logged in with that, and now new Twitter works. Hate this site. It's the best. But anyway. So now I can actually view tweets without exposing email address. That's good. Good lord. Alright. So anyway, as I posted on Twitter, since I could actually freaking log in, we got a got a message. Can see that in a bit. So I've been working on a new GX2 backend for the game, which is supposed to fix specialty performance and also add support for the CRT filters. So you know, Mania has all the different filters you can use. That's what I'm trying to do with this. And then also I got the mod loader, well, mod API stuff to actually work. Which I tested with a blob wonderful textures they made, and they actually do work in game. So I gotta change some things up to make them look correct. It's like still hard coded, I guess, or something, to point to like different parts of the controller and say like what the buttons are, and those things that are pointing are not correct. So I have to like fix that. I don't know where to, I gotta look into that. But the mods are actually working. Mod API is working correctly. So you should be able to actually just like grab a bunch of mods from Game Banana, toss them on your SD card, and it should just work on the Wii U port, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, that's the goal at least. If any mods that are like, I don't know, like code injection mods will not work, right? But I'm not familiar with the Mania modding landscape too much. I don't know if there's really any mods like that or not. If there are, then those will not work. There's nothing I can really do about that. That's just how it is. Because they're totally made for like the PC version, right? And they can't be ported really easily. So, but anything that isn't a code injection mod should literally just work. Like you just copy paste and it just works. So yeah, cool stuff. GX2 backend is the main focus right now. So last time I showed you this on the last stream, I started working on this little like class here, GX2 render device. Off camera I worked on it more, and you can see I've actually got it to the point now where quite a lot of it is now done. There's still a lot of to-dos and stuff, but most of this code is actually here, and it does compile, it does run. However, it doesn't actually display anything yet. I have to fix that, so that's what we're gonna do tonight. We're gonna figure out why the frick it isn't displaying yet, and we're gonna try to fix that, because I believe I'm doing everything. This is always something that I do whenever I add like graphics API code. I always like put in all the like draw code required to get like a triangle or something on the screen, and then it like doesn't work. It's just black, right? And you're like, good. And you got to figure out why the frick that is. So I thought about it hard. I know what I'm gonna do to debug it, and we're gonna do that tonight. Hopefully, I'll get it figured out pretty soon. Like, you know, it'd be nice if I could do it within like an hour or something. But who knows? It might end up taking forever. So it seems like there is actually a compiler for Wii U shaders that is open source. The Latte assembler actually has a compile flag. I did not know that. I'm trying to get that to function correctly here. I tried a little bit before I started this. Let me, because I was having some errors, but I think it's actually going to work for us. Let's see, I'm just going to use Notepad, screw me. What does it say? Line 12? Yeah. Actually, I hate this. Why am I using Notepad? Let's use an actual editor, maybe. Okay. What the frick is wrong with me? Okay, define GLOES standard. No, we don't need that. I don't think. Let's see. Define names beginning with GL can't be undefined. Oh yeah, or defined. Right. Okay. Missing end diff terminated. Okay, so I don't think we need. Let's see. It doesn't support derivatives. Just show it as is. So why are we even doing that if it doesn't support it? I'm confused. Shader doesn't support derivatives. Sob. Just show as it. This is code from the Mania RSDK repo, by the way. So I'm like looking at this recently now. Imagine you decided to port colors onto the Wii because you were bored. That would just be Sonic Colors. I'll just release Sonic Colors and be like, look, I ported Ultimate, guys. Yeah, wink, wink. And people will play it and they'll be like, it's not buggy and terrible. This isn't Ultimate. You fooled us. I'll be like, sorry. Let me add in some bugs. How's the volume, by the way? I know I said I wouldn't read the chat, I'm glancing at it now, sorry. We'll get back to that soon. Okay, so, so hang on, what's going on here? So it doesn't support derivatives, just show it as is, there will be shimmering, but it will be very blurry. Oh, so we don't want that. Oh, that's if it doesn't support derivatives. Okay, so if you do support it, we do this. So I'm just gonna freaking, you know, like that. And then, what's this about? Yeah, that's fine. Hopefully that'll just work. And then, do that again. Okay, this... I don't think we need... We'll see. Like, I don't know what this compiler does and doesn't support. So we're gonna have to find out through trial and error. Attribute not supported in this stage. Okay, then what are you supposed to use for that? Varying, I think, is the keyword. I saw a repo on GitHub that uses this thing, and I looked at the shaders a little bit, but I honestly forgot what that repo even freaking was. So, okay, what's up with this? round, no matching function found. So we need this. Okay. Failed to compile. Just doesn't say why. Oh, invalid type for uniform text diffuse. Sampler 2D is invalid? Interesting. Well, what does it need to be then? Does it just not support that at all yet? Alright. We're gonna have to figure that out. So let me go look around and see what I can find. Now, it's funny because I swear I saw these shaders, and now for the life of me, I cannot find them. Let me look for them again. Hang on. I'll find them, I swear. There was some... I think it was a RetroArch port to Wii U that was using this. Also, this is random, but last stream at some point, I played City Escape Classic from Sonic Generations, and I got a copyright claim from some random guy for that who does not own that song. You know, Sega owns it. But they claimed my video anyway, and so I don't know what to do about that. You know, it's like, oh, dispute it, but it's like, I don't know if I would win. Because it's not my music, it's just that it's also not his. It's a crappy situation. I hate crap like that. I'm looking at my second monitor for this. We are going to try to get this to work. Is this it? Okay, that's a 404 now. Dude, I swear, I'm going crazy. Like, I actually saw these last night, and I was like, yo! And then for some reason, I must have closed the tab. And now I can't find it. I went through my history, too. Like, I swear, I didn't dream this. This is real. But I can't find it. Hold up, let me see. Let me scroll through a little more. Bear with me for a bit here. Sorry about this. Maybe it was an SDL, actually? There's also some SDL, like, ports that I saw. And maybe that one does it, I don't know. But there's some that actually literally had, like, shaders, and they weren't in, like, assembly. They were in, like, it's like it was a very GLSL-like language. It was just a little different. And I was like, how the frick does that work? And I looked at it a little more, and I found out that they were running it through this homebrew tool that I didn't know existed. And so I looked it up, and I'm like, oh, frick, we can do shaders like that. Okay, and that's like way better. So we're gonna try to do it that way. And then we're gonna try to debug this, and then I'm gonna try to get it on screen. And once we have that, we can make the special stages go fast. So that'll hopefully happen tonight. We'll see. I have to be fast though, right? So okay, I'm looking for it still. I don't know. Maybe it was on. So I guess I can show you like some of what I found. So this is some random repo. I don't even know what this is. It's some random repository I found. CSE2 hard. Like I literally don't even know what that is. But I was just searching for this function name that I saw in like what, right? Because I was trying to learn more about how to do that. And I found this wonderful repo that does all this rendering on the Wii U using homebrew stuff. And I was like, ooh, yes! So I read through this and I learned a lot of how GX2 works by looking at this, which is awesome. I already knew a lot of GX2 from Lost World stuff. This is the shader stuff someone sent me the last stream I did. And this is that guide. But no, but there is actually a compiler. Like, you don't have to do this. I swear. So hang on a second. We'll find it. This is the Cloudacy decompilation, I think. This is the original. I was looking at the HLSL. I have looking at a bunch of stuff. Is this? No, this is the Frack! These are like the yeah, it's like assembly. But no, but there's I'm sorry guys. Why do I not like find these things before I... Well, here's what it is, right? I think that I like feel like I have it pulled up already, and then I go to stream and then I find out that I did not. And now I have to find it, and it should take 1 second, but it takes a year. Sorry, hang on. So what's it called? It's called Latte Assembler, and it comes with decaf emu, but for some reason when you run it, it says it's called GFD tool. I don't know why it thinks it's called that. So maybe if I search for GFD tool, there was some like makefile like thing that I found. that ran on this. So if I search for the name of the program, I might just be able to find it. Like, dude, I swear this is real. I'm tripping now. Okay, hang on. It's in the CSE2 thing. Sorry if you hear, by the way. Bro. My little sister's really stressed and she's freaking out, but she's okay, I promise. She does this a lot. She just had a stressful day at work. But if you hear something, you're like, "What the frick is that?" It's like she's fine. She's just upset. This is people are talking to her right now. It's okay. I promise. Okay, I'm trying to find. Is this it? No. Ah. Yes. Okay, I found it. Sorry. Here it is. Okay, CSE2 tweaks, and they have all these shaders, and some of them are like assembly, right? And some of them are like, GLSL, like this. And so they compile this into that assembly. They have a little wonderful text document here that explains how to do it. It's a nightmare. Okay. There are 3 major steps. Compile it to assembly, fill in the header. Okay, by hand. Gotcha. And then you assemble the assembly plus header. So to compile, you need this. I figured that out. You need to compile for the RV730. Well, this tool seems to do that for me now? Maybe you don't even need to do that? You need latte assembler, yes. Okay. For compilation, I use this. Eventually, you have the assembler built. I think this is a little outdated now. Oh, wait, no. Ah. Okay. It's woefully incomplete, doesn't support sampler. Yes, I noticed that, and not worth using. Oh, really? Okay, so the real way you gotta do it is this. That's fun. That might be fun to figure that out. Okay, so what do they do? This is the precompiled, yeah, where's the, this one? Okay, so this is like what I want. I want to do this. So how does he say to do that? So you put them together. Yeah, I get that. Okay, so what you do is you need to compile for the RV730, which I assume is like what the type of GPU that it's like similar enough to the GPU that the Wii U has, which is why that works. Then you need to fill in a header. So the only way you figure that out is by looking at examples on the internet. So these are the other ones that people link to me. Okay, I don't exactly have an idea of what everything means. Once you have that out of the way, you need to assemble your shaders. So for that, you'll need latte assembler. So then he needed to clone the entire source tree. I don't know why, because I got the assembler I just downloaded it from the repo. Maybe that wasn't available at the time, or maybe you need to do something with it that I don't know. It works fine for me, it seems. You can link your PSH and VSH files to your final GSH blob. I should warn you, the devs changed the syntax at some point, so all the example files I found online were incompatible. The main change was stuff like float2 and float4 were changed to vec2 and vec4. Okay. But that's already what I'm using, so... Okay. And the assemble command was originally named compile, and the other compile option didn't exist. That's really annoying. Okay. It does have an option to convert... yeah, but it's incomplete, not worth using. So, I shouldn't use that. I should do it like this instead. Okay. Well, we'll have to figure that out. I got something built already, but they're a little, like... There's, like, a bug. So let me show you. Hang on a second. Let me show you what I got. So, I can mute the music for a second. Is this the version that crashes? No, I don't... So I don't know if you can hear that, but... It works, it's just a black screen. So, like, hang on, just listen. And give it a second. Right? Like, the game's going. You just can't see it. If you actually go to, like, the, which is, like, you know, not surprised. I had the game running before, right? But now I'm redoing the graphics backend, so now the graphics don't work because I haven't fixed that yet. This part here is a to-do. I need to, here, let me get the sound back. Is that loud? I don't know. Let me know if that's too loud or quiet. I need to get the graphics to work again, so that's what I'm doing tonight. So I don't know if I really explained it that well. Basically, there's this thing called SDL2, which is like open source. It's like available on pretty much every platform you can imagine, and it's just sort of like a little library that lets you do a bunch of things in a cross-platform way, which is really nice. So it lets you. One of the things it lets you do is it lets you render like 2D images, right? So there's a SDL2 port of, like the Sonic Mania backend, right? Which is what I was using up till now, and that's how I got the visuals on the screen in the last stream, right? And in my initial video on Twitter. I was using SDL2. The problem with the SDL2 port to the Wii U is that, well, it has a few issues. It's like not super complete. It has some like kind of bugs and performance limitations and such, but it's really not bad. The main problem with it is just that there's a few things that I need to do that it doesn't really let me do, or at least I haven't figured out how to do it with it. So one of the big things is in Mania they have these like CRT filters, and SDL2's Wii U implementation doesn't seem to let you put in custom shaders. So I can't like port that unless I use something else other than SDL2. All right. And the other problem is the performance. It performs fine, but the special stages lag, right? And that's just due to the fact that they're doing a lot of stuff on the CPU, from what I've gathered. And so I want to do hardware rendering for the special stages so that I can fix that. But SDL2 doesn't really let me do that. So to fix those two problems at once, to kill two birds with one stone, right? I'm writing my own backend that's using GX2, which is the Wii U's proprietary API. But the problem with it is that, it's like... What song is this? Oh, it's Sonic Shuffle. I forgot that was a game. Anyway, the problem with it is that it's like, proprietary Nintendo stuff, so it's kind of hard to like figure out how it works without doing something shady, right? So I'm going off of like what I can find on the internet as much as I can, but it's a little rough. So it is working, I swear. It's just for some reason the actual images are not being drawn to the screen. So you can see too, if I like change this to sorry. Hang on a second. Yeah, if I change that to red, so this is R, like R, G, B, and A, right? Those are the four numbers. So if I change the first one to 1, then that's red, right? So if I this should build. Yeah, it should build. If I change that to red and then run it again, there you go. You can see now when you run it, it's red, right? So it is drawing to the screen. It's just that for some reason the texture isn't working properly, and I don't understand exactly why. So I'm doing almost everything you need, right? So in this function, okay, so I did actually comment this out temporarily as a test, but it should be doing something different than what it is doing. So I'm locking the texture that I'm sending to the shader, and then this code down here that I've commented out, taken from the DirectX 11 implementation of this. It just puts all the pixels into that texture that's now been mapped from the onto the CPU, right? And then when I'm done, I unlock it, which I think should also flush it, but I don't actually know if that does that or not. Maybe that's my problem. But then in the actual shader, I'm setting that same texture, for the shader as a binding, and then I'm drawing triangles, which is gonna make a big rectangle on the screen, right? So it should just work, but it wasn't. So to test it, I commented this out, and one of the things I did to test was I just am setting all the pixels to this hard-coded value, which I determined in the shader format, pixel format or whatever, is supposed to be, I actually forgot. It's up here. It's red. It's supposed to be the color red. So this was supposed to make the color red show up on the screen, but it wasn't, right? So if I do the clear color, that works. But it's not drawing correctly. So it could be a number of things. This is something that I've struggled with every time I try to implement graphics APIs for a while, and then I get it figured out. This always happens to me. The famous black screen of doom, right? Where you're like, oh man, because there's 1,000 things that could be causing it to be black, right? One of the things could be that the vertices are not getting sent correctly, and it could be backface culling needs to be turned on or off. It could be that the clockwise or reverse clockwise drawing of the triangles, and it needs to be reversed, right? It could be anything like that. It could also be that the pixel shader is not working. In this case, it could be that the texture is not getting updated correctly or set. So there's a number of things that could be going wrong. So what I want to do to debug this is I want to take an iterative approach. So I want to like rule things out, right? So let me like back these up actually, because I'm gonna make some changes and I don't want to lose them. I missed one, I know. Hang on. I just noticed that. Alright, move this one too. Okay, so I'm gonna change this shader a bunch. Oh, this song slaps. Turn that up. That's the wrong thumbnail for that, but okay. Okay, so what I'm gonna do for now is I'm gonna do something really simple. I'm gonna basically yeet this entire thing. Because what I want to do, first of all, is I want to make sure that the issue is not anything related to the vertices, right? I want to make sure that the vertex shader is working, and, you know, and that there's no, like, backface calling issues or anything like that. So I believe, it's been a long time since I've done anything GL-related. This is not GL, but it's using GLSL. Let's see, I think I can just say, like, RGBA, right? I think I should be able to just do like this, and this should just put the color green on the screen. So let's run that. We can actually put that there now, because I backed it up. None.fs, yeah. Okay, that worked. Neat. So if we actually go in, okay, this is the output. It looks, I mean, I don't know anything about this one, but I know the GFX2 header from Lost World Modding, so that looks correct. So if we throw that in the SD card folder now. Oh, by the way I'm doing this is kind of weird. So mods work. Mods now work. You just have a mods folder and then on your SD card, and then you have this mod config to 9i and everything. You just put your mods in here. It works exactly the same as like on PC from what I've gathered. So I have this one here. This is by a blob. It's using the image from last time. I actually had a slight problem with it, so I'm going to delete these duplicates. This was just because I was testing something related to that problem I'm talking about. I've never actually done Mania modding before, and I didn't realize that Mania actually cares about the color palettes that are used by the GIF file, and so that's why it wasn't showing up last stream. Well, one of the reasons. The other was that the mod loading stuff was broken. Like the call to fgets for some reason on what is just screwed up entirely, like from my experience. I don't know, and like fopen tends to freeze the system, fread tends to not work. I don't know, it just like doesn't work from my experience. I don't know if that's like fixed in some version I don't have yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the latest version. I just re-downloaded it the other day, so you know, I don't know. But in the meantime, to get around that, you know, I'm just using my own implementation of all the file system stuff. So I just have like my own fread, which just calls like the Cafe OS stuff directly, like fsread file, and I'm making sure that it's aligned to 64 bytes and whatnot, because I found out that was a thing. You know, and so it seems to have fixed all the freezing. Fgets was, you know, I had to implement my own version of that too. This is probably not a good implementation. It's probably terrible. There's probably a lot of bugs and stuff in it, so I'd really rather not use my own for this. So this is just a temporary workaround. If I can use like the official like built-in version in like what instead of this, I would love to do that. But for now, at least, this seems to work. So, and the other version does not, so that's why I'm doing this. But anyway, but I got so this is a modified version of the GIF that a blob sent. The only difference is that I've changed it so that the palettes are now correct, and so this actually loads in game. I tested it, so that's cool. It works, and I'll show you that soon. The other thing is I have a new mod called Shaders, and you'll never guess what this one does, right? I have a new folder that it adds that isn't in the original game called CSO-GX2. It stands for Compiled Shader Object GX2, right? So it's following the same naming scheme as what Mania actually does. And then here's all the GFD files. And then it has ones for the CRT filters too, but I haven't been able to test them yet because I'm just getting a black screen, right? So I need to fix that first. So I'm gonna make like a little, let's actually say, I'm gonna do my Z thing. Yeah, I'm gonna paste this here. This is a new test for this. Okay, we're gonna run that again. And I guess I won't test on the actual Wii U. I'm just testing on Steam now because it's faster. So what I want to see is green on the screen. And so I'm not seeing that. So that says to me a number of things. It seems like it's related to the vertices, actually. Or something. It's not even getting to the point. Because all that this pixel shader is doing is it's just doing this. So I believe that should just draw green on the screen if I'm drawing the triangles correctly. And it looks like I'm not. So I need to figure out why. I did see in the chat. Again, I'm like trying to wait to read it more until the little timer I set goes up. Oh, actually, it just did. Perfect. Let's read the chat. Okay. Wow, a lot of people joined. How y'all doing? I'm not gonna be able to read every message, but I'm gonna try to read a few of them. Found a nickel for every time I turned into Sonic Mania Wii U development stream. I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Nice. Phineas and Ferb is a great show, by the way. Just random, but... I developed a bit on Wii U before, and I joined to see what troubles you may be running into. Hey, thanks, that's super awesome. Yeah, any, like, help from people who actually, like, know what they're doing on the Wii U would be really appreciated. Have you done any, like, GX2 stuff? I'm assuming probably, right? But I'm wondering if... I can show you what I'm doing in the code if you want. The problem I'm facing, as you probably saw, is I'm getting like a black screen, and I'm not exactly sure why. I'm trying to figure that out. The vertex shader code is like this. It's really simple. It's just got 3 input attributes: position, color, and UV. Position is a vec 3, color is a vec 4, and UV is a vec 2, right? And then it has like 2 outputs. One is the color and one is the UV, and that goes to the pixel shader, well, fragment, whatever you want to call it. And then it just takes like the input and just puts 1 at the end because it's a vec 3. It turns into vec 4, right? Just outputs the color and the UV, and that's all it does, right? This is just taken straight from Sonic Mania itself, so it's exactly the same as what Mania does. And then for a fragment shader, for now, I'm just doing this as a really basic test. It's literally just drawing green, if I did that correctly at least. So the bug has to be somewhere here, I'm assuming. So I'm doing a lot of this code is like copy pasted from the DirectX 11 render device, which is this. I didn't write this, but this is like part of the Mania decompilation, right? So a lot of it's kind of based on that, but it's modified to be GX2. So basically, I'm like creating a buffer using GX2R, which I'm assuming I'm doing correctly. I know there might be some lines here that are not necessary, because I don't think I actually have to like have CPU read usage, but I don't know. But for now, I'm doing it all just to be safe. So I'm making a vertex buffer. I'm filling it with this vertex buffer data, which has it's like this, right? So it has like vertices, and then it has this like uint for the color, and then it has texture coordinates, and it just repeats that. So I'm just mem copying to that. Actually, that might be... I think that's fine. I looked at a homebrew example that seems to be able to do that. Maybe I need to lock it though. Maybe that's part of the problem. Oh no, sorry. I am locking it. I'm being an idiot. Yeah, down here is where I actually do that. So I'm copying that into here. Maybe I actually did that wrong. I should look at that more. And then I'm initializing a sampler, which I might not be doing with the right settings yet, but I think it's fine. This is just Mania stuff from the DX11 backend. I'm just figuring out some numbers, setting up scan lines and whatnot. And then here's where I see the next GX2 thing is here. I'm creating a bunch of textures and surfaces for those textures with certain like sizes and whatnot. And then finally I init the shaders where I just call load shader, which is here. And all this is basically doing is it's just calling this WHB function to just load the whole GFD data into a shader group. I'm initializing some attributes, and then I'm initializing the fetch shader, right, in that group. And that's it. Oh, and then when I draw, well, okay, so then when I copy the frame buffer, this is like a Mania thing. I lock one of those surfaces I made at the beginning, and this is just temporary code, but I'm putting I'm just editing the pixels in it, like, directly, and then I'm unlocking it, because that's how Mania wants to do it. I know that's, like, not how you usually do hardware rendering, but... And then finally, when I go to actually draw the screen, I do this. I just say, like, clear color, I set the shaders, set up the attribute buffers. They all point to the same buffer, but I'm setting different offsets and sizes and attribute indices in the shader, so I don't know if that's allowed by GX2, so that might be the problem. I don't know. It's not causing a crash or anything, though, from what I understand. It's just not working. But anyway, then I set the sampler, and I set some registers. I forgot what this is even for. Oh, this is the uniforms in the shader. I don't even need that right now. And then finally I draw. So it's a lot. Sorry, I'm sure no one could possibly get all that. But I don't know. I don't know if there's any step I'm missing or anything that, like, jumps out immediately is like, oh, that's wrong. You're doing that wrong, you know? But, you know, if so, then, yeah, please let me know. That'd be cool. If not, then, like, don't worry about it. I know I just, like, dumped, like, a, you know... Hi, that's really cool. Anyway, here's 9,000 lines of code. It's like, wait, what the frick? Hang on. I don't know what you're doing. So no pressure. I just, you know, just wondering if there's anything that immediately looks, like, strikingly wrong about what I'm doing. If not, then it's cool. Don't worry about it. I appreciate any help. By the way, are you porting Mania to the Wii U? Yes. Oh, sorry, why are you porting it to the Wii U? Because it's fun. I just wanted to. I don't know. There's not really any reason. I just thought it'd be cool. Does it have a good emulation software coding or something? Or is it just fun? Yeah, it's just fun. Hey, that Brazilian guy, Tim. How you doing? Sorry, the Brazilian guy, Tim. Rad, Taz, Bo, and I are watching you in VR. Really? Future! That's amazing. You should be testing on Simu? Yes, I'm doing that. It's not completely accurate, but can save you lots of time. Yeah, for sure. It's not easy to run into problems caused by Simu itself. Which is... I did actually have the opposite happen, though. I had one build where it worked fine on Simu, it worked great, and then I put it on the Wii U and it would freeze the console. And that was... I found out eventually it was because of file system nonsense that I fixed with my own little implementation of that. But yeah, anyway, so I've had it go in reverse, but I don't believe I've had any problems caused by Simu. It's pretty good. Yes, I'm legit porting it to the Wii U. And I got pretty far. Let me show you from the build from the other day. Yeah, here's the first, like, first working build of it on the system. The version I'm working on right now is it's like a more updated version of this. Instead of using SDL2, I'm trying to do GX2 now, which should make things go faster. It's hard to explain, but I have a plan to, basically I want to do the matrix computations on the hardware in the shaders, rather than on the CPU like it's doing currently, because I believe that that's what's causing my lag problems in the split stages. The main game always ran fine. Like, I didn't have to do anything to make that run well. It just ran well out of the box with SDL2. But the split stages lag like mad, so I'm trying to fix that. And then also it should make it so I can do custom the TRT filter shader and whatnot. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. You know the GFT format really well. That's awesome. You made mistakes from the sprite sheet. You're all good, no worries. I never thought I'd see it running on my two favorite consoles, Wii U and 3DS. It's cool stuff. Like, I love homebrew, you know? As long as I can remember. Like, I remember being, like, a little kid and being, like... I found out that you could make your own games for the DS, you know? With homebrew. And I was just like... Dude. And that, like, really... Because I was already into programming. I was already into the idea of it, but I really didn't know what I was doing. But that's, I think, what secured it. That's what made me, like, you know, led down the path of, like, modding so much. And hacking and whatnot. I don't like the term hacking, but... I don't know what else to call it. Because it sounds like, you know, stereotypical movie, like, I'm in, you know? And it also sounds like what they describe when people, like... steal code or something, like, you know, he hacked into our servers, we're doomed. It's like, I don't want to do that. I just want to play Sonic Mania on my Wii U. You know? You did lots of GX2? That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Am I initializing GX2 and stuff? Yeah, right here I'm doing, well, I believe so. I'm calling WHB GFX init, which I looked at the implementation of that on GitHub, and it looks like it's like setting up GX2. But yeah, maybe there's something else I need to do on top of that. Hey, hey Wham, how you doing? Good luck, have fun, thank you. Get the best Hackintosh of my life working today? Yo! Works flawlessly besides sleeping, which is pretty typical. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, Wham, funny you mentioned that. This, like, screen over here that's been up for, like, ages, sorry, this, like, window, is mostly comprised of tabs from me trying a similar thing. But I didn't get as far as you did. That's awesome. Someday, right, when I upgrade my PC, I'm gonna need to, like, get a new motherboard and everything because the one I have is, like, too old for modern stuff, you know what I mean? So I'm like, frick, what am I gonna do with all these old parts that I'm currently using, right? Because, like, I'm not gonna have any need for it. And I thought, why don't I turn it into a Hackintosh? Like, actually, because I looked it up, and it looks like the parts that I have are, like, perfect for a Hackintosh. Like, it's incredible. So I'm like, hey, I'd love to do that someday. That'd be really cool. Open core guide? Is that good or bad? Let me know where you get hung up. I've been through a lot. I bet. I tried quite a bit on there, and man, it's really involved. It's like a long process, you know. It's not just click and it works. You know, you gotta like spend several days trying to like get stuff going. But it's cool, right? I'd love to get it working someday. What happens if the game doesn't have shaders? Does it become pitch black? Well, it just won't work at all if it doesn't have the shaders. Yeah. Because it's gonna... Do you mean, like, what happens if you don't include the shader files on your SD? Yeah, it just won't work. I guess it'll just... I mean, I don't know. I guess it would just be... I guess you could make it so that it keeps playing the game, but it won't be able to draw anything, so it'll just be black. Yeah. You'll need the shaders. GX can be really picky. Gotcha. The more wrappers you use, the more obscure it becomes to debug a certain problem. But testing on Simu and running through something RenderDoc can help a lot. Oh, okay. I didn't think about RenderDoc plus Simu. That's a good idea. I kept wishing there was something like RenderDoc for the Wii U. But I guess using Simu, that should be good enough. I did try dumping all the textures from Simu because I was curious to see what would happen, but I just got a bunch of black and transparent textures, and they didn't seem to line up with what I was expecting at all. Like, I couldn't even find one that was the size that I'm making, so I don't know. I don't know. Something's weird. I gotta figure it out. I've been looking through the log, too, of Simu. I need to... Man, I have a lot of windows open that are just stupid. Like, I don't need all these. Let's see. Is this the one? Yeah. Yeah, this is like the log. There's a lot of terrible, like, spammed printfs everywhere in the code right now because I'm trying to figure out, you know, how far it gets and everything. It's not freezing. It's like, you know, looping fine, and you can hear the audio and everything. It's like the game is running. It's just not drawing. And I can see all the GX2 calls happening, so I don't really know. I'm trying to figure it out. Cases like this, I recommend you start by making something simple like a hello triangle so you can tell what is allowed and what isn't. I have a repo that shows you how to do exactly that and the difference between it and OpenGL. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I should look into that. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to jump to like the hardest thing right off the bat. I think it should like... I think it's probably literally like one thing, you know, like that's usually what it is with graphics APIs. It's usually like one stupid tiny mistake you made somewhere and it's causing everything to not work. And you just change that like one line of code and now the entire thing works, right? It's usually something like that for me. But, it is in fact drawing, by the way. I tested. If you're wondering about this code that's commented out right here, it's weird, but Mania does this thing where if this value is 0, then it draws. Basically, this is for video cutscenes, right? But I verified that this part is in fact running, so it is drawing. It's just not showing up. Karate chop the computer. Yeah, that'll fix it. Sometimes I saw that. It does indeed initialize GX2. Nice. Good, very good, cool. It's very in-depth these days, but it's worth it. Oh yeah, it's insane, but it's really, it's like, it was fun, kinda. I don't know, it was like a cool process. It's too long to tell what part is wrong. Okay, so you should go step by step until something's separate. Right. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant by like iteratively debugging it. So I know that by changing the pixel shader to this simple one, that the fact that it's still black means that it's not a problem with this, it's a problem with like something else, right? Could be a number of things. So yeah, it's probably better to start with like a triangle or something. So I'll go for that. Thanks, that's a good tip. I appreciate it. Can the Wii U gamepad be modded to make it portable? I mean, technically anything's possible, right? I don't know if it would be like, I don't know how practical it is, right? I'm sure you could like, you know, replace the hardware in the gamepad to like make it something different entirely, but it won't even be like a Wii U at that point. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know those like portable consoles people do? Yeah, I wonder if someone could make a portable console where they somehow cram the entirety of the Wii U's hardware into a Wii U gamepad. Oh, good lord. Because, you know, it's one of those things that you hear and you go, no, that's impossible, right? That's too difficult. Why would you do that? But I mean, I don't know. I never thought I'd see in my lifetime a lot of the things that I'm seeing people already do, right? I've seen some crazy crap. So I'm not going to say it's impossible. Maybe someday. You got all the hardware working basically perfectly. Even handoff works with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. That's awesome. Thanks, Wham. Yeah, hopefully I get... You're still writing shaders. Yeah. Awesome before backface calling. Yeah, I know, right? It's probably that. It's really only one thing wrong. It's so sensitive. Ah, really? If you do want to try making Hello Triangle test right now, that I can help you go through with it. They never use GX2R. What do you mean they? Sorry. Like the samples? They manage memory on their own and it becomes really simple when you understand the hardware constraints. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm like tempted to do it, because like here's the thing, right? I'm no stranger to that. I've done that kind of stuff with like Vulkan, right? But I'm not gonna lie, I freaking hate it. So I'd like to do the simple solution, which is GX2R, if possible, but I understand that using that, maybe it's a little hard to figure out what the problem is. So, I don't know. I missed a message? I'm not sure which one I missed. It may have been that the YouTube, sometimes it like shadow, like, I don't know, like, sometimes it like blocks messages completely, like it's not me blocking it, YouTube just does that. What I was saying is that Nintendo himself doesn't use GX2R. Oh, even though we don't know a reason not to. Fascinating. That's really weird. Did you send a link or something? Yeah, I don't know. YouTube, sometimes it just blocks you even if you don't post a link or anything. I thought it was like a blacklist or something that was on my channel, but it's not that. Because it's not that it's like asking me if I want to approve the message or not, it's just not showing me the message at all. So it doesn't even give me the option to do anything about it. It just does it. It's pretty bad. Other homebrew developers like using it, but I don't have experience with it, so I just do what Nintendo does. Gotcha. Alright. Well, thanks, I really appreciate it. I think I'm just going to try to go through this one step at a time, and I'm just going to comment out a bunch of code and stuff, right? And I'm just going to try to get, yeah, like a triangle or anything on the screen, and then just kind of go from there, right? So, let's start with the really, really, really simple, you know, test. So, first of all, the element size is size of vertex, and then the element count is dependent on what vector version is being used. But if you look at the render vertex, it's just a struct that just has these 3 elements in it. So I think just that really should be fine. I am a little concerned about that uint, Because I don't know, uint is like a format that is kind of weird sometimes with graphics APIs. You know, like floats are like floats, you know. Those are easy. But uints are kind of weird sometimes, so I don't know. But I don't think that should trip anything up just for... Well, we'll see. So let's see, what I did, this part here is copy pasted from the other implementation. I'm just literally taking it from this like static constant buffer, and it's just copying all that into this stack one for some reason. Oh yeah, because it modifies it down here. And then it finally sends that off. It locks the buffer and it sends that modified data off to the actual vertex buffer. So let's maybe simplify that. This is the parts where I explain basic things about GX2, and thanks, I really appreciate it. Yeah, YouTube I think blocked that link because I'm not. It's not showing me the message at all. But I think I can find it. Yeah, sorry, it didn't appear like in the chat at all. Not even like on YouTube directly. But what's your like GitHub username? Because I can just like I can probably find it. I'm sorry, YouTube is terrible with links. I'm also on Twitch. If you want to try sending it there too. Let's not even do the proper render vertex stuff right now. Let's just simply, let's just simply do this. So we're gonna have, man, you don't even need that many elements, but it's okay if we have more elements than are necessary, I think. Should be fine. I don't see why not. Because it's only gonna draw what you tell it to draw, right? So, GX2 vertex buffer data. I don't know about like the pitch or whatever. There might be some weird requirements with that. That could be part of the problem, or the entire problem. I'm gonna pull up. I have like a homebrew. Hey, thank you so much. Cool. Yeah. It's so silly. Like I don't know why YouTube does that. Oh, you know what else it does? I just copy pasted text from the chat that you just sent there, and I put it into this URL, and you can see it added these freaking like Unicode characters to the beginning of it. Thanks, YouTube. That's what I wanted. Okay. Several GX2 test programs to compare it with OpenGL. That's really nice. Thanks a lot. Okay, unlike GL, you don't use separate API for window handling. Right, that makes sense. It doesn't remember parameters you pass to it. Ah. So you can't just like set one and then... Right, I guessed that actually, because I was like a little paranoid about that. I was like, can I just set it and be done? And I was like, probably not. Because sometimes consoles are like that, I don't know. So the only way to save and restore current state is through the context state instance. Yeah, I didn't even get that far. Alright. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, in my case, that's totally fine. Unlike GL, GX2 is just a thin wrapper of the GPU. It doesn't do any management for you, it's just copying data. Right, so you gotta like do that yourself. Unless you use GX2R or whatever, which does some stuff for you. Similar to GL, GX2 is written in C, yes. So you gotta manage stuff automatically. Cool stuff. This is great. I kept actually wishing, as I was doing this, there was like better documentation for this stuff. So I want to say like, thank you for writing this. Like anything helps a long way. Okay, so this is Hello World. Okay, and then you go from there. So this is a window. Oh, you made an exe as well. Oh, you're using GLFW. Is that on Wii U? Like, is there like a homebrew? No. Sorry, I see. I thought there was like a homebrew implementation or something for a second. I was like, oh. Okay. Window init, and I guess that's a different function depending. Yeah, you have like window.h. Okay, and it does something different depending on what system you're on. So like this is the make context current, set swap interval, window is running, window swap buffers, window exit. Yeah, okay. And then here's where you implement that. So window init on Windows will do like all the GLFW stuff. On Wii U it will do this. So you allocate from the default heap a command list. This is the size all Nintendo games use. Okay, great. This is required alignment. I'm not sure I don't know what the method expands to, but I could check that in what. Probably like 64 maybe. Maybe it's actually a little more. Okay, and then you edit the attributes. Let's see. Oh, I remember seeing something about this a long time ago. I looked at some GX2 stuff a while ago in Sonic Lost World. I forgot that they did it this way. Okay, so, let's see. So the command buffer base, you're setting it to that pointer. Okay, then that's the pool size, which is the same as the size that you allocated, so that makes sense. Those are the main arguments. Yeah, I don't know why they need that, that's so weird. And then you have this ending delay, that's how it knows. Because it just takes a pointer to this array, it doesn't know the size. Got it, so that's how it knows that. Let's see, you get the mem base heap handle. I don't know what that means. But, okay. Foreground bucket heap. Cool. So getting something. 2 memory heaps, I guess? Like handles to memory heaps. Okay, and then here's where you allocate the scan buffer. You get System TV scan mode, which is its own little thing. Oh, it's like an enum. Okay, oh, this is neat. I was wondering about how this stuff works. I need to look into that more. I don't know what does. I need to look into that because I'm concerned about the scan modes. I know that you have to handle that yourself apparently, which is honestly kind of odd to me. But I guess it makes sense. On PC it makes perfect sense, but on Wii U it's kind of like, why don't you just do that for me, Nintendo? But I guess it's because it's kind of a thin wrapper over the GPU itself, right? So that's why. I mean, this way it gives you more control. So, I mean, that's nice. But yeah, okay, so you check for 576i and 480i, and you also do 720p. Well, you do 1080, you do 720, you do this, and then in all other cases you just default to standard resolution. Which I need to make sure I support that. Some people asked me about that. They were like, "Can I play it in SD?" Because some people have CRTs and they want to play Mania on their Wii U on a CRT, and I'm like, frick, that's awesome! That's so cool! I totally want you to do that, but I need to make sure that works. So yeah, I'm gonna need to look into that. Calculate TV scan buffer byte size. Okay, so this is the RH888 surface format. You're doing double buffering. Okay, yeah, you know what? This doesn't look that bad. Looking at this now, this doesn't look much harder than GX2R. This looks pretty great, actually. I kind of love this so far. I don't fully understand, some of the memory stuff, but everything else is, really simple. No one knows what that does. Okay. And then you allocate a TV scan buffer, which is this size. I think the size... Did you compute that earlier? Oh, from here. Yeah, this function computed that. Okay, so now you're allocating it. If you fail, then you just quit. Makes sense. You invalidate the scan buffer on the CPU side, so this flushes it. Got it. You set this as the current scan buffer. Okay, so you have the notion of current scan buffers. Got it. And then you set the scale to the frame buffer width and height that you did earlier up here. Okay. And then you do basically the same thing again, but for the DRC, which is the gamepad. So that the requirements are going to be a little different. Well, for one thing, I mean, you don't need to figure out the width and height because you just know. Right? So, that's easier. Alright, you make a color buffer. So, I did see this in some homebrew I looked at, but I didn't quite understand the difference. I know there's surfaces, there's textures, and there's color buffers, and I think there were also depth buffers, but I didn't quite understand the differences between all of them. I think a surface is any sort of, I'm gonna call it texture, image, right, that you can draw to. And it can be depth, it can be color, it can be whatever. And then a texture is a type of surface, I guess? Or wait, maybe I'm not phrasing that correctly. It's a thing that goes on top of the surface, basically. That shaders can read. And I assume then that a color buffer would be something that you would output to. So it's an image that you can draw to from the shaders. And depth would be the same thing, but instead of drawing color, you're drawing depth, right? You're writing depth into the buffer. So it's actually kind of similar to like Vulkan, where, I don't know how to explain it. Vulkan has like render passes and attachments, and so you can have like, I actually don't remember the terminology off the top of my head, but I think it's called an image in Vulkan. But you bind these images as attachments to the render pass, and then depending on how you bound it, the image can be used in different ways. And so one way is a color, like output, something like that. You can also have like depth output and whatever. So I think it's like similar to that, which makes sense. That's probably how the GPU like does it internally, pretty much. So it's like a thin wrapper over that. Oh yeah, this is. Alright, so this is very similar to how I did it. What type is this? Is it shift? How do you, like... What's the shortcut key to, like... Oh, never mind, who cares? Okay, GX2 color buffer, yes, so that is the type. I think... Hang on a second. Because, like, if I look at, what... I can see GX2 texture as a struct that has like a GX2 surface inside of it, right? I don't know where this would be, but I imagine that color buffer is probably like the same way. But I don't know what, it's probably one of these. Context display, display? Sometimes I just type slowly. I hope it's not case sensitive. Okay. Surface.h. That makes sense. Wait, didn't I already look at that? Oh, here it is. Yep, it has a surface inside of it. Cool. So it's like, okay, so yeah, so surface is like the... If you want to think of it in C++ terms, it's like surface is like the base class. And then texture, color buffer, and depth buffer all inherit from the surface class. It's like that. Let me read the chat. Sorry. Because you've probably been sensitive the whole time. Okay, GX2 context state stuff is handled by WHB for you. But like I said before, the more wrappers you have, the more you're error prone, I think. There are two versions, one for Windows and one for Wii U, since the code shows it converts them to OpenGL and GX2. That's awesome. Everything in the window init function is done by WHB GFX init for you. Oh, okay, got it. The Wii U has 3 memory types, Mem1, Mem2, and a foreground bucket. Okay, you have 1 GB of Mem2. Mem1 is faster than Mem2, but it's probably smaller? Right, and the foreground bucket is even faster, but it's even smaller. Okay, so I'm assuming. So Mem1 is really small, 32 megs, ooh. And it can be used to store stuff that needs fast access like a frame buffer. Got it. Okay, so it's kind of like... Yeah, I get it. Same stuff with the foreground bucket. How big is the foreground bucket, though? But as the name implies, it's only reserved for the application in the foreground. Ah. Maybe foreground bucket is like... Probably just like a chunk of one of those... I'm overthinking it, sorry. But as the name implies... Yeah, right, I saw that, okay. If the application goes to the background, it must free the stuff on the foreground bucket. And maybe Mem1 too, if I recall. Okay. Okay, interesting. So yeah, so that's one of the reasons, that's one of the things that makes me worried about doing it myself, right? Because I need to make sure I do that correctly, and I'm not sure all the circumstances that I need to do that in. Because like with the Homebrew launcher, typically the way that it works is when you hit the home button, you know, the app just closes, right? And it just goes back to the Homebrew launcher. But some people were talking about making like a, what is it called, trainer or something? I don't know. To install this onto your like home menu, and then you can just open it up like a real Wii U game. I mean, that sounds awesome, but I don't know anything about, I don't know how to do that. I don't know anything about it. I don't know how even feasible that is. But if I want to do that, then like, wouldn't you need the home button to actually bring up the real system menu then? I guess maybe you don't need it to, but that'd be cool, right? I don't know how it's even possible. I don't know. I don't know how far. That sounds to me like we're getting into, yeah, that's really hard, no one does that territory, right? So I'm not planning on that unless it's not as hard as I'm thinking. But if I want to do that at some point, then I'm going to need to make sure that I handled this correctly with the foreground bucket and whatnot. I need to make sure that, like, when you open up the whole menu and everything, like, it does the right thing, right? And I don't know all the rules. So that's gonna be interesting. Okay, yes, the server says any image, basically. Gotcha. A texture can be an input for a shader, and a color buffer is a color draw. Yeah, target. Gotcha. That's what I thought. Cool. Depth buffer is depth render target. Textures, color buffers, and depth buffers are all different types of services. Cool. It's like inheritance button C. Yeah, it's really good. It's actually like, I actually am really liking it so far. Like, GX2, what I'm seeing of it, it looks really nice. I don't really remember exactly how big M1 and foreground bucket are. You might find that in Wii U Brew. Gotcha. The thing that controls the whole menu is called Proc UI. I found out something. I knew some of that. I knew it was Proc something. I don't know any of the details though. I need to look into that. Abu does that? Oh, neat. Abu's Mario 64 port handles HP menu. You can check out that repo. Oh, frick. You're the one who did that. That's that's right. I knew the name somewhere. That's super cool. And the homebrew you were looking at right now already handles it. Oh, sick. Okay. Oh, great. So I can just, like, learn from here. Awesome. Yeah, thanks so much for documenting this stuff. Seriously, that like, helps a lot. As for the CRT thing, you'd also probably have to find out a way to add a crop for the option for Mania, since CRTs are mostly 4:3. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'd like to have, I wanted to support 4:3 screens as well. So I need to do, you know, I need to find a way to do that. I don't know if Mania has an option for that built in already. I'd like, maybe, right? I wouldn't be surprised if it did. But if it doesn't, then I'll have to, like, crop the HUD myself and whatnot. And that might be interesting. The main game, I don't think should be too hard at all. But the, like, menus I worry about. Like, the main menu especially is, like, kind of designed for widescreen, you know? So I don't know what to do about that. We'll have to see. I don't know if the first release will support that or not. But I want to get that someday. Crop it to 4:3 and stretch it across 16:9 to let the CRT downscale it back to 4:3. I think the Wii U, like, supports letting you output to 4:3 natively, doesn't it? Like in the settings? Because there seems to be like an option for this too in GX2 anyway. So I mean, you could probably just go into your Wii U settings and tell it like 4:3. I think, but maybe not. I've never actually done that on the Wii U, but I'm pretty sure it supports that. I wanted to document even more, but I got caught up on other projects. But I made a framework that works similar to Nintendo's own libraries. It tries to hide GX2 stuff from you, but it does not waste performance. I hope. It's called Rio. That sounds super cool. I'll have to check that out. You can adjust the resolution easily in the INI. And the Mania one? Gotcha. The gameplay handles it fine, but the menus don't. Ah, okay, that's what I was worried about. Neat. Okay, well we'll have to figure that out then. It's a lie. It's just letterboxed widescreen. Oof. Oof. I mean, understandable, right? But man. You can output 4:3 natively by setting the TV size through GX2 set TV size. Huh. It's technically outputting 4:3, but there's no way to get a proper 4:3 unletterboxed image. Ah, okay. I don't know, right? Like, I don't know how to even test that anymore, because I don't have, like, a 4:3 display anymore. You know what I mean? But, I mean, I guess I could test it on this 16:9 display, but it's not a true test then, is it? So I mean, if someone has a 4:3 display and wants to try it on there, and a Wii U and everything, I mean, cool. I will, you know, playtesting like that would be helpful at some point, but not yet. It's not ready yet. Yeah, it's been a lot of people played out flaws before adding unnecessary features. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how exactly I'm gonna do it, but. Right, anyway, I think I'm gonna, Okay, thanks a lot for your help, I really appreciate it. Seriously. But no worries. Okay, so, all this makes sense to me. I don't see, there's one thing that I don't see that I had to set before. Well, hang on, what was I typing? I'll have to come back to that. But there was a, there you go, comp map, component map. This is something I had to set on the GX2 texture, but I guess, yeah, it's part of that. It's part of GX2 texture. It isn't part of, can I play Runner's music? I hope so. I think so, right? Why would I not be able to? I mean, I get claims for weird stuff sometimes, so I get all paranoid now. Anyway, we'll find out together. So this is a color buffer, so it's not a texture, so I guess we don't need to set that field. Okay, calculate surface size and alignment. Alright. And that just stores it back in here. Oh, wait, you have to call that. Oh, I don't know if I was calling that. Maybe part of my problem right there. And then you say init color buffer registers. Okay. And then you allocate to the color buffer data from the heap using from M1. Okay. Color buffer image data. All right. Oh, sorry. If it failed to allocate, you just exit. All right. Finally, you set it to this. That's the pointer. Okay. So then you flush it, and then I guess we're gonna set that later. No, I guess not. All right. I guess that. I guess. I don't know if that gets. That probably gets stored in like a touch from the application itself, I'm assuming. Alright, so then you have the depth buffer, and it's similar. I have to look into that too, but for what I'm doing, I don't even need it. Well, for the 3D special stages, I think I will need the depth buffer. But for the main game, I don't even need a depth buffer, right? I'm literally just drawing 2 triangles. That's it. That cover the whole screen, right? So, because it's like 2D. So, I don't even need that for this, but for 3D, I probably will need that. Because what Mania actually does, it's software rendering, right? So it actually like sorts the depth of the vertices on the CPU. So, you know, I could just do that and then not even need, you know, but if we're trying to make it run quickly, then the good way of doing it would be to use a depth buffer, right? Instead. So, there's nothing transparent, I don't think, anyway. I mean, there's like the floor that has holes in it sometimes. But apart from that, I don't remember there being any like transparent 3D objects in Mania. Does anyone remember that? There's like wireframe too, but there's no like glass. You know what I mean? Maybe. I don't remember that anyway. Because if that's the case, we can just use the depth buffer for everything and not even have to sort, I think. So we'll try that and see how that goes when I get to 3D stuff. And then finally, you invalidate that catch as well. I'm a little confused as to why we do that here. Because my understanding of flushing usually is that you write data to the memory first, and then you like flush it, right? But maybe this is the other way around. Because this is just telling GX2 that this needs to be flushed, but I guess it isn't actually flushing it yet. It's useless. Ah. So you don't like have to do this, or you do it like you have to, but it's just like an API thing. But I'm assuming it's good practice to do it normally, so that's why you do it here. The ice cream is garden. Yeah. There's transparent 2D is one thing, but that's different. Everything 2D, we're not going to be doing on the hardware, because that can run just fine on software, like absolutely fast on the Wii U with no problems at all. It's only the 3D that's lagging it down. So the 2D is still going to be totally done on the software. I'm not going to change that, because that would be really, really involved to change how Mania renders the 2D, right? That would be ridiculously involved. And for what? Because it already runs fantastic on the Wii U, like no lag at all, right? So there's no reason, I'm not going to do that. But the 3D needs to be optimized, so so I'm going to make that hardware. what I'm going to do is, for 2D, it's going to draw everything on the software to that software frame buffer, like it was doing before. And then when it goes to render, it's going to just send that frame buffer over to the shader, basically. Which is then going to, like, draw on the screen. Now, actually, I don't even know if I need to do that. Because here's the thing. So the way that they do it in, like, DirectX 11 and their geo implementations and all that is they have a texture, right? I forget what it's called in DirectX terms, but basically it's a texture. Yeah, it's literally called that. Anyway, they have a texture that's CPU writable, right? And also GPU readable. And so every like frame, they have this part here where they map the contents of that texture, and then they just like replace all the pixels in that texture manually with the pixels from the CPU frame buffer that they already computed on the CPU, okay? So basically, CPU is generating this frame buffer, and then they're taking that frame buffer, they're copying the pixels over to this GPU frame buffer, okay? And then, once they have that texture with all the pixels in it, they draw 6 dots on the screen. And I don't know exactly like where they are, but the concept of it is like this, at least. These probably aren't accurate to where the dots actually are, but just imagine that it's like this, because this is pretty similar. They have one dot that's like here, one dot like here, one dot like, this is not quite accurate, but just pretend it is, like about halfway, like here, right? And there's gonna be another one like, let's see. I'm doing this wrong a little bit. But anyway, they have, I forget, but basically, if you've never done it before, it's like they have 2 triangles that they're drawing, and the idea is that it's kind of like this, right? So one triangle is like, you know, this one, right? And then the other one is like this one. Well, I'm not drawing it right, but you know what I mean? And so then the texture gets drawn onto these 2 triangles, and so what you end up with is just a single picture on your screen, right? So that's a really common trick that most games tend to do when they want to draw a 2D image on the screen. They just do 2 triangles. But in our case, with GX2, we might not even have to do that. I don't know, maybe it's better to do that, but I'm not sure. It sounds like we have control over the... Well, I don't know, maybe this is a really bad idea. I don't know. But it seems kind of like we have control over the frame buffer itself? Right? So it does maybe feel tempted to go, why don't we just copy right to that? You know? But if I'm mixing 3D in, it's probably a dumb idea, right? So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we end up doing. Anyway. Okay, comments incomplete. Evaluating's important though. Sorry, catching is explained in comments in test 3. Okay, thank you. I'll try to look into that more, because I need to understand that. You're looking for transparent 3D, got it. Your brain got kind of scrambled. No, you're all good, don't worry about it. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, transparent 3D is the only thing that I would have to have like a proper depth sorting for on the CPU. Generally speaking. 1 dot on each corner, and then 2 extra, right. You can manipulate the frame buffer directly, yes, but you shouldn't do that since it's tiled. It's tiled, okay. Yep, shouldn't do that. Okay, so we'll do the sane solution, which is what Mania does anyway, the 2 triangles. It'll be faster to draw on the frame buffer than modify it than retile. Gotcha, okay. RIP. I figured it was better to do it like that. Just wasn't sure. Because sometimes Nintendo hardware is crazy, right? I remember like the DS. I don't know details of it, but I know that DS had like hardware for 2D and 3D rendering. You know, so I was wondering. I was like, I don't know. Who knows what Wii U does? Only one way to find out. But yeah, it sounds like it's a bad idea. So we'll do it the normal way. Kind of crazy to me that they didn't do this on Switch. Do them in hardware. Yeah, crazy to me too, but I guess they didn't have to, right? Because it ran fine. I got the whole time doing Switch port, yeah. What did they do with the dev time? Switch port take about 8 seconds. I don't know. Good question, right? Because this one should have been really... That would have been an easy game to port to Switch, I think. But I don't know, maybe not. I guess there were difficulties. It's designed specifically after OpenGL v3.3 with some extensions. Ah, it's not even like... I guess it's like modern? It's not even like super modern GL. That's kind of funny. I guess it was at the time. I don't even remember. What version was out at the time? Was it 2013 or 2012? I don't even remember. Let me see. That might have been the newest one available at the time. No, like 4.3 was released in 2012. Huh. I guess they just knew 3.3 better. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm just interested in it. Anyway, if you experience with OpenGL, GX2 would be smooth sailing after you know the differences in managing memory. Well, cool. I did a little bit of GL a long time ago, but it's been a while. So I've done like Vulkan and stuff, so it shouldn't be too much different than that. I mean, it's like seems really intuitive. I'm just okay. Then this is the GL version, the same thing. Oh, you have viewport and scissors here. Okay. Depth test is disabled by default, but here you have to manually disable it. Okay. That could be what's screwing me over, actually. Come to think of it. I don't know. Maybe not. Alright, so we're just gonna try to get a triangle on the screen and go from there. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna look at this and try to like try to figure out what I'm, you know. Sometimes I can't speak, like I can't like properly communicate what I'm trying to say, but let's see. Original Mania wasn't full speed on the Switch. Oh, really? They had slowdown. Oh, but in the Encore update, they simplified some of the 3D. Wait, really? Oh, they absolutely could have made it run on the hardware. That's weird to me that they didn't. Wow. Someone showed off Mania running on Twitter from the Wii U itself? Yeah, it's on probably Cloudassy's Wii U port. Is what it sounds like. So it's definitely possible. Well, cool. Man, I don't want to compete with other people. Like, I hate that. You know? I want to just, like, take my time. I don't want to, like, oh, you gotta hurry! Or else all your work is going to be worthless, because everyone's just going to use that one. Man. Alright, so I'm just gonna focus on this, I guess. Hold up. Alright. So, what was I doing? So this is a, this is the buffer data, so we're just going to... This is probably, not advised. Okay. This is so bad. Okay, I'm just gonna do this for the time being. It's just a really simple test. So I want to do like three, I just want to do like a simple triangle. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna look at the, I'll look at this example. This one seems to be like a better example on how to get started. So here's a hello triangle, so I'm gonna get that. So you have, oh, it's based on the OpenGL one. Cool. Okay, so somewhere in here there's going to be like a vertex buffer. Essentially, it's not called that in GL, but I think it is on Dukes too. Here, yeah. So I'm just gonna copy paste that. So I'm just gonna try to get this triangle going and then go from there. What? I mean, when I try to learn Vim. And that's not the right... Alright, so here's the position data. We're going to then just copy that. Yes. I think we just say size of, yeah. Okay. And I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna like take this and I'm gonna modify it and I'm eventually gonna like turn it into a working version. So we're not even gonna do this yet. Oh, this is Mania stuff. It's not GX2 stuff. This is GX2 stuff. So we're going to comment that out. That's Mania stuff. Okay, this is init shaders. We do want to do that. Okay, when we say copy frame buffer, I'm actually going to temporarily just get rid of that. And then when we go to draw to the screen, I'm going to simplify this a lot too. So I'm going to get rid of both of those. Actually, all three of those. Yeah, and then let's see, float 3, I guess, is what I want. Yeah. I'm gonna clear the screen with red still. We don't need that. And we shouldn't need that. And then when we draw, triangles 3, 0, 1. We're gonna replace it with that. I just copy paste that. Okay. And this is always going to be the part that runs in, like this part down here doesn't run in the current thing that I'm doing. So I verified that. So, you know, I know this is really hacky. It's just, you know, trying to get it to work as fast as possible. Did I forget anything? Well, kinda, yeah. Just that we shouldn't need this. So yeah. I don't know if that would matter or not, but I'm not going to take any chances. So all that I'm doing, I've simplified it down a lot. I'm calling this to init the GFX, well, GX2 stuff. I'm creating a vertex buffer still with this for now. I might change that later if, you know, need be. It doesn't look that hard to do it on the GPU like you're doing in the example. I've changed the size to just be a single float, well, several float 3s. It's bigger than it needs to be, but that should be fine. It's a vertex buffer and a CPU read and writable and GPU readable, which is more than I should need, but then I'm locking that vertex buffer that I've just created. I'm sending over this position data and then I'm unlocking it, which should flush it, from what I understand. We'll see. Doing a bunch of Mania stuff. This isn't related to the graphics. It's just needed for Mania to work. And then finally, I am initializing the shaders, which just simply means I'm just loading up all the GFDs. That's like literally all I'm doing. I have one shader attribute in position, which is a float 3, and that's all that I'm actually doing there. So that's it for the initialization. Copy frame buffer is doing nothing. It's just going to return. And for every frame, I say begin render, which does a bunch of stuff internally with GX2, and I'm doing begin render TV, finish render, and then, you know, I'm doing that for the DRC as well. So in between each of those, I'm calling render screen, which does a clear color of red for now, again for testing. It's setting the fetch vertex and pixel shaders, sets the attribute buffer to the vertex buffer that we made earlier at position 0 with offset 0. Stride of float 3, which should be correct. And then it's just, this is always going to be 1 in the test that we're doing. It's going to draw 3 triangles. And that's it. So I'm going to need to edit the vertex shader and stuff for this. I mean, I don't know if I even need to, but we're going to. We're going to make it even simpler. Yeah, that is it. So I don't know what your vertex shader is doing, but I'm assuming it's probably not much more than this. Vec3. Yep. So this should just like work. I don't know where the I don't know if the shade is included on the repo or not, but it looks like it's basically this. So this is the simplest possible shader I can imagine. So we're gonna try this. I may have made a mistake somewhere. I sure did. 59. What's wrong with that? Oh, F32 doesn't have type. Let's just use float, that's fine. I should try managing memory myself and then use that later since I have no idea how it works, so I can't help you with performance problems. Oh, I've had problems with it. Or if you know how to use it, go ahead. Thanks. I mean, I don't know everything about it, but I don't know. I think for my mindset it'll be easier, but we'll see. If I have problems with this super simple solution, then I'll start going into that and I'll try to like, I can try to get away from GX2R and see if that's what the problem is, because maybe I'm doing something wrong there. That works. Sega. Ah yes, Sonic Mania. Cool. So it works. Okay. So let me check my little timer. I'm not really following the timers thing as like I should be, so I don't know if it even really matters. Oh, but it's during the break, so I can read chat. Yo. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I didn't notice when I copy pasted that it had F32 in it, but yeah, I assumed that was a float. I'm very proud of Sonic Mania. How did you know? Yeah, green triangle. Let's go. Now this is really dumb and not necessary at all, but because, you know, but I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to just boot that up on the Wii U, just to make sure it isn't freezing or anything, and then go from there. Because it shouldn't be freezing. It's just a freaking green triangle, right? It should be working great. But I want to make sure that it works. So I'm gonna do that. But I want to read the chat as well. Green triangle Knuckles. Ah, yes. It's my favorite game. I love how you can hear the audio playing in the background. It's like, say, you know, it's doing all that. But it's just not, you know, it's just green triangle. Better safe than sorry? Exactly. So give me one second. Let me mute the mic for one moment here. Sorry, sinuses be like, bleh. Alright, oops, sorry. Alright, so I've got the Wii U up. I'm booting up the homebrew channel. I'm gonna read the chat until, I'm gonna read the chat for a minute or so. Got this little timer. Like a Carnival Night kicked in right as the screen came up. Yeah, I know, the musical timing was excellent. Green triangle coming up right as Carnival Night started was funnier than it should have been. That's awesome. You play Warzone? I've never played Warzone, no. Remember when Green Triangle helped defeat Dr. Eggman in Sonic 2? Yeah, man. Let me boot up FTPAI. Because I'm going to edit some... I didn't forget about SendElf. It's extremely awful. I'm just going to edit some other files on there, too. I can close this now. Yeah, I want to send this over. I think this is, yeah. It's running. Yay. Okay. Wait, it should be. Did it change the IP or something? No, we're good. Let's hit refresh. Ah, yes. Windows Explorer FTP, because I couldn't be bothered to open up, like, a competent FTP client. So we're gonna do this. Alright, mods. So I did copy this over from a blob, and apparently I think I might have also copied over the... Yeah, I copied over the... I'll fix that. I don't need... Those textures are not necessary. I'm gonna copy over the new test shader. That's what I want to try here. Ah, yes. FTP in File Explorer be like... Why? Okay. Yes. I love that Windows freaking... What Windows version is that? Because this is like Windows 7, right? But the other copy that shows up before that, that's definitely like... I think I can do it again just to show you. This dialogue right here. What Windows version is this from? That looks old. Legit question, right? Hey, so you came back to Green Triangle. Nice. Can Green Triangle become a meme? That'd be sick. So, all you missed is I got the GX2 backend, like drawing triangle onto the screen, which I know is like, who cares? But when you do graphics API, that's actually like often the hardest part of getting graphics is just getting a freaking triangle to work. So now that we have that, we can keep going until I can actually figure out what the problem is with why Mania isn't working with me. But let's make sure that this works on the actual Wii U itself. So, should have the capture card running? Yes. Okay. So we hit send file. And we see if this freezes or not. Let me pause this shadow music for a second. I want to hear if it says like Sega or whatnot. I'm gonna turn on my gamepad as well. It might loudly buzz or something. If so, I hope not. So what we want is a red screen with green triangle and it to play the Sega sound and everything. And if it does that, then cool. It's taking a while to load, but that's normal. It's because it's loading up all the freaking. It's because it's loading up the Data.dart SDK, which is huge, off of the SD card, which is slow, and it's logging every time it does an fread or fseek because I needed to fix that, and so I put in a bunch of logs, which are slowing the crap out of it. So it takes forever, but I'll remove those. Yes, Green Triangle, my favorite Sega game. Wait, keep listening. Just keep waiting, because it'll play this. It'll start playing the title screen audio once it gets to the title screen. Oh, it's muted. Sorry. You can hear it now. It was playing on my gamepad the whole time, but it wasn't on the screen. Yes, I love Green Triangle. Okay, so now we can get it to actually draw Mania, maybe. That would be cool. But it works. It works. Cool. So that's all I wanted to see. Let me turn this off. Just for now. Because I'm not going to be using it for a bit. Might as well save some power, right? You could probably make that a ship. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want like Green Triangle Mania to become the meme. Alright. Cool. So let's go from here. So, it was something with the vertices. Isn't that interesting? So let's see. So what triangle data are you using? You're doing -0.5, -0.5. Okay, so what are the coordinates for this? Is it like... It's like GL coordinates. But I forgot how that works because it's been so long. I think one is definitely like the extent, but I forget if it's horizontally, if that's like the right of the screen or the left of the screen. I can't remember. But -1 is the opposite, right? And then 0.5 is like the middle. But you have like -0.5, so I don't remember. But what I'm trying to figure out is the buffer that Mania like normally uses. Like, how do I have to modify that? Because that seems to be the issue, is that the vertices are wrong. here we go. So here are the vertices that Mania is trying to use. So they're doing -1, 1, 1, and what would that be? I mean, I always forget the freaking coordinates. Maybe I should try that and see what happens. It's exactly like a mathematical graph. Okay, negative is left and down. Got it. Let me visualize that for a second. So, it's like because I'm stupid. So negative is left and down. So this point down here is -1, 1. Oh, what a great font. Let's do Comic Sans. Just for good measure. Yeah. Now we're gaming. Okay. So that's -1, 1. And so, okay. Got it. Thanks a lot. That's perfect. That's all I needed. So this would be -1, 1. And then this would be 1, 1. And this would be 1, -1. Yeah. I may have mistyped some of that. But I think I got it. Yeah, that's correct. Cool. This should be. So, when you do, like... Let me pull this over. There's gotta be a better way to do this that doesn't make me have to put my hand over on the mouse every time. Because my wrist, man, I need to, like, be careful with that. Just touching the mouse at all, like, hurts it now. I'm still getting... For anyone who didn't hear my story from before, it's okay, don't worry about it. I'm getting work done to help fix it, but... It's not even carpal tunnel. It's just it's thoracic outlet syndrome. I'd never heard of it until now either. So it's okay, but like anyway, it just hurts when I click on the mouse. So I need to. So I'm trying to like avoid that whenever possible, but sometimes I need to. All right. I need to buy a vertical mouse, but those are expensive. Or crappy, depending on which one you get. But I'll get one someday. Alright, so this is -1, 1, 1. Why are there... Because X, Y, Z. Right. So Z is always 1, so that shouldn't matter. I don't think, anyway. What are you doing for Z? In those example coordinates. You're doing 0. Okay. So -1, 1. So that's like here. So top left, and then -1, -1. Bottom left, and then 1, -1. So it's like this, right? I'm not drawing that well, but that's what it's doing. All right, and then the other one's just the reverse of that, I assume. All right, so. Let's try that. Let's make sure that works. Gotta click it again. Because I can't remember the numbers, so I'm just... If I can, then I can just type it. Anyway. Let's actually yank this so that I can, Now I'll have to keep switching tabs. Okay. Alright, so -1, 1. And that's the depth. So I'm going to leave that for now, and then I'm going to try 1 later to see if a Z depth of 1 is causing the problem. Because I don't know how it's clipping it. I don't think I disabled depth testing, so actually I don't know. Maybe that is the problem. But what am I doing wrong here? All right. So they're doing -1, 1, and then 1. -1. I know this is like a terrible way of doing this. I'm just trying to I'm being really slow to be really careful to make sure that I'm doing this one step at a time until we eventually get everything back on the screen. That's the plan. So, okay. These are the first 3 vertices that Sonic Mania is using, drawing onto the screen with. So I'm going to try, oopsie. I'm going to try, that first. And then I'm going to try with 1 for the Z depth, and if that still works, then I'll keep going. until we get everything working again. Because at some point along the way, we're going to find out what the problem is. Seems like this will make you appreciate the effort that goes into homebrew ports of games like this. Now, that's what I'd say if my appreciation hadn't already been taken up by Green Triangle. Ah, yes. Hey! Oh boy, yin and yang. Everyone has two triangles inside of them. So this is actually a really cool visual to show you how it works. So you remember how I said that 2D games work using two triangles? This is what they do. So the green triangle and the red triangle are the two triangles. See? And so what they do is they just draw a texture on these two triangles. And so what you end up with... let me just screenshot the whole window. Like, let's just grab a Sonic Mania image from Google Images to show you what I'm talking about. So they have these two triangles, the green and the red ones, and they just, it's like a 3D model, right? You put them together and they make a plane. So they're just literally drawing this texture onto this model. You see? And so that's how they get 2D images on the screen. I'm not even joking, that's how games do that. I just wanted to point that out because when I first learned that years ago, that kind of blew my mind. It's just everything is two triangles. But you don't even notice. I can be your red triangle or your green triangle. Oh man. That's funny. But yeah, you can do everything with triangles, so GPUs operate with them. Right? Because if you want to do like, you know, like a model, you can just be like, you know, like triangle, and you can be like, I don't know. Let me show you an actual example. Man, this is actually already hurting my wrist. Hang on. Circle made of triangles. Let me show you an actual example. Yeah, here we go, like the fan circle. Right? Like if you want to make a circle, it's just a bunch of triangles. Right? And if you want to make a 3D model, it's just a bunch of triangles. Right? And so basically we found out that everything can be drawn with triangles. So GPUs operate usually with triangles. You can also do like quads and stuff on a lot of GPUs. But usually that's slower. Not always. Sometimes it's totally... For this, it would be fine, I'm sure, because it's just one quad. Who cares? You can do several quads without lagging, you know? But a lot of times games will just think in terms of triangles because that's how the GPU likes to operate as well. Typically. So if you're wondering why do they do it with two triangles instead of just one quad, that's why. But you can also usually do a quad if you want. You can just say, yeah, just draw a rectangle. It's the size of the screen. And it'll go, okay. It's also possible on Wii U with GX2 it was removed from Modern OpenGL. Wait, I didn't know it was removed from GL. Oh, shows how much I know about GL. Huh. That's very surprising to me, actually, because, like, holy frick. That seems like a fairly big feature to remove from, like, a high-level graphics API. I mean, obviously, like, you want people to use triangles usually, because that's usually the better way of doing it, but it seems kind of weird. That's why Saturn's better, it only uses quads. Let's go. Saturn gang, rise up. This is truly a green triangle. Adventure 2. I've learned more about triangles in these past 10 minutes than the entirety of my geometry class. Hey, that's it, there you go. We learned through Sonic Mania Homebrew. That's how we learn here. Okay, so that works. So we know that works. So we know that that isn't the problem then. So let's try another thing now. Let's see, what do we do next? I think we're gonna try this. So we're going to, this is code copy-pasted again from the DX11 backend. Actually, DX11 uses different coordinates, I think? Maybe not, I don't remember. I know it uses like left hand or something, but I don't think that applies in this case. So what I'm gonna do is first of all. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Okay, so I'm gonna do a weird little hack. Well, no. Okay. Tell you what. Let's do this. Copy the whole thing over. And let's also do one other thing. I want to edit the stride. So the element size is here. So I'm actually going to change that back to how it's supposed to be. Just this. Is there anywhere else I have to edit the stride, or is it just there? I forget. I think... Frick. I don't think I have to edit it in the attribute. No, what is it? This. Because there's a size here, that's like the stride of the element. But I don't think... I think it'll take into account the, yeah, I think that'll work, but we'll see. So if it doesn't, then we'll go from there. So I'm trying to see if the actual vertex buffer from Mania will work or not, and then if it doesn't, we'll figure out why. GX2 is left-handed too. Ah. Unlike GL, the origin's at the top left, just like DirectX. Oh wow, okay, so it's like a... Okay, so it's not really even like fully GL, it's a kind of a combination. Hey, that broke it. Green triangle has left the building. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure that out. So it could be a few things. One of the things is that this math that I copy-pasted from the DX11 backend that I didn't even like really look at is just screwing up the coordinates. So I'm gonna need to figure that out to see if that's happening or not. The second thing that it could be is that the stride thing that I'm doing there is not correct. So it could be either of those two things. So we're gonna do some tests to try to figure that out. I'm gonna say triangle bros. We're gonna just do some printfs here. And what I'm gonna do, this is gonna be terrible, like really terrible. But we're just gonna see if this Okay, we're gonna do this. So here we go. Let's see, what do I want to do? I want to have a float pointer to... What's the type of this? I already forgot. Me when Visual Studio doesn't work. Well, VS Code. Sorry, I have to be... I'm going to criticize, I have to be, you know, proper about it. Oh, it's already in... It's in this type. Oh, so I don't even need to... cool. Position? Yeah. .x. Alright, this is awful, but it's just for testing. Okay, and then we're gonna do that a few times, so... Alright. Let's see, and then we're gonna go, sorry. Yeah, and then... Alright. No, wait, I'm an idiot. What am I doing? Hang on. Oh, I'm really an idiot. Sorry. Okay. Just bear with me here. Rod embarrasses himself with this terrible programming live on stream. Yeah, sometimes it'd be this way. Okay. Unless I made a typo, that should be correct. So I just want to see if I want to see what the data is that it's sending over. I don't think it'll work without setting the stride. I'm pretty sure I did set it, but maybe I need to set it down there too. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. That's 100% the problem. That may have been the only problem with my code originally. Okay, that's terrible. So it's infinity and freaking negative infinity. Yeah, that's not correct. Okay, so that's the issue. Wait, is F the I forgot printf. Is F the correct specifier for that? Let's make sure of that before I assume that it actually is. I think it is, but let me just make sure. I cannot tell you how many times in my life, no matter how much C++ and C that I do, I can remember almost like all of this freaking stupid language, but I can't remember the printf specifiers. I just never can. Yeah, it looks like %f is correct. Hang on a second. Depending on the value and the precision. Let's like search for double and then I don't know, maybe I need to cast a double or something, but I think that that's... It is. Okay, it's correct. So that's literally the data then. Cool! So that's bad. So what's going on here? So maybe one of these numbers is incorrect, and so it's dividing and it's getting something bad? I don't know. What is view size? Like, where is this coming from? It's coming from here. What? No, that's not right. Oh, 0. Oh, it's dividing by 0. Oh. That's the problem. Well, probably. There might be another problem too, but that's definitely at least one of the problems. Okay, so where are they setting that in this code that just magically works somehow? So this part, okay, so they're saying they're setting it to the window width and the display height, and then they're making the swap chain, and then eventually they're gonna call that function that initializes the buffer, I guess. I don't know, but whatever, but they're but it's here. So am I not copying this part? I would think I would have done that, but I guess I didn't. Okay, so I guess not. Neat. So that seems to be the problem. Okay, let's find the first. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so before that, there's gotta be a faster way to do that. Okay. Oh, my internet's lagging. Sorry, everyone. Hopefully that stops soon. That's terrible. Okay, cool. Yeah, don't do that on a banger song. Come on, man. Okay, DX adapter. I'm just guessing what tab it's in. Okay. You gotta type, like, the number of the tab. And I don't know the number. Okay. How did SDL1 do it? Well, it starts by setting it to 0. Oh, and then it does this. Okay, so we already know... Well, maybe we don't. I don't actually know if it's windowed or not. But I know I'm going to set it to windowed, right? Oh, I set it false. Well, for the time being, what's this? Yeah, I'm gonna set it to this. Oh. My gosh. Slow typer sometimes. I don't know why. And then, what the frick is... Yeah, again, I just, for now... Are these floats? Yeah, they're floats. Oh, so maybe I shouldn't... No, wait. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Alright, that should actually already make that work, but let's find out. It's correct. Cool. Did you say view size? Apparently not. And so we're dividing by 0. So that's the freaking problem. Okay, one of the problems. Apparently. Okay, alright, that's better. That's better. Are you sure video settings is also set? Why not replace the entire FLs for now? Yeah, that probably would have made more sense. I don't know. Sometimes I just... What good of a programmer are you if you don't copy-paste unnecessarily? Kidding, of course. Okay, so... Yeah, for now it's probably... Let's just do that. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna do this. I don't know what that X and Y is for. Do they use that later? Of course, it's gonna find every single... That's not what I want, but I'm looking down here. Do they use the X? Well, I guess we'll find out by compiling, right? Will we get an error? Okay, so what I want to do is, just because I don't know if this is used somewhere else, I just want to set it manually for now. Like 30-something, they are using them. Well, they built, so I've... Okay. So it could also be the depth is wrong. Yeah, okay, this looks how I want it to. So this is what it, just copying straight from the buffer now without like dividing. Oh wait, though, yeah, no, that should be fine. Okay, -1, 1, 1, -1, -1, 1, -1. Yeah, so it could be the stride. It could also be the depth. I don't know, right? But okay, vert buffer. Did I mem copy? Yeah, I did. Okay, so let's make sure it's not the depth. That would be stupid. But who knows? Because this is what you did in yours. I don't think it should matter. But sometimes I've had issues because of this crap. Ah! What the frick? I don't think... Sometimes I swear, Vim for VS Code I think is just bugged. Like, I know there's like a lot of cryptic commands and stuff, but I don't think... I've had it just do weird things sometimes. That I haven't noticed with like actual Vim. Okay, that doesn't seem to be the problem. Let's make sure that that was... Yeah, that's not the problem. So, it might be the stride. So, here's the two areas that I know of that the stride is used, essentially. Well, I'm calling it stride, but... So, there's this area here where you say element size, where you say how big each element is inside the vertex buffer. Right? And then there is also... here, where I set the vertex buffer as an attribute, like, into the shader. And I say that the size of each element here is the size of float 3. So I would think that the way it would work is... Here, I'll go to the init shader. Well, all this does is it just calls load shader on a bunch of file names, which most of which are not used yet. And then load shader is where the actual magic happens, and this just basically loads up the file. Doesn't do anything fancy there. The only part that's like related to the graphics is here. So it loads GFT shader group, it inits shader attributes, and it does fetch shader. So this line of code right here is probably the one that you'd want to look at, I guess. I think this, I forget, this number is the attribute of the shader. This, and then the next one I think is the Actually, that might be the offset. So actually, I think I was setting that incorrectly before. I don't remember what that is. I'll look at, what again? Hang on. Init shader attribute. That is not in this file. Okay. Oh, hang on. It's in gfxshader.c. Here we go. Okay, it's a group, name, buffer, offset, and then format. So, buffer, which is actually just a number, so that's like what, it's like, this is the first attribute in the shader, so you set it to 0, right? It's like the attribute index. And then offset, yeah, so I wasn't doing that correctly before apparently, but this part should be fine. It's the offset into the, I guess, what, vertex buffer? Where this element is stored at. I think. I'm actually not entirely clear on why you need to set that there, and then you need to set it again down here. Right? But I might be just misunderstanding something there. But the offset should be 0 in both cases here. Yeah, the attribute shader, second is buffer index. Gotcha. Thanks, I appreciate it. I can make it improve. Oh! How do I do that? Let me try to figure that out. YouTube, I don't even freaking know. Let's see. Yeah, what's up? Do you know how to do that? Like, what setting do I go to like find that? YouTube keeps changing their fucking UI. Okay, this is not what I'm looking for. Is it the studio? Maybe. Could be. I swapped them, I think. Oh, thanks. You're good. I don't think that's the problem, because I think they should both be 0. In this case, anyway. But I'm not sure. It could be, like, the size here could be related. As well. But I would think the way that would work is... so up here when you make the vertex buffer, you tell it the size of the elements, and then you tell it how many elements there are. And so because you tell it the element size right here, which in this case is a render vertex struct, right? I would think that it would figure that out. So like when you say, you know, size of vector 3 basically, and you say there's, you know, this many of them, I would think it would be like, oh, okay, right? So you have vector 3 here, and then the next vector 3 is at plus size of render vertex, right? And then repeat. I would assume that that's what I'm telling it, but apparently not. So what I could do to verify that it is in fact the stride is I could just manually memcopy only the positions and then set the stride to be vector 3 instead of this. Right? But I don't know. I guess we can try that. Why not, right? Yeah. Like that. And then we need to increase... Those will be interesting. Oops. Screw me. Sorry. Okay. Yes. I'm just so bad at it's laughable. Ah! What have I done? I'm still getting the hang of this. Okay. think that's right. I forget if the, oh, and then this name is not correct. All right. Yeah. Terrible. Stuck on it. It's even more terrible than I realized. What the frick? Alright. Okay. So then I changed the stride back to this. I think it's already correct. Thanks. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So I'm confused as to why. Because it was working until I passed in this vertex data. Oh, okay, that works. That freaking works. Cool. So it's definitely the stride. It's not the vertices. It's 100% the stride. That's causing this problem right now. So let me get rid of that so I can make sure that the depth doesn't cause any problems as well. It shouldn't. I don't think it does, but I just want to rule that out so I never have to think about it again. Because that helps me mentally. Community and settings on the bottom left of studio. Oh, that was... Oh! That was causing a problem. The Z depth has to be 0. Very interesting. So I'm assuming if I disabled the depth testing, then it wouldn't matter. Right? You said I'm setting it twice? Okay, yeah, so... I'm saying stride. I don't know if that's the correct term for this, because I think stride is definitely the correct term for the second place where I'm setting it. But this first place, it's element size, technically, but... that is really skipping bad. Let me pause it for 1 second, because that might help it buffer. Okay. Cool. Thanks, Wasif. I'll check that in 1 second. So here's the first area. So the first one's right here. I don't know how well you can see it on the string. Let me know if you need, like, you know, because the bitrate might be bad or something. When I create the vertex buffer, I'm passing in an element size. And what I was doing was I was saying size of render vertex, which is that struct that has the position, color, and texture coordinates in it, right? But that didn't seem to be working. So what I've done now is I've changed it to say the element size is actually just a vector 3, right? So there's a bunch of vector 3s one after another. And then when I'm copying into the buffer, I'm just copying all of the vector 3s one after another sequentially. And so then the second place that I set it is here. I say set attribute buffer. I'm saying that here's that vertex buffer that I made earlier and filled with vertices, right? Here's the attribute that I want to set in the shader, which is 0. Here's the size of this thing that attribute's going to access within that buffer. So I'm trying, so the shader is trying to read a vec3. So I'm saying this is a vec3 worth of data. And then finally, here's the offset within that buffer to where that is, which is just 0. It's at the beginning, right? So that's what I'm setting. So this is the second place where I'm setting a size. Now the way I would think it would work is if you have 3 things in one buffer, you would do what I did down here, where you call this 3 times with the same vertex buffer, but with different indices for the attributes in the shader. So you're saying attribute 1 in the shader, you know, well, I guess 0, whatever, right? And then attribute 1, attribute 2, they're all going to access the same buffer, but they're going to read different parts from the buffer. That's what I would assume would work. Maybe it doesn't work like that. And then you're saying, so here are the size and offsets within that buffer to those elements, right? So for the position, you're gonna read a float 3, so it's size of it's a float 3, right? The offset is this, which is 0, right? And then for color, it's gonna be this. You know, texture's gonna be this. I would assume that that would work, but it seems like if I set this to size of float 3, but I don't also make this entire struct just one float 3 and copy as such, that it breaks. Secondly, this being the Z depth being 1 is making it break. I'm correct about using size of render verdicts? Okay, cool. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, it might be. Maybe I should really move away from GX2R. Will this port be compatible with Wiimote and Wii Pro Controller? And will the lag in the intro and 3D switch be fixed? Hey, not silly at all. So, for now, it supports the Wii U gamepad. When I release it, by release date, I wanted to also support the Wii Remote and the Wii U Pro Controller. Now, I do have a Pro Controller for the Wii U, but it's horribly... I don't know what happened to it, because I didn't treat it badly, but somehow it got screwed up, and it's like drifting so bad. You know, it's completely unusable in any game, or even just on a menu or anything. It's like really, you know, so I can't really test with that, but I mean, I kinda can. I can technically test that it does in fact connect and then, you know, drifts like mad, right? I can test that. But for proper tests of the Pro Controller, someone will probably have to like playtest that, who has a Pro Controller and a modded Wii U. So, you know, but I can test the Wiimote. I have plenty of Wiimotes. And I can also test Wiimote and a nunchuck. It'd be cool to support that. I don't know. Why? It's not a why, it's a why not, right? But I want to support those by the time I release this. I have currently icons made by Blob that are wonderful for the gamepad and for a Wiimote sideways. I don't have icons for anything else, but I mean, that's probably fine, right? It's just like a nice little bonus thing to have the custom, you know, images for it. But well, thanks, Blob. Sure, if you want. If not, then don't worry about it. You've already done a lot. Sure though, let me find them. Here we go. I have a copy of it here. So it should be exactly the same as what you sent me, except I just copied it over. I don't know if it edited the colors or whatever. It's something really particular about the GIF format itself. So if you like edit it with Paint.net or whatever, which is what I would assume would just work fine, apparently it'll screw up the palette information. So don't worry about that. Just, I guess, try to use, you know, like the same colors that are already in this image as much as you can. And I'll fix the palette thing manually like I did before. Because it's kind of a pain, but it's not a big deal. It's just hard to explain. It took me a while to figure out how to do it. You need like a different tool for it. But yeah, but just don't worry about it. It's fine. But so if you want, I can just send this. I mean, I can send this to you, but it's basically the same thing that you sent me. It's just that the palette's modified, but I'll fix that anyway. But here. But seriously, thanks. Oh, and also sent me the image for how like the gamepad screen could look, and also told me how to add someone. Oh, you're good. It wasn't. Oh, so Bob, it wasn't your fault. It wasn't. You didn't do anything wrong. It's literally just the when you save the GIF, you gotta use like a special tool to preserve the information. If you just save it with like Paint.net or whatever, then it like screws it up. But it's not your fault. I didn't know that. Why would anyone expect, like, it's a GIF file, right? You would think it would just work. You know what I mean? But don't worry about it. I just you know, send over whatever you can, and I'll fix the palette manually. It's not that hard. It'll take me like a minute. Oh, cool. Yeah. I think that should. I think that tool should actually. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was my fault. I don't know. Maybe I saved it incorrectly or something when you gave it to me. I don't know what happened, but just seriously, don't even think about it. It's really fine. I can fix it up in like a minute if it's broken. I don't know why it asks you to specify both the element size and count instead of taking the total byte size, which would have the same end effect. Yeah, I don't understand. Maybe I should move away from jigs 2R there. Hey, sure thing. Oh, also, sorry, I didn't answer your other question. You asked about the controllers. I answered that. So yeah, so I want to support all those controllers. That'll be a little tough, but I want to do that. It shouldn't be too bad. What I also want to do is I want to fix the lag in the intro and the 3D special stages. I don't know about the intro. Here's the thing. It's using Theora, which is like a, I don't know how to explain it. It's like a video compression, like encoding, I guess, scheme. I don't know what the proper terminology is, but it uses that. So I do have that like running now. Well, I'm just basically borrowing what Kamasy's doing, right? And it does work, but they lag. They lag really badly. So, in order to... I'm sorry, this song is kind of hurting my ears a bit. I'm going to skip that. Sorry to anybody who likes this song. I didn't mean to skip it. I just, you know. Anyway, my stride in... Oh, gotcha. It's wrong. Oh, I need to fix that. Okay. So it needs to be the size... So is it really just the size of the render vertex again? That's weird. Okay, thanks. Maybe that's what my problem is. I'll fix that then. Thanks. But yeah, okay. So sorry. So the intro, I don't know how to speed that up because the problem is that Theora, its decoder is like doing something that I guess is slowing the Wii U down, right? So that's not going to be easy to fix at all. I don't think. I mean, maybe there's some magical thing that I'm missing that's actually like really easy, but I get the feeling it's going to be tough because I need to like go into that and I need to figure out how to somehow make that faster, and that's going to be a huge pain, I think. So I don't know what to do about that. I want to fix that, definitely. I want to make the cutscenes not lag, but I don't know what to do about that just yet. I'm going to have to just optimize Theora, I guess, right? We'll see. I don't know if I don't think the release the initial release of this on September 1st. I don't know if that one's gonna have like optimized cutscenes, right? It depends on if it just depends. But I don't maybe expect that yet. But I do want to get to that someday, in like an update or something. But the special stages will be fixed. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm re-implementing the entire way that the game's being drawn to try to speed that up. So hopefully it'll work. Okay, so this is Wussif's like idea for what the gamepad screen could look like, I believe, while the TV is showing the game. Because I mentioned in the previous stream that I'd like to have an option maybe someday to put something, put the game on the TV and put something else on the gamepad, right? Because the initial release of this, I think, is definitely just going to be mirrored. It's going to be like gamepad and TV have the same contents on them, and I'd like to also make it so there's a little option to toggle on or off, like just gamepad or just TV, right? I'd like to do that in the initial release, but I don't plan on doing this in the initial, but maybe at some point, right? So here's the idea. So you have like a speed meter, you have, it looks like number of checkpoints that you've reached. That's a neat idea. You have like a Mania logo. You have look. I'm not sure. Oh, can you like move around the camera on the top on the TV with that? That's a neat idea. And you have like the icon that tells you current play. Oh, and time, and lives and such. So that's cool. That's a cool idea. I'm gonna I don't know what to put on the gamepad screen, right? But these are some neat ideas there. The idea of like showing your progress as a series of checkpoints is cool. We'll have to see. I don't know, and I need to look into Mania more to figure out like how to even do this in the first place, right? But yeah, but I appreciate the concept. Thanks, Wilson. That's cool. Like, give me some ideas. Does Sonic City use Theora for its FMVs? Good question. Any content support would be informative. I'll have to look into that. At some point. I'm pretty sure it does use Theora. Actually, I don't know. We'll have to find out. But yeah, that's a great piece of advice. I'll definitely look into that. Because that'll probably... He probably already figured out, like, a solution to that. Okay, so... we're gonna try to fix that. What was the... Vert buffer, yeah. Okay, so we're going to change the... Let me stop this. Hang on, 1 second. I have this fingerprint reader on my phone, which I'm grateful to have. Because I much prefer that to, like, scanning your face and all that crap. But my gosh, sometimes this sensor just does not work. It drives me crazy. It's like you keep tapping it with different fingers, and it's like, nope, that's not you, and it's like, yes it is, unlock. Because there's like some tiny amount of like oil or something that like naturally is on your fingers. That's why I can't read it. Or you put it at a slightly wrong angle or something stupid. But I'll still take it over no fingerprint sensor for sure. Okay, so we got render verdicts. We're going to copy that in, and then we copy that over here. I'm also manually setting all of these to be 0. Okay. What a mess this code currently is. Alright, and then we're going to... So I think what you're saying is that this, for some reason, needs to be this? Which is really odd to me, actually, not gonna lie. Also, sorry, how did you told me how to... Let me check that again. Community settings on the bottom left of Studio. Thank you. Okay, let's try to find this nonsense. I mean, YouTube really does, like, make it impossible to find things now. Okay, so you mean go to settings on the bottom left in the corner where you wouldn't see it, and then go to community, and then here it is. Okay, oh my gosh. There's also a list of every user you've ever banned, which is like huge, and it's mostly spam bots. There's a list of blocked words that I thought I got rid of. But if it blocks it, it gives me the option to show it or not. Okay, approved users. So these people will not be filtered from blocked links. Okay. So how do I add... There. Okay. Hey. Okay, so you shouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Hopefully. Thanks, Wasif, for the tip. I appreciate it. Split screen multiplayer on the TV gamepad would be cool, but a big change. Yeah, I thought about that as well. I don't know what I'm gonna do with multiplayer on the first. It depends how much I can get done by then, right? Yeah, but I would love eventually to do that. We finally have a two-player Sonic that doesn't. Yeah, I know, right? Like that'd be awesome. Strat is supposed to be set here before the draw call. But GX2R is asking for it when creating... Oh! Weird. Well, wait. Okay, I think I get it. So that confused me. Yeah, GX2R... I see what you're saying about it, yeah. The way that it's wrapping itself over GX2 makes it a little complicated, actually. It's probably easier to just do it without this. So I'll have to like switch to that more as I go on. But okay, so got it. So part of the thing that was confusing me too was I didn't know if you could set a different... Okay, yeah, sorry. I don't know how to explain what I was thinking. Okay, so the offset here I was setting incorrectly, I think, but that's really bizarre that you need to have an offset here. And then also here. I'm not sure if those are different offsets. I'm not sure which one I need to set it in. But anyway, at least for this should be working fine. And I think you can set, like, when you set the attribute format here, it should automatically, like, convert if it doesn't match exactly, right? If it can. So, like, here I'm saying the color is in well, it's 4 bytes that make up the 32-bit uint, right? But it's 4 separate bytes, from what I understand. It's not actually a complete uint, so it's actually like 4 bytes, right? So I passed in that as the attribute format, and then in the shader, I disabled it now, but earlier it was it's actually like a float 4. So as I understand it, it should actually convert where it goes, oh, and like divide by 255, and then like make it a float, and pass it to the shader. For me, I think that's usually how graphics APIs do it, but I don't know. I'm just assuming. The rest of these formats just match. So like this says it's a vector 3, this is a vector 2, and that matches the data and what's in the shader. So it shouldn't have to do any conversion or anything. It should just work. But this one doesn't match. I guess the thing is, I assume it must convert, because if it doesn't, then what would be the point of even setting the format here, right? Because couldn't it just figure out the format from looking at the shader? Right? I would think anyway, but who knows? So I assume that this lets you do some sort of conversion. It won't convert unless you use the correct format. You can't believe what didn't document it? Gotcha. You misunderstood what index means in the function. Which one? Sorry, the... like this one? Or the other one, here. I don't even like Calyx, but I absolutely agree what you're talking about. Oh, no, because Calyx and Rocket has the best multiplayer of the classics. Yeah, I'm really not a Calyx fan, but I would have to agree. It also has great special stages. It won't convert unless you use the correct format. Both. Sorry, both of them. Oh. What does index mean? I thought index meant which of these to use. So like if you have, you know, like this, then the index for this would be 0 and the index for this would be 1. But I guess, thinking out loud, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense, because we're already giving it the name, right? Yeah, we're already giving it the attribute name. So, yeah, I see what you're saying. So index is something else. Yeah, it figures it for you. It's called location. Got it. So what does index here mean? Is it just like... yeah, that makes sense. It's using the name to figure that out. So index is something else. I don't know what that does. Oh, in both functions it's the same thing? Hardware has 16 slots for... oh! It's like... okay, Vulkan does this too. Oh. So the shaders don't care about this, right? Or... bind up to 16 per draw call. Okay. So I'm trying to bind one vertex buffer, but as 3 different attributes. So can I just use the same slot? So what I want to do is this, right? Where I just use the same slot for all 3. I assume. And same here. Oh, yeah, that's the... got it. Well, wait, I think I do. Okay, yeah, so what's happening is... here... no, wait, where is it at? You're setting the buffer to... oh, this is the buffer! Oh, you only have to call this once. So you do 3 of these... and then you do 1 of these. Is that correct? Sorry. I know I'm asking a lot. And there's a lag on the stream, so it's probably pretty frustrating. Okay, can use one vertex buffer for multiple attributes. Yes. That's why the function asks for the index. So it knows which vertex buffer it should fetch the attribute from. So it's saying here, I have 3 attributes. Each of them should fetch from vertex buffer 0. And then here, you're saying, this is the buffer to use for vertex buffer 0. So the size needs to be... This is the stride. So this is the stride for the whole buffer. And then this is the offset into the whole buffer. Is that correct? So I don't even need this comment code down here. This is going to be good for all 3 attributes. Okay, cool. That makes a lot of sense. Gotcha. Okay, I didn't get it, but now I do. Thanks very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, that's why it says buffer at the end as well. Got it. Cool. So, where the frick? Yeah, I lost it, but here we go. I don't even remember what I was testing anymore, but let's see what it does. Hey, all right. So we got that, and oh yeah, right. What I was testing was the stride. So we're using this buffer now, and we have that. Cool, cool. So we don't need we shouldn't need that anymore. Okay. And I need to figure out that depth issue, but before I do that, I want to actually go a little bit. Well, what do I want to do here? Time to see why you must set Z to 0. Yeah, that's bizarre. Okay, but we're done with worrying about that first problem, so that's cool, at least for now. It should work just fine from -1 to 1, though. Yeah, I don't understand that. I assume from past like graphics API nonsense I've dealt with that the issue is something about depth sorting or whatever. So I'm gonna look into that, but first let me make sure one more time that literally this is the only thing that causes it to break, right? I just removed a comment of mine, and I've removed that part that sets the Z to 0, and it breaks, yes. Okay, so we want that to not break. So I saw you had in your examples, one of them, you disabled the depth testing. What was it here? I forgot where it was. Yes. So I wonder, I know you're saying it probably shouldn't be needed. Also viewport, maybe that has something to do. Maybe the default viewport? Try render doc. I've tried that in a bit, but honestly I think it's one of these two things, so I think I'm gonna try that first. So, actually I don't know what the width and height is off the top of my head. Well, it should just be the screen size, right? I don't think because I know I was creating them with other, yeah, I commented that out for now, that's right, sorry. I forgot that I did that. Oh. What header is that in? Jigs 2 stuff is like separated into all these different headers. I'm looking for it, sorry. It's probably called viewport or something. State, maybe? It's not there. I mean, it's gotta be one of the ones that you included at the top there. It could be display or not display. I'll figure it out, sorry. Context, maybe? No. I'm just gonna search for it. Registers. That makes sense. Alright, I get why it's there. That makes sense. Because we're setting a register. Yep, nope. IntelliSense be like. My gosh, I'm so bad. Alright. Build. Oh geez, no, that's fine. These are normal Sonic Mania warnings that I didn't add any of this stuff in. This is just stuff that's from the original decompilation that just gives you a warning every time you build. I can fix it in, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, I was searching. I found it. It just took me a second. My experience with the GitHub search is that it's like terrible. So I tend to look at that like it's kind of a last resort. Okay, that did not fix the problem. I forgot, it's one, right? Yes, so okay, so it's not that the viewport is incorrect, or at least it shouldn't be. So it could also be the depth. I'll try that. It could be that. Like, that actually makes sense to me, that it would be that. I don't know. I think that's... Man, alright. If that doesn't build, I won't be surprised. Oh, I did. Okay, cool. Let's see. Well, that worked. I guess the viewport's different. That must be why the triangle's in a different spot on the screen. That's really freaking weird, though, but yeah, alright, so it's the depth that's the issue. So if I, like, comment this out for now... no, it's not gonna... Alright. Then that should now work fine with the depth. Yeah, apparently it's a depth testing, so cool. I had a hunch, right? That stuff has been in me so many times in the past. Cool. Where we're going, we don't need depth testing. Yeah, it's probably 1080. Yeah, that's what I assumed from the fact that it was screwed up like that. I remember I read some. I don't remember where I read this at, but somewhere I read that it's like good to target 720 for GX2, but I don't remember why that was. So I don't know if that's actually true. I think it's probably better to do what you, far better to do what you're doing here, which is just, I don't know, where is it? Actually here. Where you just actually check the resolution and then do that. And actually that's probably what is doing internally. So that's probably why it's 1080. So I'll like do that in the final, but I'm just trying to get something going first, and then I'll like make it good later, you know? Because I've found a lot of times that what I like to do is make it good at the beginning, and then I never get anything done. Right? So, okay, but that works. Cool. So I'm gonna... What am I gonna do? So I want to bring back this code up here at some point, but for now this works. So I'm gonna just leave that. Let's see, what's the next step? Oh, that's the problem. It sets it automatically and doesn't give you an easy way to check it. Yeah, that is a problem. That seems like a silly thing with the API. A little bit. Another silly thing I noticed, not a big deal, but with the VHB is oh, I can't remember now. It was something with the file system that bothered me a little bit. It has something that it creates statically in the implementation that would be super useful if you could access that from your own code, but it doesn't give you any way of accessing it. And it's like, it bit me a lot when I was trying to test. Leather chairs be like. Sorry. Let's see. So what was I doing? I was going to, yeah, okay, so I was gonna make the color work. So let's go to here. Alright. This is exactly the same. Yeah, I didn't end up changing that, but this I did change, so I forgot already. That's like the vertex buffer index, and then this is... Let me look it up again. I have it on my second monitor, let me just find it. Offset. So I assume it means offset into the buffer. That makes... Yeah, that's what it means. Okay, so... offset of... What is it? Render vertex, I think was the name of that struct. And then I think color was the name of this. Color and text, okay. And then for completeness, let's also change this, even though it'll just be 0 anyway. Alright. So, yeah, that should work. I want to make that line smaller. I don't know if it matters. Yeah, it does. It's freaking long. But that works. At least it should. We'll find out. So then we don't need this. I don't think anyway. Yeah, no, yeah, we don't need that. This is the buffer. Cool. And okay, so what we're gonna do now is go back to the vertex shader and try to bring back incrementally. Let's just bring back this. Okay, so bring back the attributes and then set them for use in the fragment shader. And then in the fragment shader, no, wrong thing. Yeah, let's look at the GL one. So they have XUV and X color. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab these and then put that back here. So what do you do? Like E? Yeah, E would be the right. Okay, cool. Just trying to remember that for the future. I think varying is what I want for this. So I'm not actually going to use them yet. I just want to, yeah, just want to see if that works at all. It should. This absolutely should work. But I just want to make sure of that first. Again, we're going one step at a time here. No need to rush that. Alright, and let me like type this in so that next time I can just jump to it really fast. Mods, shaders, data. Stuck on it. I forgot about one path. No, I forgot about two. Whatever. Well, I guess I can't do it really fast, can I? Ah. Alright. Cool, it still works. I love green triangle, he's my favorite. I suggest to try it Rio, as it makes the stuff not exactly easier but clearer. I don't want to trouble you with setting it up, especially since you already have something working. No, but seriously, thanks, I appreciate it. I'll like look into that at some point for sure, because this is, that sounds really cool. 720 makes a lot of sense for Mania anyway because it runs at 240, really? 1080 doesn't divide clearly over 240. RetroArch on Wii U has an option to run at 960p internally without putting 1080. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like, I know people care a lot about, like, linear scaling, which makes perfect sense to me. I totally get why they care about it. And then I'm over here, like, I'm a freaking idiot because I know what it is and I get why people care about it, but for some reason I can't, like, I don't usually notice unless it's like I can see side by side like what it looks like with an on and off. So I'm looking at the screen going, is this linear? I don't forget because it looks fine to me, but I don't. But people will care about that, right? So I'd like to get that right. Green Triangle got me acting up. You stop right there, Seals. Actually, go on. It's fine. I don't freaking... Alright, so we are now sending it over to the GPU. GPU seems to be content with that. Alright, so what I want to do next is, I guess a texture, right? I guess I want to get a texture to work. Well, no, wait, maybe color. Do they actually... I don't even know where they set that. I guess they never do. Bunk over green triangle. I would like to see someone genuinely try to make, to do something with green triangle. How could you possibly do any, like, that's why I'm saying, I'm like just so morbidly curious. I'm so Morbius, sorry. How could you do anything with green triangle? Because I know someone will find a way, right? But like, how? That's what I'm saying. I guess you don't have to do anything, it's already naturally perfect. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna actually try. So texture is something that's read by the shader, my understanding, which is exactly what I want here. So I'm gonna try next to just give a texture to the shader and a sampler. And I want to see if I can get output. So I guess quite a leap, but maybe not. We'll see. Because I know now that it's not. Yeah. So. Oh, actually, wait. What would have been? What I should do first is this. Okay. Let me. I don't think I should have broken the green triangle yet, or the build. So let's make sure of that. I should make it actually 1920 by 1080. I don't know where the game actually reads that number. I don't know if it does. Yeah, that still works cool. But I will at some, yeah, I will update that at some point. Okay, so what I want to do next is first of all, I want to make sure that the 6 triangles work. They should. They absolutely should. So so ladies and gentlemen, green triangle is about to, hopefully anyway, level up and evolve into green screen. Yes! Because we now have 2 triangles that are the same color, and they're covering the entire screen. So we got green screen from now on. Green triangle has grown up so fast. It's really impressive. Okay, so we're gonna set that. I just want to make sure it doesn't like crash or anything first. And then I'm gonna copy over this shader. And it should start drawing onto that triangle with the set texture. But that's quite a leap, so we'll see if that works. Probably not. Okay, cool, that still works. So now, where did I freaking... Is this it? No, I made a backup of it here. This is like the actual shader that I want. Okay. So let's see what happens. It's black. Okay. So there's a number of reasons that could be. So it's probably something I screwed up. So again, quite a leap. Let's go back a little bit, figure out what's not working here. So, okay, we know that it's not the vertices because the vertices work in the same way with this shader that I copied. So we know that it's something in the fragment shader now. So it could be a number of things. It could be the color. If the color is incorrect, let me look at that code again. What is it even called? Non.fs, yeah, the GL one. Let me see what the GL one is doing. So, where does it use the color is what I'm trying to figure out. It doesn't. It doesn't use the color. So it's not the color. We can rule that out. Okay, it could be the UVs, but I honestly highly doubt that. Maybe, but no, we would probably see something on the screen. It just, well, this texture is just being filled with the color red right now. So it should draw red again. Which is a dumb idea because the clear color is also red. I should change that to make sure. But yeah, anyway, so it should be, but it's showing black. Oh, wait. it's showing black. So it's definitely drawing something, because I'm in the wrong. Because this is supposed to clear with red, so it's definitely drawing. Okay, okay, that's good progress. So hang on, so let's make sure of that. Let's go to black triangle. How about that? I'm sorry, I'm kind of jumping around fast. Why did you set the texture tiling? Oh, what did I set it to? I think I just set it to default, which might be part of the problem. We should have black triangle over red. Hey! So it is working, it's just that the texture data is black. Okay. Cool. So let's figure out why that is. So this is running, right? If I look at the Simu log, we should see it saying copy frame. Yeah. So that's running every frame. At least it should be. Yes. So temporarily, I have some code here that's just setting all the pixels to this one value. And the reason it's using this number in particular is because, so this is really weird, and this is probably where the weirdness of the texture is coming from, if I'm being honest. So the surface format for this texture is freaking unorm R5 G6 B5, which is a bizarre format. And the reason it's using that is because, surprisingly, it looks like Sonic Mania itself uses that, and all of the other rendering backends on Sonic Mania use this, or something very similar to this. And so, if I don't use this surface format, and if I use something more sane and normal, then I have to manually convert the Sonic Mania frame buffer that the game's giving me to that other format, whatever I use, right? Before I can send it off to the GPU and have it work. And so it's obviously better, if we're going for speed here, which is the point, to just use the format directly, so that's what I've done. Now, actually, Mania looks like it uses, Mania calls it B5 G6 R5, and most of the rendering backends call it that as well. GX2 calls it R5 G6 B5. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that that's just because of the endian differences, right? So, like, if you swap the value endian-wise, it should be reversed like this. So I'm hoping that that's what it is. You know, but I don't know. So if it isn't, then I'll have to probably manually swap around the bits or something. We'll see. But for my test, at least, I shouldn't have to worry about that yet. So what I am worried about is this. So for now, I've commented out the code that actually copies the actual pixels, and I'm just sending all the pixels to, or maybe I think maybe I'm not even doing that, but I'm setting all of them to this constant, which is F800. If you look at this in binary, remember the format is R5 G6 B5. So that means the first 5 bits, right? From what I understand anyway, or maybe the last, depending on how they're reading this. But one of those is red, and then the next 6 are green, and then the final 5 are blue. Or again, maybe it could be the other way around, but either way, right? So we should be seeing at least a color on the screen. Maybe it's not the color I expect, but it shouldn't be black. It should be either red or blue, from my understanding. And we're not. So I don't think I'm setting this correctly. I don't think I'm copying the data over to the texture properly. So that's probably part of the problem. If I had to guess, it should be all blue. Yeah, it should be some color. It shouldn't be black. But it's not. So I'm doing something wrong. So I don't think it's the sampler. Oh wait. Oh. I commented out this line and forgot to uncomment. It might be the sampler. Let's see. Probably not. Now my whole screen's black. Oh, because I made it 6 again. Yeah, so alright. So it wasn't the sampler. Okay. Because if you look for like what I'm doing with the sampler, it's really simple. I'm just like initializing it, with these two values. I put a to-do there because I don't know if those values are actually what I want. I copied this from some random GitHub repo I found. So I need to look at the various options that they have and change that to be what I want. But for a sample, it should just work. I think, actually, maybe I should look into that more. And then here I'm setting the sampler up to be used in the shader. And then these are uniforms, but I've disabled that for now. Well, wait, actually... No, this shader does use that. It doesn't use this last one. So my understanding of this is that the first value is which index of the uniform we're dealing with. And I actually disassembled it too to make sure, and like this lines up with the indices that it's supposed to be. And then this is, I think, the size in U32s. And both of these are vector 2s. So 2 floats, so 2 U32s. So that's what I've done here, and then I pass it in. Yeah, you can see it's literally just, I think I'm using that correctly. The, C syntax stuff trips me up sometimes, but... because I'm taking a pointer to an array, and then I'm casting that, but then arrays implicitly cast to a pointer. So now I'm a little confused, but I think I did it correctly. So that should be getting set. So let's make sure that that's not, because it actually does use that, right? Oh yeah, it like divides by that and all that. So that could certainly be. There's a lot of variables that could be the problem now. So I'm probably, you know, trying to. It's like I learned how to paddle, and now I'm trying to, you know, compete in the Olympic swimming competition. So that's probably a stupid idea. So I should probably take it a bit back again, but I don't know, let's just see. Maybe I'll get bronze! That'd be pretty impressive! That'd be pretty freaking impressive! Nah. Alright, so, what is this? Like, oh, view size! Oh, there's view size! Oh. So it does use it. Okay. So this is not so... But that's not... I don't think that's the problem. Because it would display something, right? I would assume... we'll find out. Let me get rid of all this. Because I don't need that anymore. Okay. Sorry, render screen... good old Green Hill. I hope I don't get copyright claim for this cut. I remember someone did. So actually, maybe I shouldn't play that. Whatever, it's too late now. Can you go back to... Yeah, sure. Texture size... 56. So, here's the thing about the fragment shader. So I know how to use... the latte assembler to do the, it works fine for these basic shaders, but once I start putting in a sampler 2D, as was mentioned there, right, it doesn't support that. So I'm gonna have to figure out the whole way of doing shade, like, you explained it well, but I'm gonna have to, like, read all that, and, like, try that. Oh, I'm gonna have to, like, figure that out before I can do like samplers, unless I use the full version again. That's already been built. Where did you put that at? Sorry. Now where did you omit? I misplaced it. Whatever, I'll find it in a second. I don't know why I'm watching. I don't even have a Wii U anymore. Maybe one will show up if you keep watching. I don't know. Like it magically appears, like, oh! Just shows up in the corner. Man, I wish this level would come back in another Sonic game, not gonna lie. Green Hill's really fun in its original level. As long as they give it a new level design, of course. Oh my gosh. Cyberspace. I'm laughing louder than usual tonight. It's freaking... It's driving me a little insane, not gonna lie. Alright, so again, there's a number of things that actually could be causing the problem here, so I'm going a little fast with this. So I'm setting the sampler, and then I'm setting the pixel texture here. Screen count. So this should be updating the, yeah, this should be updating it. It should be locking the surface and then drawing. Now, I don't know that this is actually updating all of the pixels, but it should at least be updating some of them. Because I don't know if what that pitch value is. I'm assuming that Mania is giving me the right number there. Oh wait, but if it's 0... What if it's 0? Actually, no, I'm gonna move this. Okay. Screen pitch is an int. Yeah, so what I want to do is wait for that to build. Let's make sure that that is not 0, because if it is, then that would be why. That might be the problem right there. It probably isn't 0. It's 432 for some reason. Okay, so definitely not 0. So it should be setting at least some of the frickin' pixels to that, unless screen Y size is 0, but it isn't. It's a constant, right? 240. Yeah. So, I mean, I could look at RenderDoc or something. Maybe. So, Zuckerberg's Green Hills, which is copying people for it. Yeah, exactly. All right. So, let's see, we're locking the surface, we're copying over the pixels, and then we're unlocking it. So I think that should be correct. Okay, so let's try to figure this out. Where was that? Earlier in the stream, there was a really helpful guide on how to do shaders that I was reading. And I've lost it now. Is it here? Who sent me that? This is another one. This one's helpful too, but this is like assembly, and that's... Like, I'm not afraid of assembly, it's just, look at this. It's like good freaking, even a simple shader, it's like good luck, right? So it's better if you can not do that. Here we go, this is what I was looking at. So, you need the shader analyzer, which is Windows only. You need to compile for RV730. So let's figure this out. I don't know what this... Let me hide this for a second. That's fine. I just didn't know... I've never opened this tool before, so I didn't know what it was going to like show on the screen. It's like, here's your IP, you know. Alright, so... How does this work? RV730. Okay. How do you shoot target? No. Oh, okay. Ah! RV730. Yes. And so I'm assuming this is like fragment and vertex. Okay. So you compile with this. Got it. And then you fill in a header. So you look at examples to do that. Well, like, here's the one. I already saw this. But so when you say header, you mean this. Okay. Whoever wrote this. Then you assemble it. All right. So let's do one that just does the color again with this to make sure that it works, and then build back up to the full shader again. Oh, the song same. Okay, let's see. So here's the vertex shader. I'm just gonna no, that's not what I want. I'm just gonna right click, freaking copy, paste. We'll see if that works. No, wait a second though. Oh yeah, duh. Okay, I'm being an idiot. Oh, you can do it from HLSL too. That's cool. I guess it worked. Yeah, this looks right. EXP done, EXP done, ALU. Call FS, no barrier. Alright. So we need to copy this over. Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to find a way to do the shaders that doesn't involve that. So I'm piecing it together. Okay, so this is so here we go. So alright, so I put this in a like assembly file and then I can build that. Okay, that's actually looks like that'll work perfectly. So that's great. So what format is this? PSH? I mean extension. It's not really the format. Alright, so none.psh is what I'm going for here. So alright. Well, sorry, VSH and then PSH. Alright. Do you use Simu or root console? Yeah, both. I'm using Simu for now because it's faster and easier. And I use the Wii U when I want to make sure that it actually works on the real system, right? Oh, this is from the hedge lift thing I was doing. I just still have that open. Okay, so here's the resulting assembly. So you gotta manually edit that. That's not bad, though. That's not that bad. That's way freaking better than writing that by hand. Good lord. That's what people were telling me I had to do the other night, and I was like, dude. I was like, I don't know if I can do that, not gonna lie. Because it's like, if you have a reference for the assembly at least, then it's like not bad, you know? You just look at the reference. But if you don't have a reference, it's like, what are you gonna do? I don't need that. And I didn't actually make any changes to that. It just thinks I did. Okay, so here's this. So what I want to do is start simple again. So let's grab this whole thing. The new shader compiler was apparently created by a dev, but apparently some drama happened that would have been out last year otherwise. Oh. It's always drama, right? Oh man. Well. Varying, yeah. Okay. And then, what I want to do is, first of all, actually get rid of that. And, well, no, I want to use that. Right, okay, so, well, no, okay, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, for some reason. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, we're going to go back to the dead simple one, but leave those, variables up there. Yeah, so we're gonna go back to this. No, we're gonna go with green. We're gonna go back to green triangle. Except this won't be a triangle. Okay, and but it's a fragment shader this time. Build. Error. 0, what did I do? Let's see. Where is that at? 06? Like line 6? Because it doesn't... Is your problem that this is a function? You just not like functions? I think it's... Like, why is it getting confused about this? Let's see, syntax error... That's not even there, right? So that's confusing. Okay, well let's color this out for a bit, see what that does. That worked. Okay. So it's not liking this. That's gonna be maybe a bit of a problem. Because it does use functions. Okay, this is a dead simple you know, shader. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw this back over here, paste that in. Yeah. Now we're gonna have to fix the header. So once I know how to do this, I can then add the sampler back in. I just want to make sure that I'm doing this correctly first. Okay, so here's the PSH. So let's see what they're doing here. So I remember there was another guide that I still have open. This one. So this says it's a uniform shader, but we don't have any, so it doesn't matter. I mean, I do have some in this one, but that should be fine regardless. These are the attribute variables. I don't think you need that for the pixel shader. You only need that for the vertex shader, I think. Yeah, you need the attribute vars for the vertex shader. Makes sense. You don't need them for the pixel, which also makes sense. Okay. And then you do need whatever the frick this is. Semantic. Oh, it's going to be fun to figure this out. Okay. I don't think this went too in-depth, but it did a little bit. So these are the attributes, so I mean, I get that. Okay, then these are setting up semantics. So semantics are the values passed from the vertex shader to the pixel shader. Okay. So let's do the vertex shader first, because this looks like it will be simpler. I mean, relatively speaking. Okay, attribute vars, name, there's 3 of them: in position, in color, and UV. Okay, so oops. In color, and then we have in UV. This will be so satisfying to get this working, like I swear. And I still think it's possible tonight. Oh yeah, oh wow, it's not even... It's earlier than I thought it was! Hey, cool! That doesn't usually happen. Usually it's the other way around. Alright. Location 0, 1, 2? And then we gotta change the types. This part's easy. Vec3, Vec4, Vec2. So Vec3, Vec4, Vec2. Yep. Alright, and then out ID and semantics, I don't get that. So this guide tells you a little bit about it. Zcaf emulator developer saw it, the source, and confirmed that it's real. Sad. Sad what we lost. Okay, so this sets up semantics. Semantics are the values passed from the vertex shader into the pixel shader. Alright. So, the VS export count 0. That's how many values are being passed to the pixel shader. Okay, so in our case, we do in fact have 2 values that we want to pass. So what does it think that I changed? Oh, nothing of importance. Okay, so we have 2 values that we want to pass into the pixel shader. So we need to change the number to 2, I'm assuming. Also, I guess what I copy pasted from didn't set that up. Even though they probably should have. I guess they didn't have to. That's the thing. Alright, so we have 2 of them. So 2. Our output ID, what is that? This is the amount of out IDs we use. Every ID can store 4. So we only need 1 then. Cool. So these are the semantics. This will initialize the first one. Each semantic should be initialized to its index. If there'd be another semantic, it should be set up like this. Oh, well, I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. Cool. So we just need 2 of them. Alright. Wait, what about the... Yeah, it's the first out ID, and then that can hold 4 semantics, so that's what we're doing. Okay, and that's all we need. Because Mania only really has 2, maybe 3 of them, depending on the version you're building. But we shouldn't even need more than 1 of these. Alright, so then this part we don't need to understand because it generated that for us. Which is good because that's the hardest part by far. So that should be a correct header for this if I didn't misunderstand anything. So this is where it gets fun. I'm gonna copy this back actually. See, this is still stuff like this I need to learn in Vim. It's like, what am I freaking doing there? Okay, so just want to make sure that we're using the same source as what we were using over there. Okay, so here's where it gets fun. This guide, that's very helpful. Oh, never mind. I was going to say it doesn't cover the pixel shader, but it does a little bit. Okay. That's the uniform mode. Yes, so we want to... sorry, I keep swapping between stuff like that. Set that. Okay. This is the number of inputs. We output from our vertex shader. So there's only 1, so we set it to 1. So in our case, there's actually 2. So we want to set that to 2. And then, oh, this is self-explanatory. Okay, these are the semantics. Wait. Actually, maybe not. Okay, this describes the inputs. Semantic is the semantic index we set in the vertex shader. Okay, default value is the default value in case the semantic is not set. Oh, that's helpful. We have that. So that defaults to, so you can do that apparently, cool. That would be a default of 0001. How does that, whatever? The value of semantic 0 is stored in R0, semantic 1 is in R1, etc. Okay, so if I want to have another semantic, I assume I need to copy these 2 lines, like this. And I need to actually set this index this time? I think... It's a little confusing because that has a similar name to that, but I think that's how you do it. And so this time the semantic index is 1, and I'll just set default value to 1 every time because I don't freaking know what the options are for that or how that works. But it doesn't matter as long as we're setting it, right? So it's a default. So, okay. Just being consistent with the spacing there because I'm a nerd. Okay, and so now we can assemble it, I think. Does it tell you what command to use specifically to for that? Yes, it does. Alright, assemble, and then we're going to pass in Avengers assemble. See, this is really funny. This is why people come to my channel. It's because I'm the funniest man who's ever existed, obviously. There couldn't be any other reason why. Okay, no, we don't have to, that's just the output. Okay, so, I'm just gonna override this, because we don't need that now. Okay, I messed up. Float3 is not a valid type. Okay, so, Float 3. Really? Why not? So, because it should be, right? Oh, wait. No, it shouldn't. It's, yes, it should. Okay. Alright, so let me look at this a little more. So, what is Vec? It changed to Vec. Ah, I remember reading a thing that said that the examples changed. Got it. That makes more sense. It probably should have been like that to begin with. Oh! It went so fast that I thought it failed. No, it succeeded, apparently. Alright, so let's copy that over. Copy that. Whoa. Hey guys. Welcome to EB Games. That's the best meme. I forgot if I need to rebuild. Oh! Oh! Promising. That's promising. What the frick? Okay! We've upgraded to green cube, apparently! I didn't expect that one, but... Why did that happen, though? So, because I'm not drawing the texture yet, I'm just drawing the color green, so why did the freaking... I don't know, man. Let me make sure of a few things. What do you mean? Yes, you did find that pattern. Don't lie to me. Frick, dude. Okay, how many of these did I include? I think yeah, all of them. So that, but this one shouldn't be there yet. Yeah, because I commented out the sampler for now entirely. And also this one. I mean, this shouldn't make any difference, but let me just build again to make sure that we're on this version. Because I don't remember what we did before. Could be mistaken the vertex shader somehow? Yeah. Because I don't think I changed anything code-wise other than the shader itself. I love Green Cube. He's my favorite. Green Square. I subbed because I'm a Green Cube fan. If you want to see more of Green Square and Green Cube, I guess there's two different names for this. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. My gosh, that's so funny. Alright, so yeah, like you said, it's probably a mistake in the vertex shader, but what the frick? Because this is the vertex shader. Right, so like, what did I do wrong? Maybe I, let's see. I mean, I could have passed in like an incorrect, I don't know, maybe it's trying to read something else as the vertices or something? Nah, I don't think so. That is really odd. I don't know why it's doing that. Let's see, semantic 0, semantic 1. I mean, that should all be correct from what I understand. So, I don't know, I'm kind of weirded out by that one, but let's see if we can figure this out. We're just simply copying those, registers. So, I don't freaking know. I mean, I can run it through this again. It really shouldn't make any difference, right? Green Cube hits different at 3 AM, bruh. Yeah, it becomes hunted then. It's calling Green Cube at 3 AM. Challenge. Alright, let's see, let's do this again. And just see if it's the same. It should be the same. Sorry about the colors of the screen changing like that so much. It's the same. It's the same shader, exactly. So, alright, so... Weird. Before you build the vertex shader, fix the attribute locations. Are they messed up? Sorry, you probably were saying that and I just didn't see. Fix the attribute locations. You mean like here? Are these still broken? I think these were working, weren't they? Oh, wait, you mean this. In position, in color, in UV. I think that's... meant, you mean make them fixed. How do you do that? Like, do you say, like, fixed? I don't know enough about GL, actually. Sorry, GLSL. Let me look that up. Gotcha, yeah, thanks. Let me look that up because I don't know what I'm doing. I would assume it would default to the order that I put him in, but good to make sure. Yeah, so let's do that. Because that could definitely be the problem. Why is it that when you search for like GLSL anything, you get like terrible results? Maybe it's just the engine I'm using. Type qualifier. Layout qualifier, is this it? Because fixed seems to be a keyword, so I assume that's what you're talking about. The order doesn't matter. Dang. Explicit attribute location. Thanks, that's a much better search term than this. Let's see. You say layout. Oh, this is like Vulkan. Okay. You say layout location equals like this. That's how you do it. Right, sorry, I'm being dumb. Okay, so it's like, is that the ones that I set? Position 0, color 1, UV 2. Yep. Build that. I think it generated literally the exact same output. So I don't think that's it. But worth a shot. I got it, okay. Go. Why? Hang on. Okay, this, and then this is when you press the stop being an idiot button. What the frick? What was that? Man, okay, I'm just gonna... Oh, good lord, I'm so sorry, this is embarrassing. Alright. I like just started learning this because I'm trying to like improve my wrist health. And I'm still so freaking bad at it sometimes. It's not what I've been using for years to type. It's very different. So, sorry. Okay, disassemble the shader you generate using Latte Assembler, I guess. And I would assume it's the same... Oh, right, I see what you're saying. That's smart, okay, I'll try that. That's the EP log. I forgot how to do that. Isn't it actually another tool that comes with Latte? It's a GFD tool. Yeah, disassemble. Why am I hitting tab thinking that's gonna work? And then, well, here's one. Yeah. But where does it put the disassembly? Like, is it supposed to put it somewhere, or? I have no idea. I think what I did before was I ran Latte Assembler, and then I said info, and then I just passed this in. Well, I did something like that. And then Latte Assembler refers to itself as GFD tool, which is just funny. I don't get why it does that. Okay, maybe I did GFD tool. Okay, yes, and then I said info, and then this worked. That's how I did it before. Yes! Oh, this is... No, that's like the pixel, yeah. So what I'm looking for is the vertex output. Where does that begin at? Here it is. Okay, so, I mean, it's got all these semantics and such too. Guess I should copy all of this. What the frick? Did the assembler put in all of that for me? That seems a little silly. Just gonna paste it here. Okay, so what I want to look at is, please stop spamming that. Thanks. Yeah, I forgot how to disassemble it. It's all good. This worked somehow, so. Alright, call FS no barrier, address 32, CNT. I don't even know what this all means, but move, it's doing the same. No, this is different though. This register is different. It's R2 instead of R3. And it doesn't say .x at the end. I don't know if that matters. I think that's the same thing, but this is a different register. Position 0, R2 once again. XYZW. I think that's the same thing. R1.XYZZ, no barrier, that's the same. And then at the end, the thing about ALU, the no-op is not there, but it's a no-op. Why is that even there to begin with? Okay, so that's how it worked before. Okay, so when you say, so R2, it's a different register, so why is it different? So we have like, oh, in UVs, is it 0? That's not right. Wait, is it? Maybe I'm doing it wrong. No, the other one. Yes. Position color UV. Wait, so what the frick? Wait. Location 2? Wait, how did this ever work? That's the best part of coding, when you start asking yourself, how did it ever work? I'm confused now. Okay, well, whatever. It worked before. Remember the order doesn't matter? Right, you said that. Okay. So the register changed because it just happened to be different, I guess. But it should be the same thing then? Using these explicit locations? Right. Okay, okay. So that's what happened. Okay, so this is the same like code then, so I'm pretty confused as to what's happening now. But well, let's see if we can figure it out. Oh, wait a minute. I changed this too, right? Does that matter? Maybe that's the problem. I don't think I'm changing the viewport. I think I commented that out. Try using explicit locations. Alright, I'll try that in a bit. This doesn't work. Okay. So this is really bizarre too, because what the frick? Like, it's not like half the screen or like anything. It's like just up here in the little box. That is really bizarre. Okay, set up screens. So you mean like this? Okay, yeah. So go here and then run that again. Does it support that? So we're gonna find out. Let's compile, and I already forgot this. Alright, this and then the, this one, and then the output is, just put it here. Oh, I did this before, I forgot, hang on, you have to say, But see, it just runs it through the AMD one, right? Which I already forgot the path to. Oh, no, this is... Sorry, I thought it was the... Never mind. I don't know how to explain. I thought I was looking at the shortcut and the start menu. I just default to thinking that that's what it is. Okay, it failed again. It doesn't understand the frickin' layout specifier, apparently. So... Okay. So, I don't know, though, right? I'm kind of not sure about that. So, So... It could be something else. I can't believe this. What part of it? What part is not believable? Bro, what? I know! That's... Like, seems like a, you know, something you would want to support. Just saying. I know! Wow. Okay, so, what, right? Like, I guess, because here's the thing, right? Like, a shader this freaking basic? I don't know. Like, it seems like what must be happening is, like, what, you think it's, like, passing the UV coordinates as the position or something? Because, like, what else could even be going wrong with that? How long does it take to port? Well, I mean, like, it depends on what you're... Like, what you consider to be done, right? Because I already had it, like, running fine on the Wii U. But, special stages were lagging pretty badly, and it didn't support the CRT filters or anything like that, or other controllers. So I'm trying to, like, rewrite the graphical backend entirely to make, to fix that. Fix the graphical problems before I release this officially. Oh no, you're not being rude at all. Sorry. I'm just trying to say it depends on where what you define done as, right? Because I could have released it then, but then it would have had lag and stuff, right? But so the goal that I'm going for is I want to fix the lag. Oh my gosh, this song. Oh, have we been saved? No. Is it really gonna skip too? Let's torture our ears today. Anyway, sorry. So I want to get the GX2 thing working so that I can improve the special stage performance, and I also want to support different controllers and fix a few other little things. And then I want to release that. So that's when I consider it done. At least the first version, right? So for that, I'm aiming for September 1st. If I can get it before then cool. But I think that's a pretty reasonable deadline. This song do be funny. I actually really like the medley of it a lot. It's just the instrumentation is so bad. Like, how about we go even higher pitched? That's the part where you cringe, right? Not because it's cringe-worthy, but because it, like, you're doing it to protect your eardrums. You know, it's like a natural thing. The best Sonic song ever created. Oh man. I actually like a lot of the songs in Forces. This is one of them that I like the medley of it. I cannot argue that the song as a whole is good. It's possible because instrumentation is so bad. Like that synth just Is it possible to create an Unleashed PC port based off of both the original game and gens? I know I always say this. Anything's possible, right? I don't think it's practical, to be honest. Because, well, it depends. Again, it depends. Like, when you say Unleashed PC port, like, how much are you wanting to? I assume you basically mean like take Generations and mod it to turn it basically into Unleashed, but you don't consider Unleashed project to be that, right? You want like a full, you want like the werehog and everything, right? So for that, I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but that's pretty tough. You would need to reverse engineer the code of Unleashed on either like the 360 or the PS3, I guess, or maybe a combination of both. And then you would need to port that into Generations using code injection. And none of those games have symbols, really. Though I assume Gens has a lot more stuff figured out than Unleashed, right? But so that's pretty tough. People keep asking Scythe if he wants to port Werehog to Gens, and he keeps screaming, "No, no, stop it!" But maybe they'll force him into it someday. But I don't know. I'm not gonna say, like, if Scythe wants to do something, he usually does it. Like, even when I say it's impossible, Scythe will find a way. I don't know. He's just amazing like that. So if Scythe says, I'm gonna port Werehog, then sure, I guess we're getting that somehow. But if anyone else says it, honestly, I don't know. That's a lot harder than it might sound. But if you just want to get Werehog working and nothing else, that's possible. That's definitely, that's practical too. It's just, that's really tough. Nobody's good, but some of the instruments are an octave too high, in my opinion. Yeah, that's how I feel too. I get what he's going for. It's just a little too much. Actually, in the beta version of the song, it wasn't quite that high pitched, right? So I think it sounds better. The version that I like the most, I always point this out. This one. Someone who goes by Linker2A03 made this remix a little while ago. 5 years ago. Oh my goodness, time flies. Jeez. That's when Forces came out, man. 5 years. And I like this remix a lot. Hang on. This is how I think it should have sounded a little more, right? Like, yes, please. But with like like a real violin instead of this, right? But just imagine the instruments like in the same place and everything as it is in this version, but like, better quality instruments, you know what I mean? And it's like actually really good. I don't know, I really like this one a lot. This should all be right, so I don't know. I might have screwed up the header. I don't think so, though. Anyway, I really like that one a lot. I think that's how it totally should sound. Like, let me clarify. It's like MIDI instruments, right? I'm saying do that version, except instead of MIDI instruments, do the real ones that he's going for, right? So like, instead of MIDI violin, MIDI violin, do a real violin, right? Instead of MIDI guitar, do a real guitar, right? But have the arrangement be the same. I think that would be perfect. It sounds a bit bare, but a marked improvement, like an anime intro, funny enough. Yeah, right, that's how I feel about it. Ghost Town speaking sound for yeah, a lot of the other songs of Forces are great. It's just some of them are like, man. Piano's pretty good, other instrument quality is whack. Right. That's what I'm saying, though, like, just imagine it but with, like, an actual violin. Try ordering them until one works. I mean, it's tempting. Basically make it a Runners song. Yeah, I mean, I like Runners. Why the frick not? Okay, so R3 is the output register, and no, it's not even the output. Position 0 is the output, I think. And R3 is just a temporary register, I guess, that we are... Like, what is this even doing? This is weird. Let me read that again. Can you explain what the registers were a little? Attributes and location 0 will be placed into R1, and so on and so forth. Okay, so position should be in 0, location 0, so it should be R1. So, is this like, what is it, the Intel syntax, or the other way around? I can't remember. Is like destination the first value, or let me see. I don't know why I'm even asking that, because it'll say here, or not. Okay. So what is this even doing? R1.rx, move it to R1.x, right? What? And then do it again with Y. Oh, it's one command. I think it's all one command. So for X, we're setting it to R1.x. For Y, we're setting it to R1.y. For W, we're setting it to... and what about Z? We just skip Z? R3.w, and then this, which is 1 as a float. .x, so W is 1. But where's Z? Dude, I don't freaking know. I don't freaking know. This is a Vec 3, right? So it's like almost acting like it's a Vec 2? Maybe that's the problem. No, it shouldn't be. Who knows? Let's see. Are you porting just Mania or Mania Plus? So Mania Plus works, but there's an issue with the legality of Mania Plus. So the problem is, we can't prove that you own the game regardless, but the way that we do it, it's like sort of proof. So the way that people have been doing it with Mania like ports that they've released, is they require you to copy-paste the data.rsdk file from your legally purchased copy of Sonic Mania, right? And you gotta put that in with the files of the port, alright? And then the game reads that file, and so if that file isn't there, it won't work, right? So that's how people have been doing it, because what you do is it's like, oh, you know, you gotta, where do you get that file from, right? Well, you buy the game, right? So that's supposed to be how we sort of prove that you bought it. Now, obviously, you could, technically speaking, download it from the internet somewhere without owning Mania, and it would just work, right? But there's nothing we can do about that. Don't do that. Right? That's all we can say. With Plus, there isn't anything we can do. Because Plus doesn't give you any extra files. All of the Plus data is in the exe and in the RSDK. And so, just by copying over the data.rsdk file, even if you don't own Plus, the Plus data is already in there. It turns out. That's just how the game works. And so, but Plus is sold as a separate DLC, right? So there's no way for us to check on the port if you own Plus or not. That's the problem. And so if we just pretend that you do own Plus, then if you do, then there's no problem. But if you don't, then it's like you pirated Plus, kind of, right? So that's the legal concern. So what you're seeing most people doing is they're saying, hey, if you port the game, disable Plus. Because sadly, there's just no way to prove that you own it, right? And then what you can do, I guess, is you can download the code to the port, and then you can change this little flag that says, yes, I do own it, and then build, and then it'll let you use Plus. So everyone's telling me that too, I need to do it that way. If I'm being real with you, have a different opinion about that. I just think more practically about it. I think, like, let's be real here. People are gonna pirate it no matter what you do. Even though we don't want that. So what you want to do is, you want to make it so that people who do own the game can get it working as quickly as possible. And easily as possible, right? You want to make it easy for people who own the game to have it just work, right? And if possible, you want to make it hard for the pirates to make it work so that they don't do it, and it's easier to just buy the game. That's what you want, right? And so, to make it so that you have to download the code and then build it yourself is like freaking ridiculous, right? Because for me, it's like, okay, I can do that. But for most people who just want to play Mania, it's like, no. There's so many steps you have to explain. It's so much work involved. You know what people are actually going to do if you tell them they have to do that? What they're actually going to do is, someone else is just going to build a version that supports Plus. They're going to throw that on the internet, and they're going to say, hey, download this. And then the people who want Plus are just going to download that, even if they don't own Plus. That's what's actually going to happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? So, like, I'm kind of coming at it from the position of, I think it just logically doesn't make any sense. Like, I think it should just have Plus enabled. And, like, tell people, buy Plus, and if they don't, then what are we going to do? Like, I can't think of a better solution, right? But I feel like that's, I don't know. But if I do that, and I go about that approach, like, when I explain it on the stream, I think most people watching are going to be like, yeah, that makes sense. But when I go and actually do that, I guarantee you there's gonna be somebody who's like, freaks out and is like, dude, other people pirate, and it's like, I'm not trying to do that. But just logically think about this for a second, and I don't think what people are saying makes any sense. Like, we should disable it. Why? Because you can pirate, you can do it anyway. Right? Like, I get it, but I'm just like, I think if you make it easier, people actually want to buy the game. Like, that's actually how I genuinely believe that people want to support it if you make it fun and good. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. So I worry that if I do that, people are going to yell at me and, like, say that I'm enabling piracy, which is not what I'm trying to do at all, right? So, I mean, I don't know what to do. I'm looking for opinions on that, I guess. If there's some way I can prove that you own Plus, that would be the ideal solution, but I've been racking my brain and I can't think of a good way to do that. The best way I can come up with is check the save data to see if it has any Encore mode saves in it, and if it does, then you have Plus, probably, right? But then that requires you to copy-paste your save data from the PC or whatever as well, which means the save data has to be in the right endianness, which I need to make sure happens. And if you haven't played Encore mode on PC, or if you delete your Encore mode save, then you just lose Plus, which is, like, silly, and you gotta copy the save data again to get it back. And it's like, man, I don't know. Maybe that's the better solution, maybe I could just do that. But that seems a little bad, too. You know, it's like, how much is Plus? That's kind of how I feel about it. Hey, I'm from Latino America, and I respect you for your ability with these things. You're great, I'm waiting for this port to my Wii U. Thank you very much for saying that, I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to hurry up with this, you know, because I don't want people to have to wait too long. But I also want it to be good, right? So I'm hoping to get this out by September 1st, is what I'm going for. But yeah, hopefully it'll be good. I want it to be as good a port as I can make. Hi Taz. What's up, nerds? Sky? Sure thing. But yeah, but Plus does work. I just need to find a way... Sorry for the long-winded answer. I just need to find a way to... I need to figure out what I'm doing about Plus, right? So I don't know if the version that I released will support Plus out of the box or not. I don't know. I haven't figured out what I'm going to do yet. But we'll see. Because again, I think logically it makes the most sense to just support it. But I also know that people will think that I'm doing something bad if I do that. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. It was free on Epic temporarily. I heard about that, which is really cool. That's amazing, actually. Like, I don't really like the Epic Games Store, but it's amazing that you can get Mania for free on there legally, because that's an incredible game. Frankly, it's worth buying. Like, even if you got it free on Epic Games Store, it's worth buying on another console just to support it. You know, it's like really good. To enable Plus support, you simply must input the Konami code. That's funny. Yeah, right. Like, it'd be cool if you could like somehow like import, like type in your like DLC code or something, and then it like checks and it's like, oh, you have it. But I don't think that's. How would you freaking? Okay, just sign into your Steam account. You know, it's like no, right? It's how's that gonna work? I can't think of any way to make that work. All right. So. This is really silly. I don't know why that's happening. You know, I should probably render dock it. Is that what the cool kids say? They just use like a verb. Render dock it. No. I'll update later. Can I attach to a running process? And render yes. Cool. Well, I think I'll just do it the way I know. So if you tell Simu to, like if you pass it a game path, it'll just run the game, right? Ignore this is temporary garbage. I need to update my Simu, by the way, it's kinda old. Launch. Why does it need that? Sure. And no, that did not work. Crap. But I can do this, though. I think? A! Alright, that works. This is cursed. Okay. What the frick? Oh! Okay. And then it draws. Okay, so... let's see. I forgot everything. Who am I? No, I'm kidding. Where's the part where, oh my gosh, I forgot Vulcan, right? There's, you like bind a, how does this freaking work? My goodness, man, it's so funny because I was just using it and my brain was like, nope, I don't want to remember that. I'll just drop all that. Somehow you bind a like a vertex buffer, and then you just call draw basically, right? But you also bind a pipeline. But I forget. I think the pipeline is I don't think the pipeline actually has the like buffer in it. I think that's bound separately. How the frick could I forget this? This is ridiculous. Okay, texture viewer. Oh wait. Oh, let's look here. Okay, vertex. Frick, where is it? Vertex input. Okay, here it is. So we have 3 attributes. We have they're all uints, which is weird. That's probably just something that Simu is doing for some reason. Mesh view. Here it is. VS output. This looks like the UVs, doesn't it? Which is exactly what I thought was happening. My mem copy correct, or 0.9375? Yes. 0.6. Yep, that's UVs. Oh, and that's all screwed up. I'm all screwed up. Stupid reference. Okay, so 9375, yeah, so it's like... Those are definitely the UVs. So that's the problem. You don't need to, huh? It's the shader. Oh yeah, right, I know the shader is what's wrong. But why is the shader wrong, right? Like, why is it doing that? That's the weird part to me. Because I thought that it bound based on the name? Why Wii U of all consoles? You know, it's just because I thought it would be fun. I don't know, I like the Wii U. That was really the main reason. I thought it'd be interesting to see if I could get it to work on there. Why is that the only thing I can remember? And that gruesome image, green triangle. Like, imagine I have, like, I lose all of my memories midstream, just mid-sentence for some reason. And I'm just staring at the screen with the green triangle, and I'm like, huh! Huh! I'm like, what is this? What am I doing? Where am I? Exactly. It's bound by name, but the order in the header may be wrong. The order, not the location. Oh. Is that... Okay. The order matters. Oh, attributars. Oh. Yeah, like, what's this about? When I set these indices here, does that matter? Which one I use? It shouldn't, right? Because what else do you mean by order then? Because, like, why? That's odd to me. I don't know why that would matter. Oh, does it have to line up with the registers that are being used? Because it looks like it does, but I don't know. You just have to guess until you get it right or something? I use my Wii U on a regular basis, so it's really neat that I will be able to play this on here now. That's awesome. This is weird. For some reason, what you were saying was you use your Wii U a lot, but I glanced at that quickly, and I read the part that says, it's really neat. For some reason, I read neat as heat, okay? And so my brain autofilled the entire sentence as though you said, I use my Wii U as a heater. Which would imply that you don't use it. To play games or anything. So literally the opposite of what you were saying. Try changing the indices until you get it right, and when you do, try to figure out why that's the correct order. Okay. So I know that this is being passed in as the position. So I know that if I set this, that at least will be correct. Well, I think anyway. I don't know anything. No, I don't want to compile, I want to assemble. None.psh, none.psh, yes. Okay. And so, when I take that output, 11.15, yep, that's the newest version. Okay. Wow. It's like magic. What the frick? No, like, actually, why? Okay, here's the only thing I can gather is this. The register R3 is what's used here for some reason in the shader output. So 2 plus 1 is 3. See, I know this is really advanced math we're dealing with here. Why am I explaining it, right? Anyway, so 2 means register 3. So that must be what it is. So, like, when you make this header, do you also have to figure out what index to use based on the register is being used in the output assembly? Because, holy frick. But I mean, I assume that that's right. I don't know about the other two now. But I'm gonna throw my hands in the air and say it works. We're just gonna go with that. It works. Because we don't need to... This is the only vertex shader in Sonic Mania. So we've successfully ported the only vertex shader in Sonic Mania. So in this issue that we're having here of this order, it only affects the vertex shader. So we're done. We are done. So we go on the pixel shader now. So I'm just gonna freaking screw it. It works. Okay, so here's the GX2 shader that we're compiling, the pixel shader. So now we know that that works. So what we want to do now is we want to incrementally go until we can get the texture to work. So here's the sampler. I'm going to uncomment that now. And I want to actually use that and see what freaking happens. So, no? What is it called? Diffuse text? Oh my goodness. Oh, oh my gosh. When I get tired, I start doing the stupidest of things. Like, you have no idea. I'm not that tired, but I'm a little tired. So if it doesn't support that, we just do this. You know what? I'm just going to copy that for now, because that's the simplest possible. This is what I want. And we'll use the UVs as well, so we're going to put both to the test at the same time. Okay, so we're going to uncomment that, and we also need to uncomment that. And this music is a little... Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I was like, I forgot to make the shader. No, I can do that now. Okay. I think that also copies. The thing? Yes, it does. That's kind of neat. Alright, fragment shader, we're gonna hit build. I guess that's the entire output. Seems a little simple. I mean, cool. Optimized assembly, you know? Okay. And I think, I mean, who knows if it's right or not? The only way to know is to find out. Incorrect clause, adder 16, expected 32. Oh. Why did it generate output that's incorrect? I mean, but it literally tells me what it expected, so... Can I just freaking do that? Will that just work? Who knows? Looks like... Wow, that was fast. Okay, let's give that a shot. Hopefully this doesn't become a recurring theme with me having to fix the assembly. Famous last words. Hey, Dribblesoft, how you doing? Alright, it's black, which is actually good, because it's supposed to be, the clear color is red. So we know for a fact that it is drawing something. Okay, let's do this again. No, sorry, wrong button. No. Let's figure out what's going wrong. Where's it at? It's a draw call. Here it is. So we know that the mesh is now correct, right? Well, we should anyway. Yeah, the position is correct every time. This crap is horribly mangled. But this looks correct. Whatever the frick that is. Okay, so I'm a little confused because Simu makes it complicated too. So, okay, this... Hang on a second, what are we doing here? Oh, this is the input and this is the output. Okay. It flips it. So what is this? Attribute data scene, like semantic 0, 1, and 2. Okay. I don't know what's up with that. Is it like not a float, but it's being treated? Yeah, it's being treated as a uint for some reason. And then this actually is kind of like a uint, and that's the color data. And then this is the UVs. So it's being passed out like this. So is color actually the... Yeah. So that should be correct, but who knows. Is there a way to... I forgot. Well, whatever. Let me check something else first, right? So let's check the texture. This, I think, is the current texture that's bound at this point. Yes. This is a texture. I see. The floor here is made out of the floor. So I'm assuming that this is the problem. The texture itself doesn't seem to have any pixel data in it. But why? Oh, did I uncomment? Wait, I'm an idiot, I think. Let's try that. That's Simu. Okay, cool. Thanks. It's hard to tell. Okay, well that's still not working though. So let me run that again just to see if anything changed that we're not seeing on screen. I need some good games for my cat dev. Playing Meme Run is boring. Oh my gosh, I forgot about Meme Run. I outright forgot about Meme Run. Why are there more draw calls now? No, that's just Simu. I think. Okay, so this is the texture still, and it's still that. Also, it's in this format, which is funny. 1D image. You could do that if you want, but shouldn't it be duty? Ah, man, I still think the UV and color is swapped in the vertex shader. That would make a lot of sense. But I mean, how would I know? Alright, so let's give that a shot. So, 1. So I guess you tell by looking at the registers down here? So, like what? Like, R3, so 2... Wait, no, I screwed up just up there just a second ago. I should have made this 0. It seems a little odd, but I mean, sure. So is all of this. So okay, so R3 is 2, so position, and it goes into position. Okay. R2 is 1. Okay, so UV. Whoops. UV goes into param 0, and then R1 is 0, so color, and it goes into param 1, so it's like UV color. And then this takes, oh boy, param 0, param 1. Wrap your head around this one real fast. T0 texture, sampler 0, sampler, right. R0, that should be the UVs, which is mapped to... Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think they are actually swapped. That'd be awesome if that was the only problem. Did it just become 1127? I think it did. Yes, okay, cool. A lot of times I'm paranoid that the file didn't actually get updated. Whenever I do anything with files at all. I mean, it's still black, but now it's cooler. Let's look at this again. Ah, definitely not the only problem. Maybe, could you go back to the texture initialization code? Sure. Maybe index 0 is R1, index 1 is R2. Yeah, that's what I assume. That's what I was like looking at up here. So like R2 down here would be using attrib vars 1, which is the UVs, and it passes it out to param 0, which the pixel shader reads as R0, I'm assuming. So that looks correct now. It was not correct before. If you want to go to the texture initialization code, so here. So there's several things that could be wrong about this. Let me get it in better view. There we go. Now reset the pixels. Yeah, up here. I haven't tried the new Linux build of Cemu yet. I haven't either. But it'd probably fall over on my ThinkPad X230. Hopefully I can get a new laptop soon. I feel you. I install meme run on all of my Wii U dev and kiosk systems for some reason. Yeah, it's like a tradition. You gotta make sure you got meme run. My internet's dying again, sorry. Oh my goodness. Done a bit of ARB, I haven't touched Latte yet. Let me pause this for like 2 seconds so that it doesn't keep skipping and driving me insane. Okay. Should work better now. I don't know if you need to call GX2 in at texture reds. Yeah, I was trying to figure that out. I mean, that would make sense, right? But I saw what I was going off of was this code. Oh. The certified idiot. To be completely fair to me, I did this at like 4 AM. So I was bound to make a mistake. Alright. Yeah, that looks like the problem. Also, the calculating surface size and alignment. So hang on a second. So we're getting the... What are they doing? They're getting the surface, and then they're getting the texture. So what I want to do is this, and then I want to do that. Alright. Oh man, if that's my only problem, that'd be great. I'd be very, very happy if I'll get like some colors on the screen. What is it supposed to be, red or blue? Depending on the endianness, which we have yet to determine. But if I get red or blue... Hey! Hey! It's corrupted at the bottom, but that's probably because I'm not setting it right. Okay, so let's try another color to really test this out. What's like yellow? What is yellow? Rad 20... Okay. I don't freaking know. It's like mostly red, and then let's do full red. 202, sure. So this is the amount of green. So let's divide that by, what's the maximum that you can hold on 6 bits again? 63. Okay. So divide that by 63. 3. Yeah, the accuracy gets pretty low when you deal with... Alright. Hang on a second. Yeah. And then... For blue, it's 17, which will just probably be 0, right? Also, it's 5 bits. 31. 17 by 31. Oh boy, it's 0. Okay, so F860. This is a bizarre format. F860. So what I'm doing is I'm just changing the color up a little. Because I want to make sure that that's not the clear color that we're looking at. Oh, speaking of which, let's also change this. Maybe we change it to black, right? Let's change it to black. Because it should have been, you know, it should be in the final. Yeah, you were dead accurate with that. Thank you very much. Check and render doc? Yeah, I'll check in a second. Hey! Hey! Okay, so that bottom part is being corrupted. I know why, though, already. I already know what it is. It's that we're not setting all of the pixels. Like right here in this loop, I'm saying screen pitch times screen Y size, but that must not be how many pixels there actually are. Right? It's not representative of how many pixels we actually have. I know too. Black happens if something goes wrong. Yes. Change it to white. I mean, true. I can do that if there's like black on the screen later for like debugging. Special pink edition of Sonic Mania. Nice. So what do you want me to check in render doc? Like what am I checking for? Just making sure that that is in fact the texture, I guess. Because I'm fairly certain it is, but it's always good to check, right? Okay, pipeline state. What is up with this? You know, because we gotta select the draw, right? Okay, here's the texture. Yeah. Heck yeah. That's the actual texture. Okay, so that's bizarre that it has some pink there. That's a little weird. Which pitch is this? I don't know. I'm using this value from that Mania is giving to me, which probably... So what they do in like the other backends is they take the pitch value that they've received from the graphics API and they bit-shift that right by 1, and then they subtract this value that Sonic Mania gives it. And that's how they get the... For me, I just set to 0, because I don't know. So I'm just multiplying by the value that Mania gives me times screen Y size, and I knew that that probably was not going to actually cover the whole texture. But I was like, I don't care, I just need some pixels on the screen. So they're tiled, right. So I need to actually care about the pitch, right? So how do I determine the pitch? I guess I should look through the examples again. Maybe there's a way to let's see. Oh yeah, I'm already in that. Use the GX2 surface pitch. Is there just a number called sorry, is there just a field called pitch inside of the surface? I'm just trying to figure that out, sorry. Let's see. You've really helped me a lot, by the way. Like, seriously, thank you a ton, you know? I really appreciate it. Here we go. I'm trying to pull up the, headers again, so I can check them out again. Surface. Okay, GX2 surface. Ah, pitch. Yep, there is one. And there's also one called alignment. I see. Oh yeah, you're good. Okay, so what I want to do then is, I guess something like this. Hang on. So get the screen texture, get the surface, get the pitch, and then I don't know why they right shifted by 1. I'm not sure if I need to do that or not. But then what they do, maybe I should use the loop that they actually use. Well, this is their loop that I commented out down here. So it's this whole thing. Can I play this song? I hope so, but I got copyright claimed for playing the Unleashed You 3 trailer. But I think that was because I showed the video. I'm pretty sure it told me it was the video that was the claim, not the audio. Taking a risk here. Alignment is for when you're allocating. Ah, okay, so I don't need that. Got it. Okay, thank you. So what they're doing is they're looping with the Y value until it gets to the screen Y size. Sorry. And then they're doing the next loop, like horizontally. Ah, sorry. I shouldn't do anything to the pitch. Okay, gotcha. Thanks. I wonder why they do that in the DX11 backend. That's weird. Okay, so then they go through this pixel count, which is the screen pitch value they got for Mania, right shifted by 4. I have no idea why. They go through that, and for each one they copy exactly 16 pixels over to the frame buffer, and then they increase this. I don't know. I should probably just replicate that. And then they add the pitch value they computed earlier. You assume they're linear aligned? I honestly don't even remember. I think you can. I think they probably are. Because why wouldn't it be? Because like DX is like usually not for tiled, right? Why don't we just try the real thing and see what the frick happens, and then go from there. Alright, here we go. Moment of truth. Oh! Oh! Okay. So that's not right. So let's fix that crap. So I'm assuming right shift by 4 is dividing by 16, which makes sense because of the 16 pixel copy loop. Right. So is that why they're shifting this up here? Or why are they doing a 16 pixel copy loop? Like, I don't get it. Let me look at what they're doing for GL and go from there. Because... well, for GL, they're literally just saying, copy the texture, done. Okay. So I don't have that ability. I'm trying to set them linear. I'm sorry. I know you said they're tiled. I'm not sure what... I need to refresh my memory on what that term even means. Let's see. It's a repeating texture. The GL one is basically a mem copy with GL functions, right. The internal frame buffer is linear, so I need to convert it to tiled. They're not stored in linear order, okay. That makes sense. They're shuffled. Oh. But does the shuffling, I'm assuming, isn't purely random, though, right? It has, like, a pattern to it. Got it, okay. So I need to convert it. Yeah, it's almost to the point where something's on screen. I just need to figure that out. Think like Mega Drive Tiles. See, I'm not familiar with them either. Okay, but wait, but I think I know what you mean, though. It's like blocks of pixels instead of individual pixels, right? So we're dealing with kind of like blocks. It isn't random, of course, yeah. Well, because how would that work, right? But so, I don't know what the like algorithm is to figure that out. Does it depend on values that are in the surface? Like, we have the pitch here. Is there something else I need to use to figure out where to put the pixels? Or is it just, like, shift them like this or something, you know? I seriously don't know what I'm doing with this. It's a very complex algorithm, cool. Okay, so here's the part where I have to figure out what the frick I'm doing. You don't implement it yourself. Got it. Is there like a function in GX2 that can assign, or GX2R, that can copy from a linear color space into tiled? It's in GX2. Okay, there is, yes. So what is that function? I know that there's the ability to, when you create the texture, you can pass in a pointer to color data, and I assume that that data is meant to be linear and it will convert it behind the scenes. But what I'm trying to do is update the texture every frame, right? That's how Mania wants to do it. So I'm gonna need a function that does that. Ah, it's 2,000 lines, man. GX2 copy surface. Okay, wonderful. Thanks. That's what I needed. Cool. So let me find that in what, and then see how to call that. Okay. So there's also an X version, which is more complicated. Okay, so it's like this. GX2 copy surface. Okay, the source, which is what you're copying from. Oh, that's another surface. Okay, so I want to copy from a CPU memory. So that's going to be interesting. I want to make a surface for the source data. So the time mode to linear special mode. Okay. The destination is your screen texture in this case. Can I not use the GX2 surface with the linear special mode in the shader directly? Or maybe I can, but that's slow. Because if I can just do that directly, then that seems like that would be easier. But I'm assuming there's a reason why I should do it with two surfaces. Because I'm just thinking in terms of like, I'm already making a surface so that I can... I'm like making a surface, I guess, so that I can copy to another surface, which then is set as a texture in the shader. From where I then draw two triangles, which then puts data onto another surface, which is the output. Right? So I'm just kind of going, that's a lot of surfaces. But the GPU does not support running with linear special. Okay, so this is purely a CPU surface that I'm doing here. Got it. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, see, but at that point it makes me think, well, what's the thing? So give me a second to figure this out. Because there are different... Mania has the notion of different screens. You can have multiple screens in Mania. And I'm not entirely clear on what the game does with that. I assume it's like, multiplayer, like has different split screen, right? I assume it's like that. But the weird part about it is that they actually have different textures for each one of them. And they seem to... Well, no, maybe it's not that weird. Hang on. So, like, here's an example. So let's say that you have 4 screens. They seem to actually set one screen texture and then draw that and then repeat. So actually, I guess it's not weird at all. So I guess they're drawing just... Okay. So sorry, I'm just... It's not... It made perfect sense. I'm just being silly. Alright, so what I want to do then is actually have those different textures, and I want to just have... The surface is purely CPU axised, right? So I think I can just have one of these that I copy the Mania CPU frame buffer onto. And then I copy that into the other surface, which is GPU memory. and then I repeat for each GPU texture. So there's several GPU textures, but there's only one CPU texture because it's just done synchronously on the CPU. So I don't think I should have to do anything special with that. There's linear aligned, which is not tiled, but each row is padded to a certain pitch. Oh, it's slow, but it is supported. So it's not ideal to use that. You lost me, sorry. Because in this copy surface, I can't pass in just color data as the source. I have to pass in another surface. So, but I don't want to have, I'd like to avoid having two surfaces for every one of these Mania screen textures, right? I'd like to have just one. So what I'm trying to do is, I'm thinking, can this source surface just be one surface that I use for all of them? And what I'm doing is, I'm just putting color data into that source, and then I'm calling gxCopy surface, or gx2, you know, to copy from this one source surface that I have into the one of the multiple destination surfaces that I have, right? And then once I've done that copy, I reuse the source one for the next. You know what I mean? Because I'm not drawing with this. So I would assume I could do that. Let's make a new one on the stack. Oh. I don't have to do anything, really. Okay. It's efficient to that multiple times per frame? Like, huh. Alright. Create surface user memory looks like it might be useful, though you'd want to create the surface once and then reuse it. Thanks. I'll check that out too. Sorry, I'm probably overcomplicating this. I'm just like new to this. Okay, so what does that do? It takes a surface and... oh, it just makes a surface from... got it, okay. Yeah, it makes a surface from given color data on the user. Okay. Alright. It just seems like, so you're telling me you want me to do this whole loop here, essentially. Like, this whole thing. Every frame, every time I want to draw a screen, to make like a surface that's on the CPU. And then copy my frame buffer data into that surface, and then gx2 copy surface that onto the actual one on the GPU, and then repeat. You need to test and find out, like if it's slow. Since the surface frame buffer changes, it might work to create the surface from user memory, flit from that, and then destroy that surface. I don't know, let me think of this out for a bit. Because, I mean, obviously I won't know about the performance implications exactly until I actually test it out. But just going based off of what makes logical sense, at least, I would think... man, I don't know. Because I would think that the copy of the surface data would be about the same as, I don't know. Why copy? You don't need to? Now I'm really confused, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you guys are being really helpful, but I'm being an idiot over here. All you need to do is define an instance. Yeah, but then what am I doing with that instance? You define an instance. You said the width, height, depth, etc. Right. Set the image pointer field to your data. Oh. Oh. Wait, really? Oh, okay, I didn't realize you could just set the pointer directly. I thought you had to do a copy. Okay, so... what? Did I spell it? Okay, sorry. So I don't need to call like this, right? I just make a stack struct, set these fields, and then I can just use that? Is that right? That's odd. I mean, cool, but... Okay. So... So here's the surface. That's not what I want, though. No, so why did it say there wasn't... Because it's texture, but I don't need it to be a texture this time. I just need the surface struct. Okay, so I'm gonna say temp surface, and then yes, it's right. Okay, got it. That's really weird to be coming from like almost any other graphics API, right? Because I'm thinking in terms of like, if you want a surface, you need to call whatever create surface, right? So I'm like, oh. Okay, so a surface in... A valid surface in GX2 is just any struct that has that pointer set. I mean, that's awesome, actually. That's where the confusion was coming from. Okay, cool. So temp surface, and then we just set all these fields, I assume. As long as the flags are set properly. Right, of course. Wow. It's actually like a really nice API, you know? Like, the more I learn about it, the more like, that's really good. That's cool. I just, man. Okay, so, that's exactly what a valid surface is. Wow, okay. That's crazy. Cool. Cool stuff. It's not like a crazy GPU handle, necessarily. It's just like a struct. Nice. Okay, so copy surface, and you set all of the different, okay, I see. So I just want it to be the same size as the one that I'm going to be copying to, but the size was computed up here by some crazy Mania algorithm that frankly maybe is overcomplicated. Like, I don't know if I really need to be doing that, but that's how Mania does it. So where does it is that just stored? Like, where is this? It's just stored. Okay, so I can just use that here. That's fine. Okay, depth, mip levels, it's fine. Format, I mean, that's actually would be the format I want. Yeah. And okay, so about this. Do I need... I guess I don't know if I need that. Because I'm not going to actually pass this into GX2R. So I might just be able to set that to 0, I think. And then the image size, this is one that's set by the... I don't even know why I'm setting that. That's set by the, by GX2, I believe. This, however, is what you're saying I need to set, right? Oh no, maybe I need to set both. So I set this to point to... wait, am I on the wrong... Wow. Just ignore me. Ignore my stupidity. Alright. So here, sorry, I want to set the null pointer to frame buffer. I think that's actually what I want. Yeah. Because that's just, and then I need to set that flag you said about linear color space, otherwise it won't work. You just copy the design struct, then modify what you need. For example, temp surface equals screen texture.surface. Change resource flags to be used, and then use the GX2 surface. Use texture enum value. Okay, change resource flags to be used. Okay, let me look at the different Paso resource flags. I had this up before. I've lost it now. Click on it. What tab is it? Okay. Enum. Oh, this is like a GX2R thing. It's like a union. That's right. I forgot that. I saw that last night. So surface, yeah, so change it to U. That's what you're saying. So change this to use, and then, nope. Then what do I set that to? Just to 0? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, it just took me a second. Change that to the use texture enum value. All right, so I go to the enum. Let me see what we got here. Use texture. Here it is. Because we're using it as a texture. Makes sense. All right. Cool. Put that out. Alright, so I can just copy this from there, you're saying, which is actually really nice because then it takes over the exact same, like the same, sorry, settings get copied over exactly, which is helpful. All I need to change then is, this. And then I assume I need to set this to... This is what you're saying when you say set the image pointer. Let me change what's different, right. Which in this case is just how I want to use it. Because I'm not using it as a resource that I'm actually binding. I'm just using it as a temporary surface to copy from. So then, use tile mode image and swizzle. Alright. So image is what I want to set to this. Tile mode, right, is I put it to do because I didn't know if I needed to do that or not. It's just funny, I was actually pretty accurate about that. Okay, so linear special. See, and I wouldn't have guessed that because I wouldn't have guessed, like, because what does special mean, right? Like, I'm sure it makes sense, but I wouldn't have guessed, like, that special would be the mode I wanted to use. Alright, so we got tile mode, we got image, and then swizzle, which because that needs to specify how I want to swizzle the data linearly, I guess? I don't know. I don't need to change image size, that's an output. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to set that to. This always confuses me in like DirectX and stuff as well. Let's see if I can figure it out though. There's also a function called getSurfaceSwizzle, which is interesting. But how does that figure that out automatically? Weird. It's related to tiling in this case. Oh, we just set it to 0. Oh. Well, I already had it at 0, so we're good. Alright. Sorry. I didn't intend for this to be a stream where, where the programming's done by the chat. I'm so sorry. I don't want to, like, keep doing that. Okay, so, sorry, what am I doing? So, source. So the source is this temporary surface. The source level is 0, I think. The depth, I would assume, is... It's either an index into that, or it's what depth I'm... So it's either 1 or 0, depending on what that means. Destination is the screen texture. And then destination level, I'm just going to set those the same way, I assume. And so then this loop can go away. And I can unlock. I think that that is correct. Oi. What's wrong about that? Cannot convert. Oh, it needs to be a pointer, right? And this is a texture, so I think I need to actually like. I think that's what I want. Also, oops. This is also. Yes, I think that's what I meant to do. Screen text was not declared in the scope. Oh, I'm an idiot. Once again. How did I not notice that? I mean, come on. I'll fix the spacing later. Okay. Cool. I'm getting a build. I love this song. Me too. Oh. Well. Okay, that's not quite right. Let me see what you said. We got one thing. I gotta calculate the surface size and alignment. Oh, because the image size is not set correctly. No, I see. I'm sorry. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, I get it. Because the image size and alignment fields inside of the surface is not set like properly. It's set to the one that the tile texture is using, I think, which is not correct in this case. So we need to recalculate it. Yeah, that makes sense. And then this is okay. Sorry, thanks for bearing with me. I appreciate it. Okay. Changing the tiling mode changes the right. That makes sense. Yeah. Because you can't just copy that over because you're changing the tiling mode. Well. Okay. Closer. Okay, so what did I do wrong? So maybe I, well, yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Okay, let's try to figure that out. So it could also be related to when it's saying the source depth and, sorry, the source, there's source level, source depth, dest level, and dest depth. So, source depth, I'm assuming is like, it's an index into, right? Or is it, the depth of the source texture? Because if it means that, then maybe I want 1. No, but I think in GX2, 0 depth automatically means the same thing as 1. Right? The arguments are correct. Okay. So it's not that. So, okay. Chat writes Rad's code for him because Rad's too incompetent. Okay, I want to try to figure it out, but I probably won't be able to get this quickly enough. So let's see though. Count surface size. Okay, so this is recalculating it, and it should be putting it back into there, which should be correct. Maybe the issue is, I mean, it could be a number of things. We're assuming that this frame buffer value that I'm passing in, sorry, that the pixels of this are, and the pitch of this, is exactly the same. But the pitch might be different because we're computing it up here, right? I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly. Can I change this? Like that? Maybe I need, I don't know, maybe that's silly. Maybe that needs to be, I don't know. Because I think the frame buffer data is maybe spaced out differently than... Let me look at it again. Like, let me see what Simu looks like again when I run that. I mean, I know it's like a seizure type thing, but what's like the top left look like, right? Nah, it's like more complicated than that because it's like flashing. It's not like the right color at all. How about not locking and unlocking it with GX2R? I mean, try logging the value. Like the pitch. Because what else would it be, right? Because if it's color, if it's like the format, is that what you meant me to log? Sorry. If the problem is the format being incorrect, then I would think it wouldn't be. It could be that. I don't know. It looks really screwed up though. It doesn't look like it's just as simple as like something like that. Because, like, look at this, right? It's like Sega's super stretched, right? So it's not just like, oh, the pixels are the wrong color. It's like being copied in the wrong location, right? Screen pitch. It's 432. I mean, I don't know if that. So, and I don't remember what the. I'm assuming the pitch of this is not the same. If I have on temp surface, if I have a custom pitch set for this that doesn't line up with the pitch of the GX2 string texture, will GX2 copy surface account for that? I assume it would. Should have logged the width too. Okay. And yeah, it does have a GL. I'll show you that in 1 second. Why am I fixing typos? It doesn't even matter. Okay, so screens. I already forgot. Is it width? Size. So X. And vector 2s in Sonic Mania for some reason are using ints. So that's fine. Okay, so what part of this are you looking for? Pitch value will be ignored because it's recalculated. Oh. Okay. I see. Well, I'll build that again. So what part of this are you looking for? There's, well this, okay, so this takes in the pitch from here. So I'm assuming I need to do that too. Like in GL when they copy the texture data, they tell it the pitch from Sonic Mania. So, but, and I know this is probably a terrible solution, but I'm actually just genuinely curious at this point. But what if, after this, I did this? What would happen? I'm assuming that's stupid. But I'm kind of wondering. Maybe we would use linear aligned? I don't even know. What's the difference between linear aligned and linear special? I mean, one of them is aligned, one of them is special, right? But hey, that's closer! That's closer! Okay. I'll take it. The screen pitch is 432, the width is 424. So the pitch is actually is wider than the screen. Which explains partially why things would be so screwed up. But not fully. I don't get why it's like flashing colors like that. So, I mean, I guess linear aligned? I don't know. Again, I don't really understand what the difference is, other than that one is aligned. Thanks. It's almost to the point. Okay, but with a pitch that's greater than or equal to width. Oh, okay. And then special is not like that? Oh, you're saying... Sorry. You're saying use linear aligned on the GPU surface. Yeah, I get it. Okay. I think anyway. Because, I mean, what I'm thinking is, like, when we do this copy, it's basically going to have to copy... It's going to have to convert the data anyway. Right? So I can't imagine it being much different in performance than if you just used that on the GPU to begin with. Right. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll try that out. So let's... Okay, so let me think though. So I'm sorry for... I'm so sorry to keep doing this. I have another question. So this image pointer I'm kind of confused about. So if I allocate a resource with, say, GX2R, am I free to change this pointer to whatever I want? And does the game... Is it automatically going to update the texture to use the data at that pointer? Or do I have to do something? Because what I'm saying is... Copy it manually. Yes. Linear special is pitch equals width. Linear align is pitch greater than equal width. Okay. After you fix the pitch. Got it. Okay. So I still have to copy it. I can't just set the image pointer and be done with it. That's fine. I just want to know if I can... What I'm saying is, like, this pointer right here, I can't just set that to something that I then change every frame, right? And have it just automatically update on the GPU? I don't think it works like that. But I just don't know. I don't know if it works like that or not. Okay, so, it's basically literally doing what DX11 was initially doing. Okay. So... But the pitch is going to differ. Right. Okay, so I'm going to need to figure that out, what the new pitch is. But, let me get the tile mode. Tile mode linear aligned. And yes, 4 AM comment. We did want to use linear. Good guess. Okay, and so this part I guess I can actually reuse from the DX11 backend. But I'm gonna need to change it up for the pitch, I guess. Maybe not. I don't know if that's correct or not. I have no idea. Let's try it, see what happens. Read the chat. That might just work, or it might be terrible. Ah! It looks very similar to how it looked before when I was... Okay. Now, this could just be that the... I think it's inverted. Like, it's like swapped. Okay, so I think I know what I have to do. I think the... Do you think the pitch is wrong, or do you think... I think the color data might just be wrong now. So, like, okay, so the format said R5G6B5. So I think I need to swap the R and the B. But I don't know if it's just endian differences, or... No, I don't think it's well, I think pixels are a little endian. On the GPU? Really? Oh. It's just endian this. Oh, that's easier than I thought. I'm gonna do this. Is it 16? Screw me. Ah. No, like, what was that? Hang on. Shift I. Yes. There's definitely a faster way to do this than what I'm freaking doing. I do not care. I think that's the function name. That's the GCC one. Screw me, that might literally work. not just R&B. Yeah, so the entire ending is a swap. Oh, so in that case, that should just work. Hey! Okay, so now I need to swap R&B. I just need to swap R&B now. So the type is, so what Mania uses internally is, also, I don't know, also that's freaking weird that the scale is wrong. So that's probably because of that code that I took out earlier about the size. I'll fix that. I know what's going on now. So the type is, Mania internally is using B5, G6, R5. But GX2 doesn't, at least to my knowledge, have a format for that. The closest it has is flipped. So it's R5, G6, B5. So I need to swap R and B. Good old BGR, exactly. I'll show you a quick trick. Oh, there's a trick? Interesting. Okay. There's a trick, apparently. It does that for you. Ooh. That's super cool. Having the hardware do that for you is... Well, I don't know if it's the hardware, but I don't care. Having GX2 do it for you would be very nice. So there's like a flag? What the frick? Oh. Thanks. Man, I do not understand this. I put it to do there because I wasn't sure if that was the correct, format. How the frick? I want to know how that works, but... So I know this is a component map, and this is a number that's somehow mapping the... I don't know... the pixels... But I do not understand. I did? 2010003. I don't think so. I missed these. I didn't put the 0 at the beginning, but I think that's the same number. It's 4 bytes. It's 4 bytes. Hey! It's the right colors! Thank you so much. Each byte is a component. 0 is red. Okay. Let's frickin' go. So it's the wrong size, but it's by the Mania for the Mania. Okay, wow. 0 is red, 1 is blue. It's component swizzling. Oh, crazy. Yeah, I never could wrap my head around swizzling in graphics APIs. Well, I'll try to do it. So 0 is red, 1 is blue, and okay. And so, man, that's crazy. So it's 4 bytes. So it's like 2 is the first, 1 is the second, 0 is the third, 3 is the fourth. Okay, 0 is red, 1's green, 2 is blue, 3 is alpha, 4 is first. So you're telling it... Okay. Oh, 1 is not blue is a typo. Gotcha, sorry. So, what you're saying here is, first byte is blue, second byte is green, third byte is red, and then the fourth byte is alpha. So it's, oh, okay, so let me write that out. B, G, R, A. That's what you're doing. Got it. Okay. What seems to get rid of the built-in... Yeah, I was wondering that too. I was wondering if you could do that. What you are telling it to map its SHAML source to what it should read. Okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. This is what it should read. Okay, so you're giving it pixel data, but then what it does with that pixel data is dependent on what you tell it to read, right? So when you say BGRA is what you need to read, you're saying read the pixels as though it's like blue, then green, then red, then alpha. You don't need alpha here? So you can use 201 0305, whoops, and then 0005. So hang on, so 5 is force 1? Oh, because I don't need it to copy the alpha. That's... What was it copying that from, then? Okay. Sorry, hang on. 5... No, mine too, no worries. Seriously. It's RGB565, no alpha. Right, so there's no A anymore. It's like 1. Okay, that's awesome. I'm confused, though, as to how... Maybe it's okay. I mean, I don't know if I need to get it. I just like learning things. So that I know in the future. So the format is RGB565, no alpha. RGB, yes. And so what you're doing is, okay, so you're saying the input data is RGB, but I need you to treat it as though it's BGR. Basically, I'm not entirely clear on when this comp map comes in, but I think I get the idea. You're telling it how to use the data. So you need to fix the pitch so that you can copy the image without stretching. Yes. So I know you said not to mess with this, but I'm kind of wondering if that's why they did that. I'm just curious. I'll find out why what I'm doing is a bad idea in about 3 seconds. That's why. Okay. So, what about the other way, though? I don't freaking know. So, something's broken with the pitch. So, I don't know exactly why. That was close, though, right? Like, that was close. We're adding this... Okay, so what the frick is... I don't understand all this. SIG. Yeah, that's my favorite company. When you write shift by 1, it's... I forget. That's, dividing by 2, right? Yes. So... what they're doing is the source image is padded, but they are copying it into an image that isn't padded. That makes sense. Okay, so they're trying to, So I'm not doing that correctly. It's close, but it's not correct. So pixels on incrementing base... Okay, so they're doing it in 16 pixel increments. Man, I don't freaking know. So I'm thinking... this needs to be, the pitch value that I'm getting from GX2 must not be... this is expecting. Man, sorry. Let me think about this. I don't freaking know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. It's probably related to how Mania does something internally that I'm just not understanding because I haven't gone that far into the decomp. But it's really confusing me because of this. In the GL backend, they don't do anything fancy. They just call this, and this just copies over the screen data from the frame buffer. It looks like. So that's really freaking... function takes the pitch. Right. So we don't need to, so they don't need to do anything there because that function accepts the pitch already. Right, I get that. What I don't understand is this 16, why they're doing it in blocks of 16 pixels. Like the GL one doesn't do this. So it doesn't seem like it's necessary. But it must be for some reason because the DX11 one does this. I don't freaking get that. Probably don't need to. It's an optimization. Well, it probably isn't optimized on PPC anyway. try it without. Right, so let me think. I'm just gonna rewrite this loop. So you could probably do it like this then, right? You'd say screen pitch, or maybe just... Well, they're doing it like this. And then for each one, you just literally copy over 1 pixel. That's probably wrong. But... Oh, and then they're incrementing that by the pitch value in the... So, sorry, they're incrementing that by the pitch in... Now, wait a second. That's so freaking... Okay, so hang on. So they're copying 16 pixels at a time for the pixel count, which is the screen pitch divided by 16. So it's the same as doing 1 for each of the screen pitch. Right. And they're incrementing this by pitch instead of by... Why are they doing that? The original was 2 loops, outer is rows, inner is columns. Right, but what I'm saying is... I mean, I understand that. I'm just... Okay. You need to rewrite the loop. Yeah, okay. Alright, man oh man. I get what you're saying. Okay, I know, I'll fix that. Hang on. Okay, so you're saying do this, except fix it. So, like, remove that, make this a Y, and then they're incrementing that every time. I'll just, right? Like this, except also replace the I. Or like X. Oh, I'm just gonna do that. That should be fine. No, it's not. Okay. I understand why. Okay, so I have to also increment that. Increment both. So like this. Is this loop correct? Let me get rid of this other one while commenting out. Why is that doing that all of a sudden? Visual block is not supposed to do that. That's bizarre. It works fine if you go down, but not up. Alright. Nah. Or increment, yeah, oh. Okay, so I think this version is correct because I'm incrementing. Or we'll find out. But it should be the same thing as what we were doing before anyway, right? Just not in 16 pixel chunks. Okay. I mean, it's correct, it's just not the right width. Which is the problem. Sonic is Mania. Alright, so what the frick is up with that? So the reason that they divide the pitch from the DX11 version by 2 is unclear to me. But what if I do the opposite? Because I tried that and it didn't work, but I'm kind of curious. I don't know, right? Like, is it like half the screen that we're dealing with? It's not exactly half, though. Nope. Whoa. That was a stupid idea. I'm just desperate, I don't know. With the UV. Pitch was incorrect, the rows would be correct vertically. Wouldn't be curved vertically. Well, if it's UV, then I think it's something else. Maybe it's UV, but I think it's I wonder if it's related to this. Hang on a second. Is there something in particular that I realized could definitely be the problem? This stuff. Oh, wait, you know what else it is? Wait, actually, I think I'm being dumb here. Well, let me test something out. First of all, sorry everyone, I know I'm... Let me try this. So if I run Simu again... First of all, I want to look at it in render doc. I want to see that the texture itself is how I expect it to be. Right? So let's run this, and then screen cap. Actually, let's do it in another. Let's do it here, because that's a better area for me to look at. Okay. All right. It wasn't. What the frick happened there? Oh, no, it was working. I see. It's another tab. Ah, jeez. Okay. Whatever. So we go to draw, and we look at the... Yes. Oh. Beautiful indeed. So it's not setting the color data over here, but that doesn't... I don't think that matters. I think that might be like a Simu thing too. Like, this is the actual what we're seeing on screen. And it is in fact setting the pixel data correctly. It looks like. So the issue is how it's being drawn. So it could be UVs. It could also be the texture, the positions themselves, right? So let's look at that and see what's going on. Also, there's another thing that I have in mind, but anyway, let's check this out first. If we say mesh view and we look at the output, this is, yeah, you might be right that it's UVs, because this looks right. How do you do this? Isn't there a way to actually... Ah, whatever. So, let's see what the UVs are. It's definitely there, but UV is incorrect. Either UVs or there's another thing. So let me show you why I'm thinking I'm not sure if it's UVs or not. It could be, but here's the thing. So the full-on pixel shader for Sonic Mania is doing all the weird crap. And I haven't looked at all of what it does, but one of the things I know for sure is they pass in this uniform value that says pixel size, which is the internal game resolution. They have another one that says texture size, which is the size of the frame buffer texture, and then another one that says view size. And they use these values to actually, like, change up the scaling of the texture, it looks like. And that makes me think, like, what if it's just that we're not passing those values in? Although there's also a version where they don't, if you don't have this, where it looks like they're just doing that. So maybe it is just UVs. Well, I'm just wondering, I just want to, like, rule that out. It's there in a new tab. Yeah, I'm just blind. Sorry. Alright, so one thing that I've noticed is that the AMD compiler doesn't seem to like functions, like, which I would think would be really basic, but it doesn't seem to like that. I wonder why. But I'll try it again anyway. I wanted to see if we can get that. So let's have this function here. Let's paste. What the frick? Okay. And then change both of these to varying. Yeah. Ah, Sonic Unleashed thinks that I failed. Let's see. I want to get rid of these because this is the, like, worse version. Oops. Why did it? Now, why in the world would it have done that? Right? Like, I'm telling you, this is just bugged sometimes. Like, what command could I have put in? That's like, oh yeah, dude, that's the command that types the dot 100 times. Did I mess that up? Yeah, so it doesn't like this function at the top. I found out. I wonder why. Does Geo like not? Does GeoTheCell not let you have functions in it? That seems really freaking stupid. Try it without any scaling. I'm sorry. Do you mean the one that I'm trying to port from Mania, or do you mean the one that I had before? Because I don't know what you mean by scaling if you mean the one I had before. I think I did have some value though that was like, oh yeah, wait, I think I know what it is. Hang on, I think I modified the vertex. Yes, freaking, that's what it is. Hang on, I already know what it is. I think I modify the this part right here. I like deleted this because I don't know why. I've commented this part out, right? And the reason that I did that is because it was like not producing the results that I wanted. But what this does is important because it actually will like it changes up the vertices in the buffer before it sends it off to the GPU. And what it's mainly doing is it's actually changing the, well, yeah, UVs and positions of the vertices themselves to accommodate the screen size. So that must be what the problem is that I commented that out. Like, that's incorrect. Also, we can get rid of that because it should be set up here. So what I need to do is, while testing now, I need to like log this and find out if it's correct or not, and if it isn't, why, right? So I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna put a bunch of values at once, I think. So like, one of them is gonna be the X size of this. One is gonna be the Y size. Texture size. I don't know where it's. Let's put that in there too. This is also probably going to be an int, knowing... no, it's a float! Usually Sonic Mania does things with ints. So that's actually kind of surprising to me. Usually Vector 2s in Sonic Mania are ints. Alright, so I want to see that. Screen size is 1080, right, which is probably... that alone might be the issue. Oh, you want me to change it up here. Right. Yeah, that alone might be the problem. Okay, so we want to do that. And I don't know, do I want anything else? I guess it doesn't hurt to have this too, but I just want to make sure there's no divide by zeros happening or anything like that. And it'd be really great if I could get, like, what, I think this is a float 2? Float 3, well, you know what I meant. Say vert buffer 0.position.x, and let's also have the y. So I want to see one, oh, you know, let's do a few more. Let's put one up here. Searchable. Very funny. Okay. So I just did that. That's so I can find it in CMU output easier. All right. Yes, I'm still alive. Hey, how you doing? So let's see what happens and look at the output. That is not. That's too big now. Is what I assume. Let's see what happens when we get to the title screen. Whoa, that's like 1 pixel. Oh, holy frick. Okay. But let's look at the output. Alright, so here's the numbers. So, the screen size is 0. Oh, that's a problem. Texture size is correct, though. And so obviously the output data is going to be screwed up because the screen size is not set correctly. So, where do we set that at? Screens, dot size. Is this even our... This should be managed by the game, right? So why is the game saying the screen has a size of 0? Do we need to set that manually in our implementation? It looks like we do. Okay. Fun. So they do this up here in the in the vertex buffer, but they do this before they call. Oh, set screen size. Oh, right. I forgot. We do that. We do that down here, whereas we need to do that up there. Okay. So I should really rearrange a lot of this because this is like really messy code. I should really fix this. Let's just rearrange this at least. After setup screens and setup scan lines, after all that, so we're going to do this. So we create the vertex buffer now, we fill it with data, we do all the computations required for that, and then I'm going to move, while I'm at it, no reason, I just want this to be cleaner. The sampler initialization really should be more like down there. Fill it with data. Should be like here. Yep. Alright. Close that. The elusive 1 pixel video mode. That's my favorite. GX3? Yeah, GX2 is so good. Why isn't there a GX3? Hey! Hey! Alright, so it was positions and UVs. So you were both right. They were both screwed up. Hey! Let's frickin' go. Alright, so it looks blurry. It doesn't look linear. It looks like it's like blurry. So I need to fix that. Hey, but it works. So what I want to do, we in business, baby! That feels pretty good, not gonna lie. Cool. So what I want to do next, because that seems to be correct now, but, well, first of all, let me check the log just to see what it says anyway. I mean, that looks like correct output. It's not, it's like, not quite. I guess it's right? I don't know. I don't know how that works, but I mean, test on console. Yes, exactly. I'm gonna do that. You can restore the loop to decide to improve performance. If I'm being real, I get the feeling that that loop is only more performant on x86. I really think that that's not faster on here because the reason it would be faster on x86 is because there's like an intrinsic that this can optimize to, where it just copies 16 numbers at a time, right? But on PPC, I don't know if there's an intrinsic like that. I'm not sure if the compiler is going to replace it with that. I know that there is something called paired singles that the Wii U can do, and I don't know too much about it, but I know that it's like, it's 2 singles, and you copy 2 at a time, right? So I know you can do that, but in this case we're copying over int, so I don't know. There's probably an intrinsic for that, but I need to look into PPC more to optimize that better, which would probably be worth it. But it should improve on there because it reduces loop iterations. I mean, alright. Theoretically it's faster. Then why the frick not? We can give it a shot. I'm just gonna comment this out just in case. Was I doing anything else different in this? I don't think so. I think that's correct. Alright, we'll test it on the Wii U hardware as well. I don't know if... Yeah, I'm wondering about that with the component map. I don't know if you could get rid of the Indian swap, to be honest, because I think that the component map is going to try to read it as a value still, not individual bits. But maybe you could swap the bits. I don't know. Should be able to unroll the loops as appropriately. It won't know the pitches to the value 16. Yeah, if it helps DCC, then cool. Yeah, I figured you had to reverse the Indians. Neat. Alright, that's fine. That's pretty fast, though. Like, that's just like a single hard instruction. Okay, one more thing I gotta do before I want to test it on real hardware. So, input. So, I was using SDL2 for that before. I don't remember why, but I think I was having a crash or something. And so I temporarily, like, commented that out. And I thought something else somewhere else too, but I don't remember. So I want to, like, get the input to work again. So that we can play the frickin' game. And then I'd like to test it on the actual hardware. Because I want to try, I don't know, I want to try a bunch of levels to make sure that the, you know, that it's working everywhere. I mean, it should, right? But, like... And yes, it's blurry, so I really need to fix that. Let's see, does input work? No, what was the other thing I have to do? I forget. Frick. What is it? Wii U? Somewhere in here, I have a thing where you're supposed to include this. That's the other area where I need to fix that. See, it's like, I don't know if you can tell on stream, but this image is blurry, whereas it used to be very pixelated, which is what you want. So I need to fix that. I think that's related to the, what is it, the filtering? Like the sampler, for instance, it could be that. I put it to do there because I didn't know. There's like, I put clamp and filter mode linear. I don't know if that's what I want. I need to like look at that more. This is going to take another, it's just showing, again, warnings from the normal decompilation. You should make sure it works on console first. Probably. I know that the input works for a fact though, like because I've tested it before, so this shouldn't make it not work, you know? But yeah, okay, I'll turn on the console regardless. Make it support the classic controller port on CatDiv. I don't think it supports this at all right now, only the official SDK. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even know how to test that. Because I don't have Wii U dev kit. Okay, let's see if input... Does input still not work? Okay, well, whatever. I don't know. There's something else I need to enable. I forgot what it is. But let's just test it like this first, and then we'll fix the input, I guess. So let me get to the Homebrew launcher. Okay, that's booting up. And I got this all ready to go. Oh, I need to send the new shader. I don't remember what the last shader was I had on this, so I need to make sure I used the right one. So let's go in and get... this is the latest one, I believe. Okay, so let's open up FTP IIU. Alright, give that a moment. Refresh. Cool. Copy that over. Yep. Right. It stinks it doesn't have a way to accelerate that. Yeah. Although, I mean, I don't know if it matters much in practice. Because I don't know, because I think Indian swapping is usually pretty fast. Especially with the intrinsics, right? Because there's, like, usually built-in instructions that do that. Hey, you've noticed something you missed with the previous version of the gamepad and Wii Remote? They were missing a white drop shadow, so I had to shrink the gamepad sprite down a bit. That's okay. If you need to change any of the, like, boxes of, you know, feel free to, because you can, like, add new ones if you want. Oh, that's so wonderful. Thank you so much, Ablab. I'm going to test it out in a bit. Thank you so much. I love that. That's beautiful. Holy frick, that's so exciting that we have like art for that. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. They likely use RLWINM or similar, which are Turing complete. Oh, frick, hang on. Look at this. Look at this. That's running on the Wii U. Alright, so we back. Oh, frick, sorry. It's playing 2 songs at once. I'm so sorry. There you go. Real hardware. Oh, frick. I think it flickered for that. It's like flickering. Okay, hang on a second. Whoa, that's weird. Why is it doing that? What the frick? And also the video won't work because I didn't re-enable that yet. Oh. Okay, did it freeze? Oh, okay, so we got so we got some stuff to fix. But it's set to full RGB crash. Yes. Is it making a buzz noise? I can't hear it. Sorry if you can hear that. It was kind of funny. I'm pretty sure I know why that crashed. It's because of I'm not handling the video yet for the cutscene, so I need to fix that. It probably would have crashed on Simu too if I would have let it. It's a Mania stream all over again. Ah, yes. Did it make a buzz? Oh, I'm so sorry. It made a buzz. I didn't know. I couldn't hear it because I had on my end it was muted. It did the classic wee buzz of death. Oh man. Release it like this. After a long wait, it's finally here! And you just get up to the main screen and then it crashes. And you can't do anything else because the input doesn't work. So that's the experience that every person who plays this will have. Guaranteed. Mmm. Spicy. Okay, that's freaking terrible. So we have some work to do. But we're getting there. We're making progress. That's what's important. Okay, so... Alright, so first of all, let me fix the input. So I don't know what I don't know what I did. It was working, and then I was having a crash, and I was like, oh man, why is it crashing? I don't know. Let me disable this to make sure that's not it, right? And so I yeeted that, and I didn't bring it back. So, but I don't remember, there's like some line of code that I have to uncomment somewhere. So let's find that. This should all be fine. I mean, yeah, it should be like doing that, right? So well, I'll figure this out, but give me a second here. So, because like I'm defining it somewhere, yeah, here. I'm defining the input device right here. So it should be already using that, like, from the get-go. The way this game is set up is kind of weird. There's like a lot of areas where it's like, I didn't comment that one out. I mean, you can tell too because the get doesn't show that I made any changes. So that one's not me. Let me do the classic, you know, classic. Just put an error to make sure that it's actually building that. We want this to give me an error. Yes. Alright, so it is in fact building that. So that's not the issue. Okay. So why is this... Oh, wait. I think I know what it is. Well, let's look into this. The grand reveal, but then a beautiful fade to black, then a crash. Yes, exactly. Just glorious. It's exactly how Azuka intended it. I think the issue is that let's find out. Okay, so in an input device, it's doing the same thing here that I'm doing, but then somewhere, how? Yes. This is the problem. We're not adding an input device. Frick. Okay. Holy frick, it's 10 a.m. Whoa. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know that. Thank you so much for everything, I really appreciate it. You helped me a ton. I'll definitely credit you when I release this, because it wouldn't be right otherwise. Like, you did, like, legitimately, like, write part of the code, you know? So thank you so much for everything, it means a lot. If you have any questions off stream, be sure to ask on the For the Users Discord server where we discuss what you homebrew. Thanks so much once again, that's really, really helpful. I appreciate it a ton. Man. Alright, so the issue is that in the SDL2 render device, which I'm no longer using, they have some code where they handle SDL events that are handed to it. And one of the events is device added, one of them is device removed, and then in this code they set up the input device and they remove it. And so because I'm not doing that anymore in the GX render device, this code never runs, and so the input device never gets added. So there is no input, basically. So there are two ways that we could fix this. We could either re-enable the SDL2 input, or we could make our own input backend. Here's the thing. I want to make my own input backend because there are issues that I have with the SDL2 one. So one of them is that I haven't been able to get it to work with just like a Wiimote, right? It only works with the gamepad. And obviously I want just the Wiimote and everything to be supported. That's, you know, why I wanted to have these wonderful textures, blah blah. Which I'm going to put in game. Yeah, let me remember to do that, actually. I'll just save it here, it's fine. So if I want to support those controllers, I'm either going to need to find some way to fix that in SDL2, if that's possible, or I'm going to need to just write my own, which I think is probably what I'll end up doing, knowing me. Here we go. So, I'm probably going to end up doing that anyway, but I don't know if I want to do that tonight, so maybe temporarily I'll do the SDL one, because I'm just going to work on graphics tonight, I think. And I'm going to stop streaming soon, too, because it's been like 6 hours. Good luck. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Good to know you can reminder boxes, though, because it doesn't need that when it comes to the nunchuck. Oh, you're still doing that. Thank you so much. Sorry, wow. That's wonderful. Yeah, oh, hey. Oh, yeah, the palettes are correct. The palettes are already correct on this one. Hey, yo, okay, wonderful. I must have just saved it incorrectly last time or something, because you didn't... Whatever you did this time made a totally valid GIF file. Like, I can just use this in-game. Freaking awesome. And yeah, you can make your own boxes, because I'm gonna modify the code anyway to tell it which one of how to read these boxes, right? Like, I'm gonna need to tell it like which box to use based on what controller you have. So because I'm gonna do that, I can also just tell it use any part of the image as a box, right? From my understanding. So yeah, so just like put it wherever. Okay, so let's copy this onto the Wii U. So hang on a second. You won't be able to see it until I get the controllers working, though. And also, I do want to bring back... Oh, they did say that in... Okay, wait a minute. Yeah. I think I know why it's fuzzy, too. Let's fix that. But first, are we looking at button prompts in HUD? I'm not working on that right now. I'm just throwing that in for later when I do get around to that, basically. But yes, I will eventually program that in too, before the release. We're going to replace this, and then I'm going to delete the other two temporary ones that I have. I said the base sprite, but check all the time that I didn't have new colors. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, that's like a huge pain, I understood. It might even be okay to add a new color as long as it doesn't mess up the positions of these colors in this palette. But I don't know, so probably better like to not, but I know it's hard, so just do whatever and I can hopefully fix it, you know, that's That's kind of how I'm trying to think of this. But seriously, thanks. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do in the meantime, because I want to write my own input backend, but before that, we're just going to do a really simple solution because I just want this to work. No, that's the wrong. Alright. So we're going to just use the events. We're not going to use the video aspect of STL. And so we're not going to make a window or anything like that. But we are going to have to handle... We are going to have to do this now. So this is not exactly ideal. But this is like terrible actually. But for now, it will give us input, right? I have a to-do for doing it my own proper way up there instead of like this. But in the meantime, we're gonna do it like this. Go there, yes. Okay, so I can do that with the keyboard. Hey, alright, I need to... So process event, and then you switch based on the event type. And I'm not going to handle all of these, I just need to handle the bare minimum required to get this to work, and then I'll be content with that. So we're going to, just for now, we're just going to grab the, let's see, I'm just looking at the rest. I think all I need to do is just grab these. Yank. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. And then I need to, SDL event is what that would be called. Oh, so it's here. Okay, I think that'll compile. I'll do GameCube controller and Wiimote nunchuck later. Thank you so much. Thinking about if I should dancing mattresses DDR Mario fix. Yeah, I'll have to like support that. Oh man, that's amazing. Like seriously, thank you. I know I'm just a broken record, but this is gonna be so good. Like I'm really excited to see these in game. Like outright, that just sounds awesome. So yeah, seriously, thanks a ton. Like I get so excited about this stuff because I can't like make good stuff like that on my own. Like it really looks great. So seriously, once again, you know, means a lot. DK bongos. Oh my gosh, can I support the DK bongo? That would be freaking incredible. If they knew that that was... Oh hey, it works. I think anyway. What about the debug thing doesn't work, but this does. Let's pause this for a second. So I think I can enter now and like go into the... Yes. The balance board. Oh my goodness. So you have to like tilt left and right to move Sonic. It's so blurry. But it works. I think the mod should... Yes, the mod is active. I'm using the old texture on Simu though. On the Wii U, it should be the updated texture. And also, as you can see, the things that say look up and whatever are in the wrong place. I'm gonna change this menu a lot because I need to change all those around to make it point to the correct buttons and everything, of course. But then also, beyond that, I need to do some other stuff, right? So I need to detect what controller you're using and then change the box and everything based on that. And the other thing is, like, you need to have some way to change the controller that you're using, right? So that's gonna be interesting. I don't know, like, because how would like a Wii U game normally do that? I honestly, I can't even remember. It's been a while. Like, I know on the Switch the way that it works is, The games don't even handle that at all. You just go to the like Switch home menu, and then you go to the like game controller options screen. You know what I mean? The controller settings, and then you like pair the controllers that you want in the order you want, and then in game you like hit the A button or whatever on one of the controllers, and it'll like bring up the Switch UI that's like, hey, pick what controllers you want, right? And then you like go from there. So it's like some Switch UI call that it makes. On the Wii U, I cannot for the life of me remember how they do it. Like, how do actual Wii U games ask you what controller you want to use? I can't remember. I think they just like, I think you just press like A on one of the controllers and it just goes, oh, okay, you know, like in 3D World or whatever, like Mario 3D World. There's like a screen where it's like, you choose who's playing, and I think you just like hit A on one of the controllers and then it adds you, and then you like choose your character and hit A again. I think that's how it works. So how would I do that in Mania, right? How do I want this to work? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Most games don't handle it. Fantastic. I forgot what Smash 4 does. It does? Okay, it just detects it automatically. The Wii U has a GameCube controller adapter, so that might be possible. Oh, that'd be awesome to support that, yeah. The W in the Wii looks a bit off, this is the thing I'll change. No worries, thanks a lot. If you support motion controls, you can shake to spin dash. That's actually a cool idea. The Wii usually just forces you into one input method until you restart. That does seem like that would be the simplest solution to code, too. Because all I would have to do is just, at the beginning of the game, check what controller is bound, and then use that. But it would be nice if... I don't know. You know how on PC Mania, you can go into the options, and you can change like what controller is being used? Wait, I think you can change the key bindings. Actually, I don't know if you can change what controller is used. It'd be cool if I could have like a little slider thing up here where you could like pick, you know, like what controller to use. But I don't know. That would be a lot of work, I think. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. That sounds kind of confusing. At the very least, I'd like it so that when you start up the game, it checks. But the problem with that is, I think SDL already does that. But the problem is that with SDL, it's like determining that you are using the gamepad, and then it's like, oh, gamepad, and it's like, but if you have a Wiimote? I tested this. If you have a Wiimote connected when you start the game, it just disconnects it, and if you reconnect it, it doesn't work as a new input. So maybe SDL does support that, and I'm just not using it correctly or something. So maybe I don't even have to write my own. That'd be nice. But it'd be, man, like somehow you have to be able to in-game say, no, I want to use the Wiimote now, right? So any ideas on how to handle that would be great. Because I'm not exactly sure what to do about that. You can go into the home menu pause thingy and change the grip order. And change which controller player 1 is. Right, but then with Homebrew, you're not going to be able to do that unless I make a trainer or something for it. Because when you hit home, it's just going to send you back to the Homebrew launcher, right? Most games force you to restart your current level or whatever to change input. Ah, I see. Okay. Dang, this is kind of tough. That's true. It's, well, I mean, Mania also has like lives and stuff, so it is a lot less forgiving than most games today. Okay, so I think if I try to change the filter, I think it'll crash. Yes! That's because it's trying to load the other shaders, which are broken. I haven't fixed the other shaders yet, so I need to do that. But once I do that, I think CRT filters are just going to work. Ooh. Ooh. Ah! That'll be cool. 3D World boots out of the level, and they can change your controller. I see. Add a config option in the mod manager that lets you switch. Yeah, I mean, that could work. Okay, so when you start up the game, if you already have a Wii Remote connected to the Wii U, that probably means that you wanted to play with that Wiimote, right? So maybe it should default to using the Wiimote in that case. You know, I mean, because you know what else would work? For single player anyway. Couldn't you just take input from both? I don't know, maybe not, but couldn't you just be like, if you press this button on the Wii mode that's bound, Sonic jumps, but also if you press the jump button on the gamepad, Sonic will jump, right? Like, why could they not both just work? And then you play with whatever one you want to play with, right? It's only in multiplayer that I think you would actually have to, like, you know, have a system where you can choose who's playing with what controller. And that's going to be, multiplayer's going to be, I don't know if I'll be able to get that working how I want it to by September 1st. I'm going to try, but that's going to be a little rough, I think, to get that working with the controllers. But it will be very fun. If I can get that working with all these different controller types, dude, I'll freaking play it with my sister, right? Like, not going to lie. I mean, if she wants to. I'm not going to force her. But it'd be fun. I think that'd be really fun to play Mania multiplayer, like one person on the gamepad, one person on the top, like TV, right? That'd be freaking cool. It's not a real crash unless it goes bzzz. Exactly. I feel like it's likely that we might be player 2. That's true. Maybe have order settings to choose controllers player 1, 2. Because like the settings are probably the easiest way to, like, having a settings.ini file that you edit is probably the easiest way for me to program that in, or one of the easiest ways. But I don't know if I like that for, like, because maybe this is just me, but a lot of times when I play games on consoles, it's like what controller I want to use today is like depending on my current mood, you know? Like sometimes I'm like, I want to use the Switch Pro controller. Sometimes I'm like, I want to use the Joy-Con. You know? And I don't like the idea that you have to get up and take the SD card out and put it in the like laptop or something, and then go into the files, and then go to settings.ini, and then like edit the file, and then hit save, and then pop it out, put it back in, turn the thing on, go to the homebrew channel. You know, every time you want to like change which controller is player 1. You know? Like, it'd be really cool if you could just like hit a button or something and it changes, like in game, right? But I just don't know how to like go about doing that. I can't think of a good way. Like, for some reason, I don't know why. It's probably not that complicated, but I think about how to implement it. I'm just like, it all sounds bad. So this is actually kind of surprisingly hard. I just ignore multiplayer for now. I don't think anyone's gonna care. For now, I'm putting it off. Yeah, I think it's more important to get single player to work. But definitely, I want to get that working at some point, because that'd be super cool. Maybe the gamepad is considered a 5th player that takes top priority. Maybe? Like, again, like in-game, when you're playing single player, I don't know if I see why you can't just have multiple controllers just all move to the same player. I guess that's kind of bad, but I don't know. Player 1's gamepad, everything else is second player for multiplayer. It's like people are going to not have a gamepad. I mean, good point, yeah. Oh, man, I don't know. It's weird. I'll have to think about it more. But, okay, so we're going to test some stuff. So, one thing I got to do... So, I want to fix the shaders. They need a little work still. So, one thing that's really driving me nuts is that they're blurry. This is no longer working. It's just not... Okay, that was weird. It wasn't in vision mode that one time, but then it was. Okay, so I want the full shader to work again because I noticed that there's a comment that says it will be very blurry unless you do it this way, which makes it not blurry. So let's do it that way and see if it makes it better. So the problem here is that apparently this function is tripping it up, which is stupid. Because why would a function cause a compile error? But apparently that's what's happening. So I don't know enough about GLSL. So let's see if I can figure out how to make my own function in GLSL. So here's a post from 2005. Oh, fun fact! I actually saw a I was searching for something the other day, and I found an answer. The first result in Google was this forum post from 1995 I'm not joking. It was a forum post that was dated 1995, and the person was asking a question about C++, which I guess was new at the time. And the reply was like, try this. And the funny part is, I tried it, and it works today. That was the solution today, in 2022. I was like, man, that's cool. It's freaking 95. Who was on the internet in 95 on forums? And that forum is still around. And it's still the answer. That's just really cool to me. Would 1080p cause issues in the game's performance? I hope not. I don't think so. It should be fine on the Wii U. Because it's like not a super complicated game, it's just that there's some weird, silly things. So I want to test the special stages and stuff, right? I want to make sure that... Oh, I meant to do that, actually. Well, I'll do that in a second. Let me fix this first. So hang on a second. So, let's see. Can you make your own function? So let's see. Let's see if we can figure out. This is from 2005. I'm trying to read this little forum post here. They're saying, let's see. It doesn't look like you can do that in GLSL functions. Here we go. Yes, you can. Do you have to declare it first? That might be why it's erroring. That's really silly, but maybe you have to do this. No. Line 6 is unhappy. But that's so weird, because... Why line 6? Why is blank? And also, that doesn't have that character on it, like they're saying. But if you, like, get rid of this, it's gonna fail because it doesn't know what round is, right? Usage doesn't match between the two stages. What do you mean? You don't know the other stage. Right? Function round is not implemented. See? So you know that functions are a thing. Oh. It only knows that because I defined. Okay. Why is this an error? Like, real talk, I don't understand. Looking on forums and post from Nintendo Series is fun. Yeah, I agree. It's even necessary if you need to set it low for performance. You could easily go at 720p, no one would notice. It's not necessary. And you're right about that, but I don't think that... I genuinely don't think... Like, if I thought that 1080p was going to make the game go slow, I would try to avoid it, but I genuinely don't think it will slow down the game. I know it sounds weird because I'm saying I'm having issues with the game lagging, but I'm very confident that that's not related to... Like, I don't think that's going to make it lag. I think the thing that's making it lag in the special stages is not the number of things it's drawing, it's the math that it's doing. Basically, it's like doing all these computations to figure out where to put the vertices, and then it draws the vertices. And those computations happen to be fast enough on x86, but on PPC, it tends to be really freaking slow. And so, I think that's what the lag is. So if I were to get rid of those computations, then it doesn't even matter if I'm doing 1080p. It'll be like way faster. And it should be like full speed. That's what I'm hoping, at least. If we do get lag problems still, then maybe I can look into 720p. But I genuinely think we're gonna get 60 FPS once I fix that issue. Yes! PowerPC is what PPC stands for. Mind blown moment. So, First of all, it says symbol X color doesn't match between two stages. What the frick is it talking about? My understanding of that, when you say a stage, you're like vertex stage, fragment stage, right? So does it know the... Does it somehow know about the vertex stage? Because it shouldn't... Like, what is it freaking talking about? It shouldn't know about that, so I'm confused. But then anyway, it says function round V is not implemented. Which is weird because when I try to implement it, it complains. So what if I do this? Let's do something as a test, just to rule some stuff out. Build that. And we're now getting a freaking error because of this. Like, what do you mean? Like, that's so confusing. I'm looking at, like, sample code for GLSL, and it doesn't say anything about... It looks like it works like C, you know? So that's, Oh, do you not return? No, you have to return. Does it matter, like, where I put it? It's so weird, too, because it's always saying 6, like line 6, but it isn't on line 6 at all. So, I just don't know. It doesn't look wrong. Maybe it is. So maybe I have to put this at the bottom for some baffling reason? Like maybe it has to go here. I don't think that should matter. That was the problem. I don't know how I knew that. I just had a gut feeling that that's what I had to do. Oh my goodness. And there's no warnings anymore either. What the... Why did the warnings go away? I didn't... Okay. I'm not complaining, it worked. Alright, here's a horrible freaking nightmare that we would have had to guess on our own, but thankfully we don't have to. Alright, so we're going to, sorry, we're going to select to the end of the file, we're going to delete, we're going to paste, and then we're going to stop that, and we're going to try to build this. And if the latte assembler complains, which it probably will, then we'll fix it. Yes, it complains. 23. Not 25. Okay. 23. 7. Incorrect clause PC8 expected 7. Why? So why did you expect... Why did you expect 7? Okay, 7's up here, right? So what if I freaking... What if I do this? What are you gonna do about it? Nah, I'm really confused. What if I... What are you gonna freaking do about it? What if I keep changing this until you are no longer upset? This is so bad. Like, what are you gonna do about it? Does the indentation even matter? Ah. Who knows? That's gonna complain about 14. 11 expected 10. Oh. What the frick? No, I do not understand what I'm doing. At all. So, in case you were wondering. Expected 12. Well, I'm just gonna do what it freaking wants me to do. And see what happens. Because that worked last time. As stupid as it is. Okay, so this one we're just gonna need to change it linearly. Sequentially. I'm running really fast. stay ahead of you running past me, because I think I know a trick or two. Expected 19. Number 19. Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want on your Burger King burger. I don't remember the whole kind of pasta. I'm sorry. I know you're so disappointed. You're like, please. I desperately wanted to hear Rad recite this. This is my dream. How could I do anything unless Rad did that? This is so freaking stupid. I feel like a child again. Like, let's build that. Expected 13. Why? Like, that's related to the other issue. Why does this... And if you know the right number, then why don't you just do it? Why do I need to type it? Right? That's so freaking weird. Expected 45. Well, okay, I'm just gonna try this, right? I'm just gonna try every little change it wants me to make and see what the frick happens. And I feel like a kid because I feel like a kid again because when I was a kid, I would do a lot of hacking stuff. And I had no idea what I was doing. Right? Expected 0. Wait. This is like a no-op to you? Oh. Well. We have a problem, don't we? Okay. So, just doing what it says is not gonna fix it. Anyway, but I would do stuff like this, where I would just type until it worked, you know what I mean? And I had no idea what I had no understanding of what I was doing. But these days I usually know what I'm doing. So it's been a while since I've done something like this where I'm like, sure, and I'm just like typing numbers and I'm like, let's see if it works. Thanks a blob for managing that. Burger King burger. I had to clarify what you meant, just in case there was any confusion. Alright, so I have a dumb idea, like a really dumb idea. Well, first of all, RV730 is what it's set to use. I already downloaded that. RV730. Where is it? That's what it said to use, right? RV730, yep. I guess it's not identical to the Wii U CPU GPU is the thing. But I'm wondering if that's the right... If you look up Wii U GPU, right? What model is this thing? It's the Latte? It's called the AMD Latte. Yeah, but like what? But what is it based on? I guess this GPU? Let's see. The Latte chip contains both a GX2 GPU, which runs Wii U applications, and a GX GPU, which is back compatible with Wii games. The GX2 designed by AMD is based on the Radeon R600/R700 architecture, and it's clocked at approximately 550 MHz. It's based on the R600 or 700. So I guess this is what it's basically based on. I just wonder, right? I just wonder if I set this to something else, if I would actually get assembly that the Wii U likes. But I have another idea. This is terrible. So here's the idea. What if we took this HLSL and we tried to build that? This is the same. This is the actual shader. Man, this is really this is stupid. This is terrible. Like, how am I gonna figure out how, whatever? We don't think about that now. We don't think. Yo, banger alert. Is this the instrumental? Hey, it's not. Wii U. No, that's not the Wii U. That's the sound of a banger alert. Will this freaking build? Hey y'all. I like this signal thing. I know you have waited much too long, and I will be your shining star. I'm here to conquer near and far. Like the sun, I run to the heat of day. Like the night, I fight till the fight is won. I know that's not actually the lyrics, by the way. I just like that better. I like the sun, I run, and also the other version that I thought of was I forgot it now. like the sword, I'm drawn into the heat of day. Like the night, I fight. I like both because when they say night, you don't know if he's saying N-I-G-H-T, like nighttime, like when you sleep, or if he's saying night with a K, like Night of the Wind, right? And I think the fact that you don't know which one he means makes it cool. Like, he probably means night, like with a sword, because that's what the song is about, and because it says I fight, right? But what you could do is you could change it so that the first time he sings that, it says, like the sun I run, like the night, and then something that's more related to night. And then the second time you say, like the sword I'm drawn, like the night I fight. That'd be freaking awesome. That song's already perfect, so... It's so good. Anyway. To by the sword, slashing through the every inch of the power in you. As I sit, as I stand, by the table I command my kingdom of the night. The night of the wind, I'm the night of the wind. That cuts off. I strong with the power. My armor stays unbreakable, battle every hour. Thanks for required tangents. Sure thing, man. 4th best Sonic game be like, 3rd best vocal track. I think this might be the best Sonic vocal track. I got the Dix 11 shader. Yeah, I know, I just... That should work fine with this, actually. If I'm not mistaken. I think they just set... Oh, well, you know, well... I should try this, though. Oh. Wait, it doesn't support that shader model at all? Oh, I guess I do need to use DX9 then. Oh, that worked. Okay. That's true, they're both bangers. No, like, when we're talking about Sonic vocal themes, we're like... It's like different types of like what's the word I'm looking for? Like gold, right? And we're like, which type of gold is better? It's like doesn't matter. With me, it's great too. I'm just saying, this song single-handedly sells me on the idea of Sonic with a sword, which is pretty impressive when you think about it. this compiles to almost the same stuff, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. I don't know why I said it like that. I just wanted to. No one can stop me. Is this it? No. I don't want you to do that. Right mask is only valid on an op2 instruction. Okay. Sure, I understand that. What's that meme? Hang on. I think I can find it if I Google it. It's the Pop Team Epic meme. Yes. Ah, so it's like that, huh? I understand everything now. Doesn't get it at all. Sorry. It's like that. You can go to bed if you want. Are those the actual lyrics? No one stops Knuckles' feet. Yes. Somehow. I don't know why you'd want to. Sonic Team, what do you... You have something you want to tell us? Alright, so here's the DX9 one. But I mean, I think it's like the same freaking thing. I think it'll compile down to like the same... Yo, also the Secret Ring songs, as much as I, you know, how that I feel about the game. Like, these are good. Well, they're cringe as heck, but... Listen. Aren't we all? It's the same exact thing. That's what I thought. Okay. So, here's a new theory. What if we do this? Then we'll get different results, right? And so maybe eventually, one of these results will actually happen to be fine. I'm desperate. Is that the same thing? Really? Dang. That's upsetting. What if I did this? What if I freaking did that? What are you gonna do about it? Oh, you're gonna get generate like the same. Ah, frick. That's disappointing. Wow. And now I'm to the level of desperate where I'm starting to question. It says the RV730, right? And here I am wondering if that's actually... Who wrote this? I'm wondering if that's correct or not. Because it could be... Let's fix this, by the way, like once again. It could realistically be that that works great for some shaders, but for others it generates assembly that isn't actually quite accurate for the Wii U. And so what I wonder is, if I change the type, would it work? So first of all, I don't know, this should be fine, but let's just make sure we get the errors still. I think this should be the same code that I did, like, that it did last time, but we always want to make sure. Yeah. Alright, so now what I'm wondering is, what if I change this, like, to slightly different, you know? Like, will we get the same... Will we get output that's usable on a Wii U? Because I don't think the Wii U is actually exactly the same as any of these GPUs that they're listing. That might have been the exact same code I just generated. So what about this? I think that's the same code once again. Jeez, man. I prefer secret rings over gems and forces, but that's a me thing. The only person in the entire world who's actually 100% secret rings is Rad. You're probably right. This is a major pain. Major pain alert. Not gonna lie. Because it's funny because I remember before what I did was I just edited it like it told me to, and it magically worked. But this time, that's not enough to make it work. So, I'm gonna have to, like, freaking just guess randomly until it works, I guess. Which is not exactly ideal. You know, to say the least. But this song's a banger, too. I'm not gonna lie. So, what's the error again? Let's find out. Incorrect clause PC8 expected 7. So why is that? So why do you expect 7, right? Because I don't understand what this even freaking means. But it seems like so PC probably means program counter. So it's expecting the program counter to be 7 when it gets here, but why? Because 7's up here, right? So does it just like ignore this? And if so, why? So, what if you change... What if this is bigger? What if it's even bigger? I don't think this is the issue. But I'm curious. Let's go a little bigger than that. Okay. What I was wondering was if... I don't understand this at all, I'm just guessing what I'm doing. But I thought that was a count. So I was like, if the count is smaller, then like maybe it's like ignoring this line. Right? Because the problem is that this line, I think anyway, seems to be that this line is not... like counted or something? Because if it was, then I would think that 8 would be the natural expected result. But it's expecting 7, which is not correct. For moving it there, I mean moving this line, I think this has to be here, because this is in the group that's like ALU push. From the leaked audio frontiers, music ain't sounding so special. I'm gonna give it a fair chance. I think there'll be some tracks in Frontiers that will be good. I think there's gonna be a lot more atmospheric stuff though than we're used to, right? So, you know, I'm not sure, but I'm cautiously optimistic for the soundtrack as well. Okay, well, rather than... So I was gonna do that. I think I'm not gonna do that tonight because I'm getting tired. I'm gonna end soon. But I want to do one more thing before I do. I want to test the special stages out, right? And you know, also, actually, I did want to fix this as well, but I don't know why it like froze. That was funny. It freezes when you don't do anything. Anyway, so... Here, hold up. So, I want to test these. First of all, just on Cemu, and then I want to see that they run on the real hardware. Sega. Sega made this game? I hate Sega! Just kidding. That's what some people think I think, like... Probably. I'm actually gonna mute Cemu for a bit. Because, listen, Mania, you're great and all. This song's kind of a banger as well. No, that's not what I want. Well, I don't know if debug mode isn't opening. Let's test the game too, why not? Hey. So again, it's like blurry. I need to fix that. I don't think you can probably tell too much on stream. It is on like the actual screen. It's blurry. So I want to fix that for sure. It's like noticeably like fuzzy. But the shader again did have that comment that said that it will be really blurry if you do it this way, which is how I was doing it. So if I can fix the shader not compiling correctly, then that problem should magically go away. So I don't know if that lag is going to happen on the actual console or not. It's kind of lagging a little bit, but I think it's just Simu. Because Simu just does that sometimes. But we'll test it out. We have to test it out to make sure. I don't know why I'm doing it on Simu first, actually. Kind of, like, to be honest with you, I don't freaking know why. Well, let's try this first stage. Let's see if we can get there. And then I want to try it on the actual Wii U, and I want to see how the performance is. It should be, you know, like, basically about the same as it was before. So what I'm trying to figure out, first of all, is if it's, like, noticeably slower, like a lot slower, then something is maybe wrong and we need to fix that, right? But if that isn't the case, then I want to go on to optimizing the special stages, right, to use hardware acceleration, which is why I wanted to do this backend in the first place. So let's, oh geez. Okay, click on it. Me when I can't play games. Tails, please, solve my problems for me. Do my taxes, Tails. Thanks, Tails. Tails, are you telling me you did the taxes wrong? I can't do Sonic's voice correctly now. It's working. Yeah, it's working fine. It should, I mean, you know, it's still doing software rendering, so it should be fine. But, yeah, it works. Cool, so I wanted to make sure that... So, let's test it on the actual... oh, wait, did I disable the shadows still? Oh, I still have the shadow disabled from the test I did a long time ago. Okay, so let's, wow, I changed a lot of files, huh? Okay, well, where's the UFO? Is this it? No, that's a cool little thing. Wait, no, the shadows are... The shadows should be there. Huh. Interesting. Well, they should freaking be there. Also, this is, yeah, there, but it's not, gonna use the right buffer yet. I wonder why it freezes, actually. I need to figure that, because I would think it wouldn't freeze. Maybe it freezes if you don't draw anything? That seems weird, but... maybe. There's a lot I gotta still, like, fix and finish. Okay, but anyway, so let's test it on the actual console, I guess. I want to check out the performance of that. Okay. Oh, this song's a banger, but you gotta hold up for a second. Because we gotta test this out. 50 FPS for now. That's in Simu though, yeah. Let's see how it runs on the actual console. And I'm actually gonna change my input source on my TV to my Wii U so that I don't so I can tell for real how well it runs and not just how well it runs like the Elgato, right? I don't want that to interfere with this at all. It's gonna be fun. Hopefully it works. For some reason the video is causing it to freeze right now, so I need to fix that again. So no, the video doesn't work yet, but I don't think that'll be hard. I think I know why that's happening. There's something related to the video that I put it to do on. Okay, yeah, so it's blurry. I need to fix that. It's really blurry. I know why that's happening. So I'll fix that before the final. Let's see the performance of this. I mean, it looks fine. It's hard to tell, right? I'm bad at telling frame rate sometimes. Some people can look at it and go, oh, that's 53 FPS, and it's like, how do you know that exactly? If I had an FPS counter, that'd be cool. I should probably implement something like that. I want to see a Blob's thing in game. Yeah, that's just cool. I need to fix that, but it's cool to see it. Okay. Oh, I actually played it a while ago and I remembered my save data. Can you delete saves? Like, I haven't tested that. It should work, but yeah, it works. Cool. There's a lot of stuff I just want to test whenever I get the chance. Load times could be better. That's largely because I'm... What am I doing? I forgot what I was saying. Sorry. That's largely because I'm, printing stuff to the log. Does the sound play when you hear it on the gamepad? The sound usually doesn't play. Right here. Yep. No sound. I have no freaking idea why. It's only that one sound in that one spot. Everywhere else in the game, that sound plays correctly, but in that cutscene, like why, right? Oh, did it freeze? Or is it just loading? Why would it have frozen there? That doesn't make any sense. Like, actually, that doesn't make any sense. So is it just loading? Let me go look at the log. Because if it's loading, why is it taking so freaking long? Yeah, no crash noise, exactly. I don't know. It looks like it's not logging anything. I think it froze. But why? Why would it have frozen there? What? I mean, this is why you test. Maybe it's because of the save data. I hit the home button. Let's see what happens now. Okay, so we need to fix that. For sure. Yeah, it's really odd. No, it's actually frozen. It's not going back to the home menu, so okay, fun. Let's turn off the Wii U, turn it on again. This time I'm going to try it again, but instead of deleting a save first, I'm actually going to hit no save. Because sometimes the saves are actually related to the freaking file system. Also, you know what I just noticed? Hold up. I'm still freaking logging every frame. That's going to slow the game down a bit. That might be why it's 50 FPS. I'm not even joking. That's going to actually slow the game down quite a bit. Doing that every single frame. So let's not do that. I'll get rid of these two. Let's get rid of some of the logs that we don't need anymore. These are nice to have. This is happening every frame. We don't want that. And these are all also happening every frame, so we don't want that. Let's see. That's also every single frame. We don't want that. And the way it's doing events right now is also kind of slow, so it'd be cool to fix that. Also, it's doing it every time it's like reading or whatever, but which is bad, but we'll remove that later. I just like having that for now. It's kind of helpful. Okay. Is the gamepad also showing the gameplay? Yeah, the gamepad is also displaying the gameplay. Did it build? Yeah, it built. Alright, my Wii U's loading up. Here we go. Yeah, it's on both. That's probably the limited range RGB issue I mentioned. Wait, I didn't see that earlier. Let me read what you're talking about. It looks less colorful than the original. Okay, interesting. I didn't really notice, so thanks for pointing that out. So was it like that in the earlier SDL2 version that I showed you all? Or would you say it wasn't like that? Is it like a new issue? Because if it's just a limitation of the Wii U, then like whatever. That's the best I can do. But if it's not a limitation of the Wii U, then I should fix that. Set the capture card to limited range. It could be only on the capture card. Let me see. Oh yeah, the colors on the capture card look a little different to me. So I'm gonna boot it up on Cemu again after this, and I want you guys to tell me if it looks like that on Cemu or not. Because if it looks less colorful on the actual Wii U, but it looks fine on Cemu, then it's probably just my capture card. But if it looks less colorful on both. Yeah, because I'm looking at the Elgato right now, and that sky looks purple. But on my actual TV, it's blue. And on my gamepad, it's blue. So I think that's just the Elgato, but I want to boot up Simulator and let me know. Simu was fine? Okay. Limited range? Yeah, it's probably a setting on my capture card I need to change or something. So I want to see if it still freezes. Let's skip this cutscene and see if we can get in-game. Hey! Okay, so I don't know. I need to figure out whatever happened there and fix it because that's bad. You don't want random freezes in your game. But we're playing on the Wii U now with GX2 instead of SDL. Let's frickin' go. It's blurry as heck. I need to fix that. That's gonna drive me a little nuts. But it's working. All right, and it doesn't look like it's doing that like thing where it was like flipping, like freaking out. I think that was just the Elgato too, actually. But I want to make sure that before I release it, that it was just the Elgato and not gonna happen on other people's screens. So what I want to do now is go to a special stage and see how it performs. It should be laggy still, but I want to see if it's like the same or worse. So let's check it out. Okay, oh boy, oh, whoa. It was a little better at the beginning. No, it's a little better. It's a little less laggy actually, but it's pretty bad. Okay, yeah, it's still pretty freaking bad. But it feels slightly better to me. I don't know. And also, there's no shadows, right? There's no shadows underneath these orbs, and that's leading me to freak out because I didn't disable the shadow code. From what I can tell. Wait, maybe I did. It's really laggy, so I don't know if that's a GX2 thing, but why in the world would everything work except for shadows, which are also drawn into the same software buffer? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? It runs really well when there's nothing on screen, but as soon as things have to show up, it lags down. And the reason for that is not because it's drawing it. It's like, oh, it's too many rings for the Wii to draw. It's not that. The reason it's lagging is because I think of like the matrix math that it's doing. So if I move that to the hardware, it'll speed it up. So I'd love to do that, but I'm gonna need shaders to like freaking compile, right? That's kind of important. Try checking Scene 3D. Yeah, did I like remove something there or change something? It was running smooth at the beginning. Like it's like a little better. That file had changes in the list. Yeah, yeah, but what would I have done? Alright, well, I'll check that out. Also, let me see if I can play on the gamepad, like, without looking at my TV. I mean, I should be able to, right? But it's cool to, like, test that. It's also funny because the gamepad screen is naturally blurred, so even though it's blurry, it looks great on the gamepad. You can't, like, tell, right? It just looks like the gamepad normally would look. But on the TV, you can definitely tell. So definitely gonna fix that before I release, because that looks so much better when you make it integer scaling instead. Okay, it's another one. Why did I do that? Why not? Oof, I can feel the lag. It feels slow. Yeah, we need to fix that crap. So this is what I wanted to do. So the first step was I wanted it to get up to where it is right now. Where we're using GX2 to draw, and it's all happening in my own custom backend. And then, now that that's working, what I want to do is... Sorry, and also I feel bad saying my own, because it was... like, a lot of it was ruined by chat. So I'm gonna credit him for that, because, geez. But what I want to do from now on, now that we have this working, is I want to add in a new shader that's like custom, right? That is this basic 3D shader, right? So the goal of that is I want to just be able to feed it some vertices and a matrix, and then I want the shader to actually do the computations required to figure out where to put the vertices onto the screen, right? And then to do that, and draw it all entirely in the shader, right? And so for the 2D stuff, it's still going to do it exactly the same way that we've been doing it, but that's doing it right now, right? Also, these are still the same speed, right? Let's find out. But for the 3D stages, sorry, for 3D, is it frozen? No, we're good. Alright, for 3D rendering, I want to do that with another shader. So the idea is that you draw the 2D stuff with the software approach, and then any 3D stuff that goes in the scene, you draw on top of that 2D image that you already drew, fully on the GPU. So in the end, it should look exactly how it's supposed to look. It's just that some of the things were rendered with on the CPU, basically, and some of them were done on the GPU. But it's like combined in the end anyway, so you can't tell. And it should fix the performance. That's the idea. But we're gonna have to like test that, and that's gonna be kind of a pain. I don't know how much. I'm gonna stop really soon. It's actually already getting a little later here than I thought. Now, but it would be cool to at least like try something really fast. I don't know. It's probably not worth it, right? I don't know. Cause like now's a pretty good stopping point probably, but that would also be super cool if I could get that working. Wait, where are the ones I missed? Oh frick, I'm an idiot. It's like that one, I could have sworn. Okay, here, there. Yeah, this one's great, like, this is fine. It's only the special stages that lag. Complex matrix math plus barely any SIMD equals, you're gonna have bet exactly. This is impressive overall, thank you. I wonder if the blurriness is just neat related to the shader you currently have. That's exactly what I'm thinking, yeah. It's probably either that, or, the sampler, right? Because I don't know what the settings are on the sampler, but it's like it needs to be set to be like nearest, you know what I mean? In order to be like pixelated, which is what you want. Because usually with textures, you don't want it to be pixelated, so the GPU usually defaults to like blurring it. Well, that's bad. Why is it dying at random spots, right? That's really weird. Because it wasn't doing that. But what about GX2 would make this happen? I think it's just because it's logging it now. I think that because I'm noticing once again when I look at the log, it's the same line that it was before. It's like trying to write to the log and it's just freezing the console. I think trying to write to this log.txt file is freezing the console. I actually do. So I have an idea about that. Let's just freaking disable the log. Right? See if that fixes it. But the log should work, right? So it's really bizarre that it doesn't. How do you disable? Oh yeah, print log. I want the whole function to like retro disable log. And I'll check what you said to scene 3D. Okay. Sure? I think I want this. Yeah. Disable logging. I'm actually gonna, yeah, set that to on by default. And I hope that would just work. I run this again, I think it'll rebuild, yeah. So that should disable the logging entirely. And then let's look at the scene 3D. I think all that I did there was I replaced the sort algorithm with std sort. Oh. You know, maybe that's why it wasn't lagging. Which makes sense. I expected it to lag, so I was kind of surprised it wasn't. Because it's supposed to lag right now. It's supposed to get faster when I put stuff in that makes it faster. So that would explain a lot. Oof. Also, I might need to rerun that. I think that's why it crashed. So I don't think it'll crash anymore now that I fixed that. We're gonna get this fixed. It's turning on again. This is still building, so we got a second here. It's like awkward because it's like, oh, I can play music, but then it's like, but you're just gonna pause it in a second anyway. The decomp's logging is rather iffy. Yeah, it's like weirdly buggy. I've had a lot of crashes because of the logging. So when you disable the log, it actually like freaking works. I don't know. It doesn't clear whenever you boot up. It just keeps building up. That's... It just... I wouldn't be surprised... Oh, also, sorry, I forgot. I'm going to start it up again from here. Well, actually, I need to wait for this to finish. But I want you to tell me, like, you guys, if the colors look correct or not on Cemu when I start it up here. This is taking forever to link. I don't know why it's taking so long. And when it's done, I'm going to run it again one more time because I actually changed this while it was freaking compiling, which was probably... that was stupid of me. So I just want to do it again to make sure that it actually is building the latest version. But, you know... Progress. That is taking forever. Jeez. Sometimes it does that. I don't know, like linking sometimes. There it goes. It just be slow. I run that again real fast. That should be way faster now. Okay, cool. So it already built the latest version. At least it thinks it did. Okay, so how are the colors on this? Hang on, let me get into, like, where's a good area where you can see? Just leaning back. Let's see. I mean, the colors look fine to me here. It looks like blurry, right? Which makes it look a little odd, but I don't think the colors are the problem. Colors are fine on Cemu? Cool. I think a good way to look at it is look at that sky on Green Hill. Like, that sky is supposed to be blue, right? So here it looks blue. On the Wii U it looked purple, but I think that was just because of the capture card, because on my screen and on the Wii U gamepad it looked blue to me. It was only on the stream screen that I was looking at on my second monitor that it looked purple. Colors are fine? It's my capture card. Great. Okay. Awesome. One less thing to think about. Okay, so we are going to run this again on the Wii U. And I don't know, it's probably a good idea to call it here for tonight. Though I'm really tempted to keep going until I can get the some of the 3D optimization working. Oh man, that is slow. Okay, while it's doing that, maybe I'll actually start typing something. That'll probably finish as soon as I start doing that, though. Yeah, it's almost done now. Okay. And let me rerun the UDP log. Okay. Ooh, we got a lot of F reads, which again is slowing it down. Once I get rid of those, it'll load a lot faster too. What'd be cool too is, so it's like loading, it's like F reading in blocks of 4 bytes. It's like 4 bytes at a time. I don't know how the Wii U is specifically, but on a lot of hardware, that's kind of slow, right? Like if you loaded the whole thing at once, that would be a lot faster than loading 4 bytes at a time. Usually. So I don't know if it'll make a difference on the Wii U or not, but I'd like to try that sometime. But I think in the release version, it's just going to be like, I'm not going to worry too much about how long it takes, because if it takes like a second, oh no, right? Also, it flickered again. Was that happening on the TV? I can't tell. I'm going to switch to my screen so I can look at that again. This is the fun part. Is the problem the capture card or my port? So let me go back to the title screen because it always happens there. I'm going to stare at the TV instead of the capture card. fine to me. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong here. Yes. Alright. I saw it do that on the capture card, and I didn't see it do that on my TV. So I'm pretty sure we're good. Oh. My capture card is bugging the frick out, actually. Holy frick. That's not the game, that's the capture card. Hang on a second. It's on my TV. My TV is turning on and off. I'm not joking. It's flashing black and because my capture card's doing. I remember it did this years ago with other games on another console. It's not this port. It's just my freaking stupid capture card. Hang on, let me try to play with it. See if I can get it to 10. This is the output, right? So if I unplug that for a second, you guys should still see it. Yeah, but I don't anymore, so let me fix that now. Get back in. Down here. It might also be freaking overheating a little bit because it's in a bad spot. Why is it doing that? That's so annoying. Okay, hang on a second. Sorry. It might be his HDMI cord, too. Well, it's still capturing. Yeah, I know, but on my screen it's so bad. Because the capture card keeps turning off. Like, the output keeps turning off. Oh, that's so bad. I need a new capture card. Okay, but none of this is the game. It's all the freaking... I know it's the game. Yeah, so I know it's the capture card because the capture card has done this crap to me before. What did I do to fix it before? I can't remember. Sometimes just holding the HDMI in makes it happy. Sometimes it's the cable. Man, I don't know, whatever. I can just play on the gamepad if I have to. Okay, so what I want to do, so I want to test what I did exactly before, so I'm going to delete this. And give it a second. Hope it doesn't freeze. Looks kind of like it froze, dude. Hey, no, it didn't. We're good. Okay. And then I want to see if it freezes in the same spot it did before or not. Yo, hey, Blue Core, how you doing? Got the tail end? Haha, tails, haha. I need to set it to limited range so the colors would be fine. You don't have enough memory in the memory card. That's probably the issue. Yeah, maybe I should try to mess with the Elgato settings a little bit, but I'm scared it's gonna like make it stop capturing video at all because sometimes it does that. Color range limited, is that what you... Let me read that again. You need to set it to limited range. Okay, so right now it's at full. So I want it to be partial. So it's gonna freeze for a second. That's just the capture card. That's... Oh. Please don't freeze my stream, I swear. Okay, alright. Hey! Alright, that was all the capture card. Okay, so here we go. Okay. I mean, game didn't freeze, right? So it looks like it's related to the log. Let's see if we can beat the... Let's do exactly what we did before, right? Where, I did 2 special stages and then I finished the level. So let's do that again. Just because I want to see... I want to make sure that the random freezes don't happen again, you know? Before I release this, I want to do a stream where I just play from the beginning to the end of the game, right? And we note any little issue or anything that might happen. Hopefully there will be none by that point, or very, very few. So it should be laggier than it was last time because I re-enabled the shadows. Yes. Ah, yes. 1 polygon. Too much for the Wii U. But okay, the shadows are working, so cool. So I expected it to be laggy. We haven't optimized it yet, so we're going to. But probably not tonight because now it's getting too late. But soon. I might do it off camera. I'll do it like, you know, tomorrow. But I don't know if I'll stream then. Maybe. It's been fun. I've been enjoying doing these streams. Oh, this is always the best place to test the lag, this part right here. because that chugs. And it's just freaking because of matrix math. Like, I swear, that's what it is. So I'm gonna fix that, because we're gonna do that all on the shader. Like, 100% of that is gonna be GPU. I'm just gonna make it super smooth. At least in theory, right? Hopefully in practice as well. Lag, my beloved. Is it as beloved or less beloved than Green Triangle? That's pretty cool. Like, the stream started out with a green triangle. Well, I mean, I guess it was nothing for a while, and then it became red and green, and now we have this. So that's pretty good. You can, like, see the progress. It's funny that the game goes slow, but then speeds up for a second and then slows again. I know, right? And it's all because of the amount of objects on the screen. It's not even the polygons, you'll notice. Because that's what people think, right? You think, like, oh, it's poly count, but it's not the poly count. It's like objects, because there's a difference, right? So the poly count is like how many polygons are in an individual object, right? And then the object count is like how many objects there are. The difference is that for each object, you have to recompute the matrix for that object, but you don't have to do that for every polygon in that object. It's only once per object, alright? So you'll notice that if it's drawing an object that has, like, let's pretend that there's one that has 8,000 polygons. These are all very low poly, so probably not, but just imagine that there was one that was really high detail, whatever, right? It doesn't lag. But if it's trying to draw a lot of objects that have 2 polygons, it does. Am I already almost counted this freaking thing? Incredible. I've become a Mania speedrunner by accident. Oh, I didn't implement the FPS cap thing either, which is probably something I should do. I don't know what that actually... Oh. Well, it's not going to be exactly the same test, I guess, but it should be close enough. So much math, exactly. Green cube is dead. That's sad. It not only looks like I've fixed... I don't want to speak too soon, but it looks like I fixed the freeze. It also looks like it loads faster. Which makes sense, because the log would be... Oh, I also did this. Sorry. I know it's like a lot of time I'm spending testing this, but I want to make sure that it is like pretty much the same setup as it was before, even though I really think that I fixed it. I think it was just the log. I really want to be like, nah, dude, it works. Sonic 3. Why does it sound like a Sonic tuber? Like, ah yes, Sonic 3. I remember the first time I played this game back in 1995. We didn't get it for a year. Man, times were different then. But also, very much the same. Now I'm married and have 5 kids. And Sonic is still a thing somehow. Goodness. That's simultaneously funny and sad for me to think about. How it's been 30 years of Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, more than that now. Ah. Heck yeah. It ain't lag, that's what the game's supposed to do. 60 FPS blue spheres, exactly. Time flies, it sure does. The full sentence is time flies when you're having fun, but I see you've deliberately shortened it. I'm just kidding. Not having fun, are we? Just teasing. I know people also say time flies. Ah. Hey, I mean, like none of this lags, you know, this is all great. It's only this freaking special stages. Boom. Oh. Should I grab that? Okay, so it froze here last time. Hey! Yeah, it's just the log. The log freezes it, I don't know why. But who freaking cares? We don't need a log. That scared me for a second. It froze for like 2 frames because it was trying to load the next level and save my progress. Alright, you know what? Screw it. I want to get to the end of Green Hill Act 2. Why the frick not? It's my stream, I'll do what I want. I'm gonna act like a 2-year-old. Can we do the thing where we bounce off the enemies and people are like, whoa? No, because I don't have talent. But if I did, we could do that. I'm not gonna do none of this right now. It's funny, right? Because I really, you know, I like blue spheres, but maybe there's like too much. You know, in my opinion, there's too many blue spheres. It's like I don't want to play blue spheres every 2 seconds. You know, I want to play like there's another one. Jeez. Okay. I'm gonna do this though. Yeah, I think you can play it from... You should be able to do it from beginning to end. But I haven't tested that yet. It's just optimization, yeah. And other things, so like... there's a couple little weird issues I need to improve and stuff. But, it seems like the game itself is like totally... Yeah, it's just this. No, I'm not going for it again. I probably could totally have done that, and it would have been fine. But I've learned my lesson. I do want to work on that, but I should go to bed. It's getting late, so I think I'm gonna stop here, and hopefully come back. I mean, tomorrow, I guess, or today. You know, technically speaking, I could stream it again. Like, why the frick not? And we gotta get that GX2 optimization, right? Heck freaking yeah. Oh, I know part of why it crashes too on the I'm just thinking out loud. On the video. I know what's going on in there. That shouldn't be too hard to fix, hopefully. Making the video not lag is gonna be really hard though. I don't think I'll be able to do that in time, but it will work. Boom. Sonic got a Chaos Emerald. What you gonna do? I'm a Blue Spheres hater, but your name is Blue Core. How could you possibly hate the Blue Spheres? Is it because they're like there can only be one? Dang. No way, Sonic Mania on the Nintendo Dreamcast? Nintendo Dreamcast. Yeah. Wow, that's actually a great, unfortunate name for the Wii U. Nintendo freaking Dreamcast. This game's so good. Like, it's funny, right? I think I said this before, but, you know the creator of Tetris? Hear me out. The creator of Tetris apparently, was having so much fun playing the game that he had trouble bringing himself to finish the game because he would, like, boot it up to playtest it. And he just wanted to keep freaking playing it. He didn't want to, like, stop playing it. He was having so much fun. He was like, dude, I gotta go back to work. Man, I just want to play this. And I feel like that's the mark of a good game. You know, when the developer is like having trouble finishing the game because they're having too much fun playtesting to stop. But yeah, right. Like I've been playtesting this, and man, like a lot, like off screen too, right? And I've genuinely been having like too much fun. I keep having to be like, stop, we have to fix the thing, and it's like, but Mania is great! Like, if you don't have freaking Sonic Mania, you should really get it. It's genuinely, like, I already liked it, but the more I play it, the more I'm like, this is a great game, dude. Alright, let's see if we can get to, Chemical Plant. This freaking boss where you gotta use the momentums from the slope to jump off, and it's so good. You can also just do this. Part. Oh, just the tails thing. Yeah, I already tested that. Yeah, that works. Why would that not work? Like, literally, why would that not work? Imagine if everything worked but that. That would utterly baffle me. I'd be like, why is tails broken? Let's use it right now. No, grab on, Tails. No, grab onto me. Okay, that's not how I intended that to go. I can still control him like this? How? I didn't know that. Wait, I think I did, I just forgot. This dude Corey, not gonna lie, that's awesome, man. Comparison Wii U has 1 GB of accessible RAM, 2 gigs total. Yeah, it's insane. Working on this HDMI, just play the game from start to finish. When I only had to test one thing. Yeah, I feel you. Like, honestly. Something's there, right? Do you have a Discord? I do. As most have said, it's in the description, yeah. Does this RB2 doesn't use more than 16 megs of RAM? That's interesting. Holy frick. That's even better optimized than I thought. But yeah, man. Man, I want to keep playing this free. Oh man, oh, I gotta sleep. Fuck on it. Chemical Plant 2, alright? Okay, listen. I'll stop after Chemical Plant 2. Alright, because hear me out. Because that level is so good. I have to rant about how good it is. Hang on. You know what I'm talking about. It's got freaking bouncy chemicals. How can you go wrong? It's got bouncy chemicals, dude. Did I stutter? Yeah. Ah, frick. Just actually playing Sonic Mania now. I mean, hey, I'm gonna do a stream where I play this from beginning to end, so I'm actually just gonna do that. But, for now, yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to, let's jinx it, why don't we? I think it's safe to say that I fixed the freezes. Because they were happening pretty frequently before, right? And now they're not happening at all. You know what, Tails? I'm gonna need you to, no. How about now? You can't do that underwater? Oh. Because they knew that you could just skip the area. Oh. Or you could use momentum. Cool. Yep, no. No. Neat. I can't actually hear the audio right now, so if you're wondering why I'm singing probably horrendously off sync, that's because I can't actually hear the song. Can I do a thing where I look up? What do you mean, Rad? Can you look up? Yes, that does work. Imagine if that didn't work. Everything else works, but you can't look up. I don't know why, I just feel the need, like I'm paranoid that there's gonna be one random tiny feature that doesn't work for some reason. So I have to test every little thing. Can I do this? Wow, I can! Wow, I can! It's like, yes, the game is in fact working, Rad. What's that? Only showing my messages? What the frick? I don't know. I'm looking at it. Get it started. Speedway Act 2's boss. Apparently the game lags there. Yeah, I'm gonna need to test that again. I need to re-enable the dev menu. Because somehow that got bored with the SDL2 thing. I'll fix that. But I need to re-enable that so I can skip to whatever level I want. Maybe I should do that tonight because that shouldn't be hard to fix. Well, I know a hack that can make it work anyway, so I can just do that. This level's so good. Like, this is why I wanted to play this, right? Like, dude, tell me that this isn't a good level. No, don't actually. I'll kill you. Just kidding. Like, look, the freaking bouncy chemicals. Bouncy gel. What else do you need, dude? This is everything you need in life. Big bouncy gel. Bouncy gel paid my taxes for me. It solved my relationship drama. I didn't even know I had it, but it solved it. Bouncy gel's a good friend. I'm gonna put that up with Green Cube. It's up there with Green Cube. Which makes sense because it also becomes green. This is not. Oh no, this is correct. I don't think I've taken this path. Whoa. There's so many paths, right? Like, every time you play this, you can go a different way if you want to. It's not a bad game by any means, but all the charms weren't off it. You talking about Mania? Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I understand. I just think the game's pretty cool. I get why, like, because it's like, oh, you know, because there's all the constant Sonic levels again. What? I don't know. I guess I feel like in an era where we're getting that from the 3D games anyway, and we're actually getting reused freaking like outright design as well. You know, Mania's pretty good. It's pretty impressively good. Well, you know we gotta do this. I mean, come on. Who are we if we don't go to this one? Looking up sets a bit in memory and causes the game to write to RAM, unlocking Sonic 4. Imagine if I included the entire code for Sonic, like, you know the Windows Phone version of Sonic 4? What if I painstakingly ported that back to C++ and then put that on the Wii U and didn't tell anybody? And so it just took like, yeah, I don't know, like 7 months to port this, and people were like, why is it taking so... I thought it was almost done. It's like, no, hang on. I just gotta fix a bug, that's all. And meanwhile, during that time, someone else is gonna port it and it's gonna be better. But no. So then I release it, and then people were like, why did it take so long? And it's because there's a secret cheat code where you can play Sonic 4 in its entirety. But of course, I make it so secretive that no one's even gonna know. This is chugging, dude. I gotta fix that. See, it doesn't when the objects go off screen. And it's funny, right? Because if you look at the pillars and stuff, like they're, you know, like technically, like they're 3D models, so it's like more polys, right? Because the sprites are not. Do you know that the rings and the sphere are not 3D at all? Like they're literally sprites, right? They're literally just textures apparently. And so you know, textures are not like 2D images. It's not what's lagging the game down. It's the matrix math, right? That's the thing. Because again, like, see, like you get past the rings and then the game speeds up. Then you get into an area where there's like more objects and the game lags. And it doesn't matter how many polys are on screen. The poly count kind of fluctuates, but the game doesn't lag because of that. Right? That's what it freaking is, I swear. So I hope so. I hope I'm right, because if not, then I don't know what's causing the lag, but I'm pretty sure that's it. And that should not be hard to fix. I just need to do some stuff that's going to take a little bit of time, so not tonight, but probably tomorrow. I think actually tomorrow is when I'm going to have that working. I'll stream it. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. I want to stream it. We'll see what happens. Get the UFO, get the Chaos Emerald, get the go Supersonic. Oh, I did it! Went to... Is it on the Wii U? No. Wait. I don't think so. That'd be freaking weird if it was. Imagine Sonic 4 on the DS. Now I gotta port it. I gotta port freaking... What did you say? Sonic 4 to the Nintendo DS now. Goodness. Imagine doing that. Like, imagine, like, all the work that would, like, the insane, unbelievable amount of work that would go into making something like that happen. And all for a bad game. Like, you do all that just so that people will be like, why? And you'll be like, I don't know why I did that. Probably you're gonna spend, like, years of time. So Poyo works. Cool beans. I'm so sorry. This is Mean Bean Machine. I don't know what Poyo Poyo Tetris is. Or just Poyo Poyo. Poyo Poyo Tetris is just one game in the... Anyway. This is what happens when I don't sleep. I will sleep, don't worry. Let's just get past this level and then actually... Wait, City Office is the next level, isn't it? Dude. one more level? No, I don't know. I shouldn't. Cityopolis is so fun. Will Rad be able to make a combo higher than 1 before Eggman dies? Probably not. No, not at this rate. If I was trying to do that from the beginning, I could have done that. But Eggman dies fairly quickly. If we get green down there, we can maybe do that. It's not enough. Yeah, because that'll fall. Nah, Eggman's dead. No, that wouldn't have been a combo anyway. That would have just been freaking stupid. Boing. It's fine. Sleep isn't important. Good question, Taz. I think I probably do. I don't usually delete mods. Because you never know if you're gonna lose it forever. I don't know if that's possible. You mean Sonic 4 on the DS? I think it's possible. It would just be terrible. You'd have to remove, like... It would have to look like Sonic Rush, you know what I mean? No better. So it would be the same game, but even worse. So why would you do that? And it would be so much work. I mean, it would be... It's technically... You know, we technically have the code to Sonic 4, right? Because of the Windows Phone port. They made a freaking Windows Phone port of Sonic 4 Episode 1 for some reason. And because of that, so apparently on the Windows Phone, I guess all of the apps that they released at the time, at least on Windows Phone 7, I guess not on the later versions of Windows Phone. On Windows Phone 7, it seems like all of the apps were required to be in like C#. I don't know why. Microsoft like required that apparently. And so this game was written in C++, so they were like, well... So to me, that would be a reason to like consider not porting the game. Because it's Windows Phone. Nobody has a Windows Phone. You're gonna put all this time and effort into remaking the entire game in a new programming language. Why? Right? If you're gonna do that, it should be because everyone's gonna play that version that's gonna sell well. It shouldn't be because 2 people will play it. You know what I mean? So like, what the frick are you doing? But they said, no, we want to put it on Windows Phone. So, but they didn't want to rewrite the whole game. So what they actually did is, they had some bizarre, I don't know if they wrote it themselves, or if Microsoft wrote it, or who wrote it, but they had some tool, apparently, that let them auto-generate C++ from like, sorry, auto-generate C# from like C or C++ code, apparently? I don't know, but somehow they had a thing like that, and so they auto-generated a C# version of their, like, maybe I'm getting this wrong, maybe that's not exactly what they did, but that's what I heard they did at least. They apparently made a C# version of it. And so here's the thing about C# for anyone who doesn't know, and like any like .NET like type language, it doesn't compile down to like machine code, it compiles down to like, what's it called, MSIL or whatever? It's like Microsoft like media language, I think. So it's like managed bytecode. It's not like machine code, right? And then at runtime, it's JIT compiled into machine code. So because it's not machine code, and it's this like bytecode format that happens to be very similar to what the actual original C# code looked like, you can decompile any C# program very easily and get the C# code out of it. Like, you have no idea, it's really easy. It's like one click, and you get the whole thing. And it's pretty freaking accurate to how it actually would have looked. Like, it's not identical, of course, but it's like you get the names and everything, usually. So, you know, it's pretty good. And so because they have this cursed, horrible, auto-generated C# Windows Phone port of Sonic 4 Episode 1, man, that is a mouthful, we can decompile it and get the source code of Sonic 4. And so, of course, we've done that. So, like, Wham did that. That's how we, like, ported it to the, like, WebAssembly or whatever. It's incredible. So, because we have that, we could technically port Sonic 4 to anything if you wanted to. But why would you want to? That's the question. You know, now that I said it out loud, I kind of want to do a Wii U port. simply because it's the stupidest thing I can... Well, I shouldn't say the stupidest. It's one of the stupidest things I can imagine spending my time on. It's like there's so many good things you could be doing with your time, but instead, you're porting Sonic 4 Windows Phone version to the Wii U. Why? Why are you doing that? It's like, because it's cursed, that's why. Because I can say I did it to make everyone angry. That's why. That's why you do it. It's like people were like, why? It's like, because of your reaction right now. That's why I did it. I do a little bit of trolling. Someday, but I want to do that, if I do that ever, I want to do something like that when I'm not doing anything more important. You know, because I have other projects that are actually, like, I should finish them, you know? So if I ever have, like, downtime someday and it's like, huh, I should do a hobby. You better watch out. Sonic 4 Episode 1 Wii U. Can you imagine? Oh, no. Only Episode 1 as well, because we don't have the source for Episode 2. So you only get Episode 1. Sorry, Wii U fans. Port Corey to the Wii U. Yeah, call it the Corey Trilogy or something. The Corey Collection. Sonic 4U, featuring Green Triangle from the Sonic Mania series. The instant speed of cartoons. I know, right? As soon as you grab the spheres, it gets faster. It's literally not the polygons, you know? It's literally the Matrix map. Like, it has to be. What else would cause that, right? It's either that or, like, the way that they're sorting the scenes or something, but, like, my gosh, man. One of those two things. Both are stupid. Like, both are things that you would not think would lag down the Wii U. But I'd buy a Corey collection. If it was legal, then sure. We don't own anything in those games. We don't even own Corey. Disney's gonna sue us, dude. Oh. I forget, Mania doesn't save... Does Mania save when you beat Act 1? I think it only saves when you beat Act 2, right? Is that a convenient excuse to play this? Oh! Oh no! Oh no, it froze! No! Okay, so he didn't fix all the freezes. Screw me. Doggone it. Why? Okay, so when you look at the, I don't know, what happened? Oh, that's gonna be tough to figure that out, isn't it? When you look at the log, this is the log. The last thing I tried to do was open this, music file. So I don't know why it froze. Sorry, Taz. Oh, man. Dang it. That's upsetting. Okay, well, that's really upsetting because I'm going to have to figure out why it freezes sometimes, and... You know? Okay, so it could actually be... Because here, I don't remember it doing that ever with SDL2. Well, you know what, actually? Maybe it did. It could be several things. Maybe one of the things is that GX2, maybe there's some timing related thing that I'm doing incorrectly, and it usually works fine, but once in a blue moon, it doesn't and it freezes, right? It could be that. Bruh. It froze before the log could print, that'd be funny. Man. So we need to fix that. Man, that's upsetting. I don't want to end on that note. Talk on it. It's almost 3 in the morning, so I really should. Is there a multiplayer? Should be. I don't know if it works yet. But it's in the code, right? So it should, like, be accessible. It should work, theoretically, though, there's this, right? So, like, I have this code here for handling all the different screens. But I swear Um, if you look at this, it all looks fine, right? But then you go to the for screen code, which is right here. And this code, I ported it straight from the DirectX 11 version, and I did a double take. And I like checked it every time to make sure that I was typing this correctly. Because I was like, there's no way that this is correct. But this is what it does. And so I get the feeling that whoever, like the people who made the decomp, actually made a mistake here. Because this doesn't look right. It looks like they're telling it to print, like, to draw, like, something that wouldn't be correct. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. So they're saying to draw start vert, like that many triangles. Whereas usually start vert is not the number of triangles to draw, right? But start vert is 0. So they're telling it to draw 0 triangles 4 times. Right? That doesn't make sense. That's not what they meant to do, right? And if you look at the DX code here, you can see it's the same thing. Like everywhere else, they say draw 6 triangles. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, right? No, I didn't mean to do that. That was an accident. Everywhere else, it's 6 triangles, but this was accidentally just became a haunted rad stream. I don't know. But here they're drawing 0. So I'm pretty sure that's a mistake. Because that wouldn't work, right? But I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I'm missing something. But so I want to fix that. It's been cold. My phone's gonna ring. I'm gonna be like, oh, do I take the phone at 3 a.m.? Do I accept the challenge, the haunted 3 a.m. challenge? You just pick it up. Hey man, so like you called me, so like, what do you want? What would I do? What would I do if that happened? It's like, do I keep talking? Do I say something? What do I say? Do I hang up? Am I just screwed no matter what I do? Am I just gonna die? What do I do in this scenario? Sonic 4 calling Sonic 4 at 4 a.m. Spooky. Alright, so man, I'm really having fun, honestly. I want to keep going, but it's freaking late, so I should stop. So, we're gonna stop tonight. And I'm gonna keep doing this soon. I probably stream tomorrow, like later today, right? There's still a lot of work to do. So I need to get the 3D working. I need to fix the blurriness. I need to do all that stuff. So I'll try to work on it a little bit, probably a little off camera, and then I'll try to stream it again. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, hopefully I can get this. So the freezing issue is actually the thing that's bothering me the most, because most of the other things, as hard as I know that some of the stuff will be still, is like I know what to do pretty much, right? But that, I have no freaking idea why that's happening. I don't know why it's freezing. So that's bad, and it's random. So you can, you might end up playing it for like several hours and it works great, and then you release it and then it turns out you just got lucky that time and the freeze bug is still there. You know what I mean? So that's terrible. Bugs like that are the worst. So that's a problem. I hope that I can fix that in time. I don't know where to begin with that, though. I don't know what's causing that. One thing that might help is they keep updating the RSTK decompilation repo, and I haven't updated this Wii U version to the latest version of that yet. Oh, well, Clownacy like fixed some stuff apparently. This is interesting. This is like the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, I wonder if there's a bug somewhere in the decompilation that's causing the freeze, right? And just updating to the latest version might fix it. Who knows? But it'd be nice if it was something like that. The Wii U does have crash logs on the NAND. Maybe I should check that. I don't know if it'll be useful information or not for me, right? But yeah, maybe I should check that. You know what else it could be? It could be related to the audio. Because SDL is doing that, but I don't know how, right? It could be related to the audio. Because there was also the audio bug of, like, the sound not working. And it causes the buzz. I don't know. It could be a lot of things. You answer the phone. Hey, so your pizza's been sitting for an hour. Are you still coming to pick it up? Or, yeah, I'm like, oh my gosh, imagine if that was haunted. Hee hee. Imagine if I got a haunted call at 3 a.m. Hee hee. And then as soon as I say that, you hear in the background. And it's like, guys, this isn't scripted. I didn't know. Do I pick up? And the chat's like, do it. And I'm like terrified. I'm like, I'm like sweating nervously. I like pick up the phone and my hand's shaking at like, rapid speed. I can barely tap the button. I hit it. Hello? Your pizza's still here. Can you? Yeah, that's the scenario. Who's calling me at 3 a.m. to tell me my pizza's still there? Hey, Red, real quick, can you do me a favor? It depends on what the favor is, Taz. I'm just saying. That sounded a lot more mean than I meant it. I meant it to be funny. I didn't mean it to be mean. Wii U pretty much always buzzes when it crashes. Yeah, I know. I've had it do that to me in actual vanilla Wii U games as well, so doesn't matter if it's in the audio code. Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking out loud. Can you not stream Sage on September 6th during 9:30 p.m. EST through 11 p.m. EST and September 8th during 4 p.m. EST through 5:30 EST? Because my favorite YouTuber, Salty DK Dan, will be streaming Sage, and I want to see if he streams Cory and the Dead. Dude, if Salty DK Dan plays Cory and the Dead, that's going to be incredible. I want that timeline to happen. Yeah, well, okay, I'm not going to remember that. But let's see, September 6th through then, and also not on the 8th through then. Cool. And then I hopefully don't forget that. I probably will. We'll leave that open. The games are the king of buzz freezes. They don't even have Toy Story in them. I don't know, bad joke. I think I've had every single one I've played crash at least once. Oof. But they were made by Traveling Tales. Did Game Hut lie to me? Thanks, Rad. This is why you're my best... my best... I'm both? Dude. I'm flattered. Both Wii and Wii U have the same crash sound. I wonder how that happened. Nintendo specifically made it. They went like... They like had a different crash sound, and they were like, no. Cat-like typing detected. Okay, Wasif, sure. Hold up. There's also a serial debugging module available for Tiramisu that enables ISOU's built-in debug logger on retail. Whoa, that's sick. Yo, that's awesome, actually. Once in a blue sphere it freezes. Can you port to 360? You talking about Sonic Mania? I don't have a mod at 360, but it should totally be possible, yeah. Taz did his first Nya. It took a while. I expected that to happen a few years ago, if I'm being honest. Okay, so from Westif we have Green Triangle Adventure 2. Westif, thank you so much. Please, Green Triangle being a meme is like so... I love that so much. Also, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm realizing this is like really good. You put a lot of effort into this. Holy frick. That's beautiful. Okay, I think I can actually open Twitter now. Wait, let's make sure. Without showing my freaking email address. Cool. That's a nice feature. Oh. Oh, okay, this is new. A small portion of the 3D city level from the Gamescom demo, and then we got some German, I think. The level was the best of all. It was fast, fun, good looking, good level design, etc. Reminiscent of Radical Highway, and it's the last level, 1-7. To get there you have to do a puzzle. Oh, okay.
Auch Radical Highway. Ist doch sehr Radical Highway ähnlich, ne? Schon, ja.
Oh, whoa, yo, this does look good. Wait. Yo, this does look good. Wait, holy frick, I like that.
Schon, ja.
Wait, dude. It's like, well, you know what it is? It's like City Escape. You know the start part with the stairs and the rail in the middle.
Auch Radical Highway. Ist doch sehr Radical Highway.
It is City Escape. Like that's like the thing.
Ähnlich, ne? Schon, ja.
It's literally City Escape. This is the part where with like the it's like backwards though, and like mashed up. No wonder I like it, because it reminds me of a game I like. Dude, it looks fun. I wanna. Okay. Good level design goes a long way. It is City Escape. Yeah, it literally. So, are these city levels supposed to be a mashup of all the different city levels in Sonic, you think? That explains the way that it looks, because, like, look at the signs, right? You have, like, all these random signs for all these different Sonic City levels, and they're all, like, put together. You know? Interesting. Man, I don't know how to feel about these, because... Like, I wasn't like, you know, oh man, the cyberspace levels are the only part of this game that I care about. You know, like some people were like that. I wasn't like that, you know, from the beginning. I was like, all right, I like open world, right? I know it's going to be different for Sonic, but sure, right? I'll give it a chance. I think that sounds kind of fun, right? So the cyberspace levels actually already were not even the thing that I was like, excited about, really. But even so, right, these cyberspace levels, most of the ones that we've seen up till now, is it just me? They look freaking terrible. Like, it's not just that they're, I mean, reusing the zones and now also the level design, because, yeah, that's freaking terrible, but that's not even the thing that gets me the most. It's the fact that, like, if you're going to reuse the level design, you know, at least do something new to it, at least make it, like, better in some way, you know what I mean? Like improve the physics or add some fun new element to it or something, right? But it's like, nah, right? We're gonna reuse the level design, but we're gonna make it worse, right? Because we've got these like nerfed forces physics, which are just terrible, right? Which instantly makes the entire game like far less fun, even though it's the same level design, right? I mean, you can't like drift anymore, right? And yet they still have this part in a chemical plant where you're supposed to drift, and it's like, oh man. You noticed that, right? Like anyone who watched that? They still have the part with the curve where you're supposed to drift, but you can't do that anymore. So it's like, so they have to script it. They have to make it so there's a spline there now. And it's like, man, just, I don't get it. There's so many parts of that I don't get. Like, so why would you take out the drift in the first place? Why did you dumb down the physics? Why would you not use the gens physics to begin with? Why are you reusing zones again? Why are you reusing level design? And then finally, if you're going to reuse zones and going to reuse level design and not going to do anything new to it, why are you going to reuse a level design that has the drift in it when this game doesn't have the drift in it? Right? It's like at least reuse a level that doesn't have that, right? It's so baffling. I don't get any of it. I just don't get the thought process at all. But that's what they did, so okay. But then, anyway, but this one looks alright. This one looks alright. Like, this looks kind of fun. I don't know why it looks more fun to me. I don't know, something about the curves make it a little more fun than just a straight line. Even though it's, like, gameplay-wise the same thing, you know? But it's like literally, I don't know. That's cool. What else? You have another one. Someone managed to make Roger's voice sound better. Okay, so wait, so they pitch shifted the audio. Okay. So I want to say something about that though. Keep in mind, where did we get the audio from, right? Because it was from some video, but I think the video was a screen recording. So I want to say, I do wonder if the audio is actually lower pitched than it is in game because of the screen recording. I wonder if whoever recorded it, like, it made the audio lower pitched. You know what I mean? Because, you know, sometimes cameras do that. Like, mics do that sometimes. But anyway, but here's the higher pitch shifted version, so let me hear this. Wait, it is in the game? Oh. What? Never mind. But only using certain dash panels. What? How does that work?
Amy?
Yeah, that sounds more like Sonic.
Looks like I'm the only one who made it out of that. Whatever it was.
No, that sounds way better.
Mortal,
Like, actually.
Hello?
Can you hear it? Sorry.
you have done the impossible. You have escaped cyberspace through your own power. You are the key.
Key, huh? Sure beats being called a rodent. Are you saying I can rescue my friends?
It still sounds deep there to me, like a little too deep.
Destroy the Titans.
But
Tear down the wall.
it's a lot better.
Yeah, okay, sure. How about a little context? Hello?
And I'm sorry, the way he delivers that line is, I don't want to nitpick the crap out of it, because I actually really like a lot, like, most of what I'm seeing, I actually like, right? And of course the thing I'm choosing to talk about is the one negative. I really like the cutscenes so far. They look really good.
Oh well. Some direction is better than none.
But yeah, I can nitpick about the audio. This is a much better than how it actually sounds, I think, like, the pitch shifting is actually, like, a positive here. But I swear, man, like, I don't want to be so mean to, you know, because these are human beings who are trying their best, you know, and here I am, like, tearing apart their work over something stupid, you know, so I'm not trying, you know, I'm sure Roger's good, he's a great voice actor, he's done a lot of, you know, amazing roles, but, man, like, the way this line is, like, listen to how he delivers this line.
Yeah, okay, sure. How about a little context?
It sounds like he's, like, tripping over the word content. Is that just me? Like, I feel like the way that that line was supposed to be read was like, yeah, okay, sure. How about a little context? Hello? You know what I mean? Like, more like that. But he says it like, how about a little context? It's like odd, right? And I've never heard Roger do that before. So it's weird to me that he does it, like, multiple times in this cutscene. I don't know what the like, listen to that again.
Yeah, okay, sure. How about a little context?
You see what I mean? Like, is that just me? How about a little context? It's like, you want to do another take, maybe? Or, okay, nah, I guess that's the take we use in the game. Alright. I don't get it. Kind of makes sense for this cutscene. Well, I mean, sure. Plot-wise, you can explain it. Oh, Sonic's just stuttering because he's dazed, and he went through a lot. It's like, okay, but the real reason his voice is stuttering is because, you know, something else. But I don't know, maybe not, maybe not. Maybe they told him to stutter. Maybe they actually told him to stutter. How about a little context? Yeah, right, it's like kind of odd. I don't know. It's like, I know it's a, who freaking cares? It's one line, right? I'm nitpicking the crap out of it. But, I don't know, it's just, there's a lot of, it just sounds off. Like, his voice sounds off to me in this. It's not just that it's different, because, listen, people say that, like, whenever you criticize certain things, people will say, like, oh, you just don't like it because it's different. And it's like, have you not been paying attention? Because I don't get it, right? Because it's like, have you not been paying attention to what anyone has been saying for the past 5+ years now? We want different. Right? Like, we don't want forces again. We wanted something different than that. We don't want... I'm sorry, but I don't think a lot of people wanted the, like, Roger voice again. We didn't want the same old, like, modern Sonic design. We didn't want, like, we want new things. So it's not that people don't want something different. It's that they want it, I guess, like, they want it to be good, you know? But I guess everyone's depiction of good is a little different. You know, it's, like, subjective, of course. But, man, I don't know. Like, I think the voice that he's doing for Sonic here is a good voice, and it captures the emotion well. I just don't think it fits Sonic. And I'm saying that as someone who, like, every time I would talk about voice actors in Sonic, a lot of times people would tell me they don't like Roger's voice because they think his voice is too deep. And I always was like, I don't know, I think it's fine. Like, I got what they were talking about, but I always thought it was okay. I always was like, I don't think it's too deep. It's, like, maybe close to that, but it's okay. But in this game, it's too deep. I don't know what the frick happened. I don't know if it's different direction or if his voice changed a little bit or something. I don't know. But I swear, it's too deep. It's like, he doesn't sound... He's supposed to be 15. He does not sound 15. He sounds at least 30. Right? And it doesn't sound like, oh, he just has a naturally deep voice. It sounds like it's because of age, you know? I don't mean to be mean, I just don't know how else to say it. And I don't even think that that's because of Roger. Like, Roger could do a different voice if he wanted to, I think. I think he's, like, choosing to do this. Maybe the directors are telling him to do this. He's like, somehow there was a decision made, someone chose, do a deeper voice. And I don't get how you think that Sonic's voice should be deep like that. Like, hey guys, I'm Sonic. You know, it's like, does that just me? It doesn't fit the character at all. Like, I don't know. I just don't... If anything, you picture him talking higher pitched. Like, if it was too high, I think that would have sounded better than it being too low. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's weird. I wouldn't even be surprised if... No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I want to say is, unironically, if Sega literally pitch shifted the voice up, like, I would say even a little higher than the guy did in this video, I unironically think that would sound better. Like, I actually think that would be a lot better. And I don't usually feel like that. I usually feel like pitch shifting is cheap. Well, okay, you can do it and make it not cheap at all, but you know what I mean? Like, a lot of times I feel like it sounds kind of cheap. But I think it would actually sound better for this. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely direction. I mean, it sounds like it is because I can't imagine his voice would have changed that much in 5 years, you know? And he did like Twitter takeovers too, and they sounded pretty much the same, right? So it sounds like someone specifically told him, do a deep voice, and he was like, okay? And he's just doing what he's told. I don't get that. Because I do hear one positive about this is that he sounds more serious now. He sounds more like, dude, I am actually this character, and I am actually going through this situation right now, right? Which is good. He should sound like that. It shouldn't be like, okay, where am I? I'm out, you know, like, he doesn't care at all about what's going on. Because, like, he should be cocky. Sonic should be cocky. But he shouldn't be like, I almost died. All my friends are dead. Lol, this is pretty funny. Eggman. Baldy with nose hair. He shouldn't be like that, right? He should have emotions, but also be cocky, right? So I think Ian Flynn is going to write Sonic well. I'm like looking forward to that. All the dialogue I'm seeing so far is like pretty good. And it's, I'm sorry, but certainly a huge upgrade from what we were getting before. Like, no matter what you think of Ian Flynn, I think most people would agree with that. Like, dude, we're actually getting a story this time for starters. We didn't in previous like generations. You know, what the frick happened in that story? You know, Time Eater shows up, Sonic runs, the end. You know, like, but now we're actually getting a story. I will go to bed soon, I swear, but I will, let's talk about this a little more because it's kind of fun. Oh my gosh, my YouTube chat is catching up very slowly to what's on the screen. I don't know why that's happening. Hang on a second. It's like, okay, here we go. I kind of liked Roger and Forces. He was pretty alright. I guess what I'm saying is that I actually never really had a problem with the voice before. Like, I felt like it could be better. I felt like we could get a better Sonic voice. But I didn't feel like... It wasn't like it bothered me. It was like I could listen to the cutscenes and be like, yeah, that's Sonic. Right? It only would bother me if I, like, thought about it. Do you know what I mean? But here, it actually bothers me. Like, I watch this and I'm like, that is not Sonic. He doesn't sound right. You know? And it's not because the voice is different. It's because it doesn't fit Sonic. That's what I'm saying. The only thing that I ever disliked about the Roger voice, actually, believe it or not, ironically enough, is when he would go almost too high pitch. Like, let me try to emulate what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, that's Baldy McNose here for you. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. It's like, dude, stop. It's like annoying. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, but I don't think that was really him. I mean, it was, but it was more like the direction and the lines, because the lines they're giving him are like, act like a child, and he's like, okay. And so then he goes, yeah, I'm a child, you know, and it's like, that's not how Sonic should sound. But it also shouldn't sound like, yeah, what's going on, guys? I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, you know, I run pretty fast sometimes. What are you gonna do about it? It's like, that doesn't sound like the character at all. It should be in the middle. That's what you're going for, right? It should be in the middle. Like, he sounds like a teenager, not a grown adult or a little kid. When the voice directors tell you to plug up your nose, exactly. Yeah, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. No, don't do that. Right, exactly, that's the thing. That's the only thing that ever used to bother me about Roger, but not very much. Yeah, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, and I'm fast, and I speed. See, that's why it doesn't fit. That's actually, like, why it doesn't fit. It's because... How do I put this? It's like, it sounds like lower pitched sounds like slower to people. Do you know what I mean? Higher pitch usually sounds like faster. And Sonic is a fast character. So for him to have a lower pitched voice, like, doesn't fit. Unironically, and I do not want this voice at all. I would hate this. But if it sounded like Alfred and the Chipmunks, it would be more fitting than if it sounds like this. Right? It would be annoying, and I would not like that. But you'd be like, okay, I guess I can see how someone would think that that's how Sonic should talk. But I don't get this. Who looks at this character and goes, what does this character sound like? And goes, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. You know, that's not what you think when you look at this character. You might think, like, hey, I'm Sonic. Which I would hate, but I can see how you would think that. Ben Schwartz probably had the best run of Sonic overall. I don't know. I like Ben Schwartz's voice too. If I'm being honest, I think the direction could be a little better. But I think his voice was fine. For the movies, he's fine. He's totally fine. If I'm being real, I know this is like maybe a cringe to say. I think my favorite Sonic voice is Jason. But very specific form of Jason. Because when he first started doing the Sonic voice, he was just he was like a 4Kids actor, and so he did a lot of anime dubs, right? And so this was just another anime dub to him. It was like a particularly big one. It's like, oh, Sonic, that's like a thing, that's like a big franchise, you know, but it's just like another anime. And so he kind of just did the same voice he would do for any anime character, you know? He's just like, I'm an anime character. I could be Sonic the Hedgehog, or I could also be like, I don't know, some form of Naruto or something. Huh, you'll never know the difference. You know, he did like the same voice he would do in a lot of the other dubs, which is fine, but it's not my favorite voice, right? He would kind of enunciate everything that he said quite a lot. It's like, why do I always talk like that? You know? And so in the later, when they brought him in to do Sonic in the games, he still talked like that for a little bit, but later on, they got better direction, and they actually told him, okay, no, you want to be like a little nasally, but not this nasally. And they like were a little more hard on how they directed him. And so from Unleashed onwards, you can hear a clear difference in how Jason talks. That's the Jason I'm talking about. Jason from Unleashed and Black Knight. Heck yeah, that's Sonic. That to me is Sonic's voice. To this day. And it's not because I grew up with Unleashed. You know, my first game was Colors. I just think that's the voice that fits in the best. I don't know. But you gotta be really careful about the direction. If it's just slightly off, then it sounds wrong. You know? Sonic's kind of a hard character to voice, I guess. But yeah, but he does a great job at Sonic in those games because he does the voice really well, but then he also has this uncanny ability to make a ton of sounds, you know? Like, you know the sounds in Unleashed where he goes like, "Arrah!" You know? Try to replicate that. I freaking dare you. And he did it with Strep Throat, right? Which is insane to know that. But like, how do you do that sound? Like, that's actually difficult, right? A lot of the sounds that he does, but they just fit. They just fit Sonic. It's like, yeah, sounds like something he would say. So I really like that. And Ryan too. I like him the best. Now in Heroes, I know that that's gonna make some people cringe. I've heard some people say that they don't like him in Heroes and they like him in the other games. So I'm sorry, I don't know what it is, but I think I really like how he sounds in Heroes. It just sounds a little more refined to me. It's like in SA1 and SA2, it feels like, okay. Wait, let me try to do actually more like a Ryan voice. Well, I don't really know what I'm doing yet, but I'm trying to figure it out, Sonic. Okay, you want me to read this line? What context could this possibly play in? Okay, I'll just read that line, I guess. Watch out, Tails, you're gonna crash. Ah! You know, it's kind of like he's not really comfortable with the character yet. He's kind of just doing work that he's getting paid for. You know what I mean? But in Heroes, it's like, all right, I guess I'm Sonic. And he kind of, it feels to me like he kind of embraced it. He feels more in character. I don't know, it's really subtle. I love the Heroes voice. Same. That's what voice acting anime where the characters yell at each other all day will train you for. Exactly. Yeah, geez. I know, right? But I just think it's so fitting for Sonic. Like, I don't know. But I guess part of the reason why I think that is because I think Sonic is like a very good, like, shonen character. You know what I mean? He's like a straight up, like, anime character. You know? But the way they write him and the tone they're going for in a lot of the modern games is not that. And it honestly kind of drives me insane. Because I just think he's such a good... When you write him like that, it's just so fitting. It's perfect. It's like, that's Sonic the Hedgehog. What? Why would you do it any different? I don't get it. Did anyone dislike this? I think most people liked it, so why don't you just do that? It's baffling. I don't get it. It's like he's a superhero, but he's like Japanese, you know, like styled, like anime styled. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. That's how you write Sonic. I don't know if I'm wording this correctly, but anyway, right, you're so based. Why, thank you. Jason Griffith tried to emulate Ryan for kids, told him to do that in the production of Sonic. Really? So that's why he sounded like that. That makes a lot of sense, actually, because he would have been like, what does Sonic sound like? And they'd be like, oh, this. And they'd play clips from Adventure, and he'd be like, okay. And then he tries to do that voice. Yeah, makes sense. But then by Unleashed, it's like, okay, I can do my own thing now. And it's so good. The design, the writing, the gameplay, the world, when it all comes together, it makes for an incredible experience. Yes. That's one of the reasons why SA2 is so beloved and why I love Unleashed so much. Now, I agree with all of that, yeah. And I understand completely why people don't like SA2 and even hate SA2. I totally get it. I watched a whole video on this, and I think this video does a great job explaining. I can't remember who made it, or I would tell you the title, but it's like an hour or two long video that like actually analyzes SA2's game design and like tries to explain why some people love it and some people hate it, like why it's so divisive, right? And it's really well done. But it basically boils down to this one thing. All of SA2's gameplay is designed really heavily around the idea that it rewards you for being a good player and it punishes you for being a bad player. and it wants you to do really well, right, in the game, and it tries to challenge you, right? It tries to like test you to try to make you do play better. So here's the problem with that, right? To do well in the game, you need to understand the mechanics. You need to understand how it all works. But the game doesn't really teach you that, right? So like the Knuckles treasure hunting stages is the most egregious example of that, because the game expects you to know that you're looking for 3 emerald shards, and the radar can only find 1 at a time. But that doesn't mean that you can't pick up the others. It's just that the radar won't show them to you, right? And that there are hint boxes everywhere, and you get 3 hints per emerald piece that you're looking for, right? It especially doesn't tell you that the first hint is the most vague, the second hint is less vague, and then the last hint basically tells you where it is. And also that every time you use a hint, it lowers your score. Like it lowers the bonus you're going to get when you pick up the emerald piece. It doesn't tell you any of that. And so when you know that, it's a lot more fun and it's a lot easier. Because you go, oh, okay, I get the rules of the game, and all I got to do is play the game, right? But when you don't understand the rules and you're trying to play it, it's like, what, right? And then the other thing especially, and this is just kind of bad design, is the fact that you have to find the shards in the level. And a lot of the hints are like telling you, look in the area that looks like this, right? But when you've played the game before, you know, oh, they're talking about this area. But when you've never played it before, you have no freaking idea what, like, go to the pumpkin face, and you're like, the pumpkin face? Right? What do you mean? And so you're like going around aimlessly trying to find this thing, and you don't know where it is, right? So that's part of the problem as well. It's a game that is better once you know the rules and once you've played it a few times. But of course it has the problem of not telling you the rules, and then also, why would you want to play it again if you had such a frustrating experience the first time, right? So that's why some people love it and some people hate it. It just depends on how long you've stuck with it, right? If you keep playing it, eventually you get to the point where you learn all the tricks and you learn how everything works, and suddenly the game is really fun and you freaking love it. But if you don't keep playing it, and why would you, right? You'll hate it. So that's the thing with SA2. And I think that's exactly the problem. Because when I first played SA2, I was not that fond of it, actually. I thought it was alright, but I was like, I really hated the treasure hunting stages. I thought they were terrible. But then I made myself 100% it for the Sonic Marathon, and I still was not too happy about them. But by the end of that marathon, you'll notice that I actually was like, wait, I don't hate these anymore. These are actually kind of fun. And now when I play them, I think they're great. Like, I actually really have fun. Even the treasure hunting stages. So that something happened, right? Something shifted, and the thing that shifted was that I learned more about the game. I learned more about the design, and that's what made it fun. So that's SA2. Anyway, but I think it's a great game. I just think that it has that problem, right? If you could fix that, if you could make it accessible to people who are just playing it for the first time and don't understand the inner workings of your game, right? Then I think people would love it. That's the only problem with it. I'll shut up. Anyway, we gotta get Jason back. I mean, sure, I'd be down for that. And yeah, anyway, I also love Unleashed. Unleashed is great. Like, I know it has the Werehog, but honestly, I don't freaking... Werehog's fine. Is it good? Probably not. It's okay. The day levels are really fun. I want to sleep in one of the Tales of Mech stages. Nice. Yeah, I actually am less fond of the mech stages now than I am at the treasure hunting stages. But I think the mech stages are alright. Like, they're fine. Another massive problem, yeah, another way you can see that same problem that I'm talking about actually with SA2 is in the mech stages. So when you first play it, you don't understand the way the combo system works. So you don't understand that you can, the more enemies that you have selected with the radar, well, you know what I mean? before you let go of the action button, the bigger a score you're gonna get, right? So that makes a difference because it's more fun, but also you get a higher point bonus, which means you can get a better rank. So that, and the game rewards you for that. So you're gonna have more fun if you know that, right? But then the other big thing, and this is just bad design, is the enemies are placed sometimes in freaking stupid positions where they'll just jump out at you, right? And you have like literally like 1 second to react, right? And so if you already know the level and you know where they're going to jump out at you, it's not a problem because you just move in such a way that the enemy's not going to hit you, right? But if you don't know that, which you don't the first time you play the game, you're going to get hit and you're going to lose your rings again and again and again and again, and it's really frustrating, right? And it feels cheap, because it is. So that's another thing that makes it so that when you've played the game a bunch, you love it, because you know where they all are and you know how to avoid it. But when you haven't played the game before, you freaking hate it. You know, it's your first time playing it. And so again, it's like another... The whole game is designed like that. It has that one problem. So... yeah, if it wasn't like that, if they just fixed that one element of it, then I think almost anyone would like it. Because that's really the only issue with it. I think, anyway. Yes, I was like literally just about to end. I'm just blabbing about Sonic games because I can't help myself. That's most Sonic games. It's why the first 2 games of the original trilogy, SA1, Colors, Gens, and Mania, are so beloved. They're super easy to get into, high skill ceiling. It's true, yeah, it really is. I'll stop, but I find this really interesting, so I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. I think that's actually the most difficult thing to solve with Sonic, like his gameplay design. I think that's the hardest problem about Sonic, because here's the thing. You've got a character that moves really fast. No matter what incarnation of Sonic we're talking about, he still moves fast. Faster than most game characters do, right? And so how do you make a game around that, right? So like when you think about that, it's like, well, any good game should reward you for playing well and kind of punish you, or at least not reward you the same way for playing poorly, right? Because that incentivizes you to get better and gives a point to actually trying, right? So you would think that that would be something you would want to do. But when you apply that to Sonic, it becomes problematic, right? Because some people have naturally faster or slower reaction times, right? And that's just like a thing. That's like, it's going to vary from person to person. And so when you're punishing someone because their reaction speed is naturally slower than other people's, guess what? Some people are going to love your game, others are going to freaking hate it, right? It becomes naturally, like, difficult. So how do you fix that, right? And so, because you want this game to be appealing to everyone. At least Sega wants it to be appealing to everyone. They want any person to be able to buy a Sonic game and love it. And they want it to be as, like, generalized as Mario, right? Where, like, any person can pick up a Sonic game and enjoy it, because then they can sell more copies of it, right? So they've been trying to do that for years. For years now, they've been trying to figure out, like, how do we make, you know, Sonic, like, sorry. I know, I'm gonna stop. Man, that's funny, though. You've just, jeez, sorry. That's crazy. I really am gonna stop, but yeah, just to finish the rant. I don't know, it's tough, right? Because you want there to still be, like, so what do you do to fix it, right? And Sega's been trying to fix it for years. And so the way that they've decided to fix it in, I would say from 2010 onwards, is they decided to dumb it down, right? So, okay, so the problem is that some people have slower reaction times and, you know, they just want to play the game and have fun. And they're just naturally not going to be good at this game because this game is fast-paced and they can't deal with that. but they want to have fun anyway. So how do you make them have fun? So here's what you do, right? You automate the crap out of the game. You make it so the game plays itself, pretty much, right? And then no matter who you are, anybody can look at it and go, whoa, right? He's going fast, and you don't have to do anything, right? And so everyone has the same experience regardless. And so that's what you do, right? So that's what Sega has been doing since 2010, because they've been trying to get more of a general audience, I think. And it makes sense because, like, when you look at, like, the IGN review of Sonic Unleashed, I think that's a perfect example of why they do it now. Because a lot of people criticize that game, well, especially IGN, criticize that game because it was too hard, right? That was one of the issues people had with it. Like, there's no drop shadow, it's too hard. Werehog is too hard. It's like, okay. They criticize the fact that you have to, like, react to the spikes quickly enough when you're boosting. And so, how do you fix that criticism? Well, you do this, right? You automate the crap out of it. That's what you do. And so that's why every Sonic game's like that now. But it's really upsetting to me because I find that to be inherently a lot less fun. Like, to me, that actually totally ruins the fun. Because to me, it's like I can deal with the speed, and I want to deal with the speed. I want to be challenged, right? Not unfairly or anything, but I want the game to be like, you gotta go fast or else you're gonna mess up, right? I want it to test me a little bit. So the fact that they don't do that anymore is like, man. So anyway, so yeah, I don't know. So how do you fix that, right? What do you do? Like, say that you work at Sega and you need to fix that problem somehow. It's like, what do you do, right? Either you don't dumb it down and then it will just never appeal to certain people, which means you'll sell less copies. And you'll be stuck in this bubble of Sonic fans that can't get any bigger. Well, it can a little bit, but you know, your game's only going to appeal to Sonic fans and no one else forever. Right? So either you do that, or you try to pop that bubble and you try to make it work for people who can't deal with that speed. How do you do that without dumbing it down to where the Sonic fans now hate your game? Right? How do you please both? That's the problem. Honestly, I don't know what I would do to fix it. But I think part of the solution is adventure, right? It always comes back to that. Like, I swear, if you just use the adventure gameplay style instead of boost or classic or anything like that, it fixes so many freaking problems, right? This is one of them. Because adventure is fast, but it's not as fast. And so if you have slower reaction times, you can still deal with it. It's a little hard for you maybe, but you can still deal with it. It's not impossible. Whereas with the boost games, there's people who are just like, I can't deal with that. And you notice that most people who play the boost games who are not Sonic fans, like who just pick it up for the first time, if you watch streams of them, I've like watched this because I wanted to study how people played it. They will deliberately not hold the boost button throughout the vast majority of the game. They will like not hold boost. And it drives Sonic fans crazy, right? We watch that and we go, why are you not holding the boost button? What is wrong with you? And we get mad. But it's like, no, they're not holding the boost button on purpose because they think it's too fast. They don't want to go that fast. They want to play a game that they can manage, right? When they hit boost, they feel like they lose control of Sonic. And they don't want that. So that's like a problem, right? So I think the solution is adventure, right? It's not so fast that people are not going to use a mechanic that the entire game is based around because they can't handle the speed. But it is fast enough that people don't think of it as slow. They still go, wow, he's fast. So I think that's perfect. I think that's the solution. Game Grumps moment. You got a good night's sleep? Are you kidding? Oh no, I really need to stop. I guess it has been almost 9 hours. Goodness gracious. They have a skill issue? Yeah. I mean, they literally do, right? But I don't think the solution is to just say it's their fault, right? I know you're joking, but you need to try Spark 3 because that's exactly it. So I haven't played Spark 3. I've seen some gameplay of it. So what'd you say? You said the way Lake Feppard fixed it for Spark is taking advantage of 3D and making so you can see obstacles on the distance. I mean, that seems pretty cool. Not gonna lie, I've seen some gameplay of it, and it does look like he's really fast. But it looks very manageable. It looks like you can totally see what's going on. So I do legitimately wonder, because the vast majority of people I've seen who have played Spark 3 are like Sonic fans, right? I wonder if I could find like a bunch of people playing Spark 3 who are not Sonic fans, who don't like that stuff at all, right? Or just, you know, whatever. I wonder if they would be able to cope with Spark 3, like if they would have fun with it. Because if so, then maybe that's it. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's just that the boost games need to have better camera work and level design and whatnot. Like, I certainly don't think that it's impossible to make a boost game that everyone can have fun with. I just think it's a lot harder, right? And it's also just harder to make a boost game in general because you have to have... Man, I'm so sorry. I don't want to get into this. I really do need to stop, but let me show you one more thing. He says, knowing full well that it probably won't be... Well, let's see. So here's what I'm talking about. So when you boost, Sonic's gameplay is designed to do this, right? It's like the amount of time it takes for you to get, like, to go from here to here is pretty small, right? You go there pretty quickly. So he's very much traveling in the direction that you're holding the stick in and tapping the boost button in. And so basically the gameplay boils down to this, right? It has to. There's not really anything you can do about it. You can't have levels that are like, you know, like this, right? Where you have stuff all around, you know? And you pick, like, do you want to run like this, or do you want to go like that, or do you want to go like this, or how do you want to run through this level, right? You can't have stuff all around because his gameplay is meant to do this, right? And so trying to make you go around here is like really awkward. If you try to turn right, it's going to go like that, you know? You want to go here. You want to go here maybe, you know? So you're kind of forcing yourself to just make every level a straight hallway. Right? And even the good boost games do that. It's not just Forces that does that. They just try to spice it up a little bit to sort of compensate. So, like, Unleashed and Generations have a lot of sections that do this. Right? And then they have a mechanic called the drift, because if you're just boosting normally, you're going to do this. Right? But if you drift, hey, you can drift along the curve. Cool. Right? So that helps kind of fix the problem. And then they also do the other thing that people freaking hate, which is to do this. Have 2D sections, right? Because in 2D, well, no matter what gameplay style we're talking about, if you're doing 2D, you're going in a straight line. That's how 2D is, right? And so it's no longer seen as like a limiting thing. It's seen as like, oh, it's just 2D, right? That's how 2D is. And so you can have different paths and stuff, and it's more manageable because, yeah, you're still going in the line, but you're just going, it's either up, down, or forward, right? So it's like easier than if it's 3D. I don't know if I'm explaining that right. So you notice the boost games rely a lot on straight lines and 2D. And that's because they have to. That's how the formula is. So I'm not against the boost. You know, my first Sonic games were boost. And I like a lot of the boost games a lot. To this day, I think they're great. But I think the games are good in spite of the formula, if I'm being real with you. I think they're good because they have a formula that's a little iffy, but they have such talented game designers and programmers that they made it work regardless. They made it fun, even though it's literally a game where you hold X and it runs fast. You know what I mean? They still managed to make it fun somehow. It's not because of the formula, right? That's how I feel about it. Whereas with Classic and Adventure, I think the formula is almost inherently fun. I don't know. That's maybe just me. I'll actually have to stop now. I gotta read this, though. That's where my main problems with modern Sonic games come in. They're just not exciting and engaging enough. I feel the same way, but that's like by design, right? They're trying to make it easier for people to play. I mean, Forces, they went out of their way to say that they designed it to make it so that you could dash like a maniac. Also, like, why'd they get rid of the drift, right? Why'd they get rid of the Lightspeed Dash? Why'd they get rid of those? You know why they did it? I'm not joking. Do you know why they did it? Because it's far easier for anyone to pick up a game in which there are 2 buttons than a game in which there are more than that, right? If you have to tell the average Joe to remember that the Y button does a Lightspeed Dash, and the B button does a Stomp, and X button is Boost, A is Jump, and also Homing Attack, and then LT and RT Drift, LB and RB Quick Step, they're like, that's too many buttons. I don't remember all of what you just said. Right? That's just how it is. And so they're trying to simplify the buttons. So that's why they got rid of drift. That's why they got rid of all that, you know? That's why they simplified it so much. That's why they made it so that instead of there being a short jump when you tap the A button and a long jump when you hold it, there's just a jump now. Because it's easier to understand. Right? Like, they're trying to simplify it. It's on purpose. And to me, that's less fun. But maybe to someone else, that's more fun. You'll notice that when Game Grumps played Forces, they actually liked it. They didn't like most Sonic games, but they liked Forces. They were like, eh. And actually, Dan, I think, went so far as to say that he thinks that most people will love this game. Which was not a comment that aged well. But, right? It's like, to the casual player, that's actually better. I don't know. So that's the problem that Sega has, is they're trying to appeal to the casual player and also to us. But they really don't want us, because they know we're going to buy it anyway. Let's be real, we're going to buy it no matter what. What they want is the money of the people, of the casual fans. They want, well, just casual people. They want people who don't usually play Sonic to pick it up. So that's why they keep doing this. Anyway, so I don't know how to solve that. Right? If I wasn't Sega, what would I do? That's what I'm saying. Sonic All-Stars was a pain to play because the game was mostly automated. Sonic All-Stars was a pain for a number of reasons. I think the biggest problem with it was the level design. There's so many gimmicks that are just, like, not fun at all. Like, who thought the tornado in Desert Ruins 4 was fun? Yeah, just sit here and wait for the slow freaking... It's a tornado. It should be chaotic. It should be a fast chase sequence. But it's a slow motion tornado. You're like sitting there bored as this tornado is following you. You're like, I gotta wait for the camera to move so that like, okay, now I can walk forward. It's like terrible. And like the freaking giant fruit you gotta move around, and it's like, it's just got bad design in it. But as a whole, I actually like Lost World. It's like a guilty pleasure of mine. I think it's a badly designed game. I think it's deeply flawed, but there's parts of it that are really fun. You know, I like the parkour and stuff. I don't know. I think Lost World's really fun when you just change up the level design to make it not stupid and infuriating. Which is hard to say, but it's so fun. I never felt bored playing the game no matter the playstyle. Yeah, same. It's really great. King Koopa's Chemical Planet Sonic 2 as a kid. That level ended in any attempt at the game. A lot of people actually struggle with that level. Yeah. That's like a very common level for people to like turn the game off on. Make Sonic Adventure 3, that's what they should do. I know when I scroll on there's gonna be more people being like, Rod, you need to stop, and I'm like dreading it. Cause you're right, but I don't want you to be right. I want to stream, dang it. If I made the Sonic Adventure games, I'd personally try to add more options to make the game more manageable, while speeding it up and adding even more challenge, create a low skill floor and a high ceiling. So you got to be careful with that, in my opinion, because Frontiers is doing that. So does anyone have that image actually? You know what I'm talking about? There's a new image that came out recently where you can see it. And basically Frontiers apparently has this option where you can actually go into the freaking options menu and you can change how Sonic controls. I'm not joking. You can change his physics. There are settings in Frontiers for Sonic's physics. You can change how fast he boosts. You can change how much... I guess you can turn him or something when you're boosting. Like, there's all these various settings you can tweak. And in theory, that actually sounds pretty good, right? That sounds great. It's like, hey, you can make Sonic control exactly how you want. But in practice, I think that might be a bad idea. because I was talking about this earlier when a long time ago now. It was like June maybe. I don't know. I guess it wasn't that long. When I talked about this before. The image that I drew was like, so like imagine you've got two platforms. There's one here and there's one here, okay? And you're on one of them and you're trying to jump to the other. So Sonic's jump, it's like Sonic's speed dictates how far you can jump as well. So say you've got these two platforms. So you need his speed to be, you really want it to be like this, right? You want to end up somewhere around here. You don't want it to be faster than that, because then you're going to like overshoot this and you might end up falling off if you're not careful, right? You don't want that. And you also don't want it to be too short, because maybe you can't even make it at all, right? Maybe you die unless you're like right at the edge, right? And so maybe it's technically possible to get through in either of those scenarios. Maybe you can still get to the platform, but it's hard, right? It's kind of like not fun. It's like awkward to play. So you want it to be like perfectly like there, right? As much as you possibly can. You want it to be like balanced so that you end there. So how do you as a level designer make that happen, right? The answer is, well, you know Sonic's exact physics and they're tuned to a very specific number. And so when you place the platforms, you do so in a way that makes sure that you always end up there, right? Like you figure out the distance and you place the level, like place stuff around to accommodate that. So here's the problem, right? If you can change Sonic's speed, then you can make it like this. Oops. Or you can make it like this. Oops. Right? So how is Frontiers going to have any sort of level design while also allowing you to change his physics? And to me, I feel like the answer is it won't. Here's what the answer is. We put a bunch of grind rails everywhere. Right? All over the freaking place. And so it doesn't matter what Sonic physics are, because most of the game, it's going to play itself anyway. Right? It doesn't matter when you're going on this grind rail how fast Sonic goes on the grind rail. He can go super fast over the rail, he can go super slow, it doesn't matter. It'll work fine either way. Right? And so basically, if you're going to add that feature in, you have to automate the crap out of the game in order to make it work. And that seems to be what they've done to me. And so I'm really worried about that, right? I feel like that one choice is going to make the whole game less fun, but maybe not, right? I mean, sometimes I'm seeing more gameplay of Frontiers and I just don't know what to think about it, because sometimes it looks to me kind of linear and automated and terrible, but other times it looks really fun, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, that actually looks like a game I would play and enjoy. And so I really don't know what to think about Frontiers. I'm not going to know until I play it. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to know until I play it. I know a lot of people who played it said that they had a positive experience with it, though there were a few people who said that it wasn't great. And the other thing to keep in mind is that a lot of the people who played it were like not Sonic fans, and they were making it sound like the cyberspace was like the best thing in the game. It is so good. And then when you see it, it's like Green Hill again with reused level design that's somehow even more automated. And it's like, this is the part that's so good, right? It's like, oh, it's so good to someone who doesn't play Sonic games and has no idea, right? It's not good to someone who does. I don't know. Maybe we'll see more cyberspace levels and actually we'll be like, oh, that's awesome. Maybe it's just these, but I don't know. I get the feeling that the open world is going to be the part that is fun, if anything, you know? So I hope it's really good. Okay. Stomp cancel? That's true, you could do that. I mean, that seems a little awkward, right? Like, let's like say Sonic's jump is like this. You know, it's like just way too far. It's like, you have to remember to stomp halfway through every time or else you're not gonna... I mean, you can do that, it's just... I swear, it feels bad. Like, if you've ever done, like, game dev stuff and you've, like, made a level and noticed that there's certain jumps that feel really great and there's certain jumps that feel terrible, this is why. It's because it matters that the jump is easy to do. Like, it has to feel natural. If it feels like this, then it's like, usually, it just isn't as fun. I think the fun and depth for boost game comes from speedrunning in the levels. Yeah, I think so too. The depth comes from playing the same level 8,000 times and trying every single time to get better, to shave off 1 second, right? That's where the fun comes in. That's what I find really fun about boost games too. And so that's why actually it bothers me so much when they keep reusing the freaking level design. I mean, now they're using the actual level design. That bothers the crap out of me because Generations, you know, especially, is a game that I have played the levels in like thousands of times. You know what I mean? It's like I've played Green Hill Act 2 in Generations so many times that, you know, it's like you get kind of tired of it a little bit. Like it's a good level. Like that game is great, but you kind of feel after your 1,000th time of playing it like, okay, that's a good level, but I want to play something else now, right? I want something new. And so mods help with that, you know, but when you make us wait 5 years for a game, and then the game has the same level in it that you've been playing 1,000 times, but again, it's like, how can I possibly get excited about that? Like, I'm just disappointed, you know? It's like, I know it's just a side thing. I know that this is not the main game. But still, it's like, man, I would rather you have made a new level and it's terrible than that you did this, right? Because at least with the new level, it's like, well, at least it's something new, right? I don't understand. But it's Sega. It's just really the only game that succeeds here, in my opinion. The game is still very challenging regardless and has tons of shortcuts and movement options at any given time. Yeah, I think Unleashed does a pretty good job of... I mean, it does get hard at points, right? I think many people would consider Unleashed too hard. Especially like Eggman Land, right? It gets tough. It gets pretty tough. Like, you have to be good at the game, you know? Which I'm fine with. I like Eggman Land a lot. But some people are not. And I mean, that's the thing with games. It's like, none of those two people are wrong, you know? No one's wrong for wanting the game to be a certain level of difficulty. It's just different ways to think about it. And they added spines to make you feel like you're drifting faster. Oh, like a drifting master. Yeah, they had splines on a lot of the drifts. But you'll notice that they did a kind of clever thing with this... Oh, you mean in Frontiers. Okay, so I think in Generations and Unleashed and everything, they actually had splines on the drift curves as well, but there was a difference. So the splines in those games don't completely automate the turn. They help you a tiny bit with the turn, but it's so subtle that most people don't even notice it at all. And so they make you feel like you're doing it yourself, and to an extent you are, because you can screw it up easily. But they don't actually do the whole thing for you. In Forces and now in Frontiers, they've removed the drift, and instead of that, they just have it do it for you, right? So literally, Sonic just runs perfectly on the curve every time. Except in Forces, it's actually bugged. I don't know why. And sometimes it's supposed to have you go over the curve, but it just throws you off instead, and you die, and it's annoying because you literally can't even control that. It just does it randomly. But it's supposed to do it every time, at least in theory. And I heard people, you know, because to me it's like, that's terrible. Who could ever defend this? But there are people who played Forces, and I kid you not, praised the game because it improved the controls for Sonic. And the examples specifically that I heard these people give about why the controls were better in Forces is that you can actually make a turn now. That's like literally what they said. No, you're not making the turn now. The game just literally does it for you. You don't even have to touch the stick. Have you tried? It just does it for you. But they didn't know. They didn't know that. People just assumed that they were doing it. And so for some people it worked. And I think it's great. So what are you going to do, right? It's like, some people just want to have fun with the game. They don't care if it's challenging or good. You know? If they're having fun, then cool. It's a good game. And I mean, that's not a bad way to look at it. Like, isn't that the point of games? To have fun? So, you know, it's like, I mean, it's just a different way to think about it. Others think in terms of like it's fun because of the difficulty. Right? So that's just two different viewpoints. I really have to stop it. Oh no, it's almost 4 now. Oh my gosh. Okay, well I'll stop, but let's just catch up with the chat really, really fast, and then I'll actually stop. First on the game review is Colors. Same here. And I still like Colors, even though I think it's a flawed game now. I do still really like it. I sent a couple more things in DMs. If I have time, depends on how long they are. Doesn't Generation solve this with button prompts in the levels? I don't know what you mean, I'm sorry. I don't really remember. Like, I remember Jen's telling you to press certain buttons at certain points, but I don't remember it. I don't know how that really... Like, that makes it a little easier, I guess, but I don't think it really, like, makes a huge difference in terms of difficulty. It does, like, help remind players, like... Oh, maybe that's what you were talking... Because you probably posted this when I was talking about how there's too many buttons for the casual player, right? Yeah, so, like, Jens will be like, hey, hit Y, and then you don't forget that that's Lightspeed Dash. I freaking swear to you, though, you would be shocked. There are people who will play a game, and on screen it will tell them, hit the Y button, and it's right there in big text, and it's a big color. You cannot possibly miss it. And they will be there, and they will go, what do I do? And you'll be like, dumbfounded. Like, you hit the Y button. Can you not see? But there are people who will do that. Because, I don't know. I don't get it. I think they're just not even really, like, looking. Like, they are looking at the screen, of course. But they're not, like, taking in what's on the screen. It's like, they're thinking in terms of, like, maybe they're staring at the player, and they're not seeing anything around them. They're just looking right at the player. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like, I don't really get it, but it's something like that. And so they get jump and they get action button. They understand those two things. Everybody understands those two things. But when you get more complicated than that, people start to get confused. Like, they actually start to be like, wait, what button does the thing? I don't know. I don't know how to get through this part. I give up. And it's like, there are 3 buttons. It's this one. Have you tried that? But people don't. So, honestly, I think Adventure had it right. Yuji Naka had this idea. He seems to be obsessed with the idea that there should be very few buttons. And you know what? He has a point. Sonic Adventure and Adventure 2 has 2 buttons. You jump, and it also homing attacks. And then there's Spin Dash. And that's also Lightspeed Dash, right? That's it. Those are the buttons. And people get that. I haven't watched a single person play the adventure games and be like, what's the button? They get it. It, like, clicks. So I think that's what you gotta do. I think Yuji took it way too far with Balan. Is it Wonder World or Wonderland? I think it's Wonder World. I always forget. I think it took it too far with Balan. Because in that game, he's like, we gotta have one button. It's like, no. Some people are a little, you know. But they ain't that stupid. Nobody is that freaking... They can handle more than one button. They just have trouble with more than 2 for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. It's just a thing. But it's a real thing. It's Wonder World. See, I always forget. Oh, we got another one of those bots. Hate those things. Anyway. Wowee. I really need to shut up. Sorry. Okay, hang on. Doesn't Frontiers use like a lot of buttons? I think so. So that's going to be interesting to see how people react to that. That's just Game Grumps being Game Grumps. It's Game Grumps, but it's not just them, right? It's funny because there's a lot of reasons to not like the Game Grumps. But I always feel like people used to complain about that years ago. Like, I always heard people be like, Aaron's so bad. And it's funny because it never used to bother me. Like, that was always a thing that I would see people yell about every time. And I was like, yeah, he's bad, but, like, who cares, right? Because the point isn't the game. It's like the point is like what they're saying, right? I think it bothers me more now because I don't really watch them much anymore. But when I saw their Generations playthrough. It bothered me a lot more in Generations than in any other game of theirs that I had watched. And I think the reason it bothered me so much is because it used to be that I felt like I was watching it for the commentary, and now I feel like the commentary's bad too. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so critical, but I feel like a lot of, like, they said some stuff that was okay, it was kind of funny and kind of interesting, you know, but I don't know, man, it just wasn't the best. So I felt like I was like, if I'm not watching this for the commentary, why am I watching this? And so I paid more attention to the gameplay, and then it's like, Aaron, hold the boost button, Aaron! You know, and it gets more frustrating when you have to watch the same level 8,000 times because they keep dying in the same spot because they can't remember the one button, you know. But I can't get too mad about it, right? It's like frustrating to watch, but it's like, okay, someone's not the best at a video game. All right, you know, whatever. But anyway, the point is, Game Grumps have always been like that, but it's not just them. And I don't mean to be like, I don't mean to sound rude. I don't mean like that at all, but I just want to say, like, I think to assume that it's just them is actually kind of a bit of a problem, right? Because this is a real thing that's like a discussion now that a lot of game designers are having, which is we're finding out that accessibility of a game is actually really important, right? And there are people who are like gamers, and they're like hardcore gamers, you know, and they can handle anything you throw at them, and they want challenge. But there's also people who don't really play games, who you also want to market to. And so the issue is, how do you make a game that's fun for everybody when they want drastically different opposite things, right? And Game Grumps happen to be really casual players, even though they made an entire channel about video games. I don't know, but they're not the only ones, you know. Aaron is not the worst player. There are a lot of people who play just like Aaron. I'm not joking. It's a lot more than you think. It's very, very common. And so when you make a game, you know, you got to think about that. You got to imagine that Aaron is playing your game. How do you make it so even Aaron will have fun, while also not sacrificing the fun for other people? That's the question. It's a tough problem. It's pretty hard. I was a beta tester for Spark 3. That game made me go into too much deep thought about Sonic design. That's pretty cool. Like, I like thinking about that stuff a lot, as you can tell by the fact that I'm still talking about it after 9 hours. Check the control layout image that I sent specifically because it reveals some things about the game. Okay. Oh, you sent a lot of stuff, man. Oh, there's this one. This is the thing I was talking about. Yeah, you can change Sonic's initial boost speed, his turning speed. That's really fascinating. The boost turning speed, which is a different stat. The top speed, the turning sensitivity, and look at the scroll bar on the right of that. I don't know how well you can see that, but let me highlight the whole thing for you, because the chat's covering part of it. Look at this. Look at how that little triangle, like diamond, towards the center top, right? That's your current position within the scroll bar. So, like, this goes down, right? There's a lot of options. And I mean, cool, but also, like, what the turning speed? How can they possibly make that? Like, you're gonna, like, if you crank that thing up all the way, I freaking guarantee you the game will be, like, terrible to play. For anyone. Like, that's gonna be, like, awful. Like, you're gonna tap left or right and it's gonna go, you know? Who would want that? I know it's really subjective, but I feel like no one's gonna want it all the way up. And if you turn it all the way down, then you can't even, like, turn it all, right? So the vast majority of people are gonna want it to be pretty much center, like a little above or a little below center, right? So, man, It's like a cool idea. It's really cool. But it's also like, how are you gonna make this work? Like something as simple as like, let me show you another example of what I mean. Say that you want to have a turn that goes like this. It's literally just a turn. And in the middle of the turn, you want to have rings placed along the center of the turn. In a normal Sonic game, you could make it so that Sonic's turning speed is such that when you hold left all the way, he will turn perfectly along the rings. Right? But in this game, because you can change the freaking turning speed, maybe he'll turn like this. Maybe he'll turn like that. Maybe he'll barely turn at all, you know. Maybe he'll go right along it perfectly. So how do you make this fun and not awkward? Well, you automate it. You put a spline here. Right? That's the only way. So I just feel like it's extremely limiting to your game design to do this. Actually, as ironic as that might sound, because it looks like it's the opposite of limiting. Right? But it's like, I feel like by allowing the players to do this, you're going to have to force your game to be like, hold up, and you basically make it. Right? And I just don't think that's a good idea. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe it'll work out fine. Maybe it'll be great. Maybe I want it back in other games. I don't know. So here's the controls. I haven't actually looked at these yet. I saw an image of this somewhere else earlier, but I didn't look at it. So, okay, right bumper is quick step, and left bumper is also quick step. They're calling it side step now. In the air with the target locked, it's a dodge. Fascinating. And LB plus RB is a parry, so if you hit both at the same time, you parry. So dodge is also on the left bumper. Okay, so you can pick which one you want to use. Right trigger is boost. That's funny. Okay. In the air, it's an aerial boost. X is attack. It's a homing attack when the target... Oh, so X is on... Homing attack is on X again. Okay. Y is the side loop. They're calling it the side loop now. It used to be called spin cycle in the beta. Crouch is B. You can slide, you can stomp. If you hold it down in the air, you stomp 3 times in a row. What? Okay. A is jump and double jump, and there's also a drop dash. They freaking added the drop dash. That's actually really cool. That looks awesome. I saw someone do that. That looks really fun. I'm really happy that's in the game. Right stick is camera. Press it down to reset camera. Hey, based, actually. That's actually great. Press it down when the target cursor is displayed to lock. Huh? Interesting. Okay. Left thumbstick moves. Press down for lined up rings to light dash. Wait, you mean click the stick in to do the light? What? Well, that's weird. After the skill is unlocked and you're in the air, you can do an air trick. Oh, that's how you do the trick? You tap the stick? You go click, click, click? Really? Weird. In the cyberspace levels, drift. Interesting, so there is a drift. With the drift dash panel. Huh? How does that work? How could that work? D-pad down is tips and training area, which people will... I want to say people will not remember that, but maybe they will. It really depends. If you make a big freaking deal out of it at the beginning of the game, and you're like, remember to hit the down button if you get lost, hit down, just hit down, just hit down, and you like rub it in like to the point where it's outright annoying, then people probably remember that. But unless you do that, I think most people are going to be like, how do I do anything? I don't know. And they won't remember. View button map. Okay. Oh. Controls in blue are not available in cyberspace, and none of them are blue? Am I blind? Or... So all the controls are available in cyberspace? Maybe the camera just makes the colors wrong. Anyway, weird. Wow. Alright, that's funny because they really have been trying to dumb it down for a while, but here they are adding like 100 controls. I mean, I don't know, right? If I'm being honest with you, I think I'm even going to take a little bit of time to get used to this. It's going to take me a little bit. I think there's going to be a few times where I'm actually like, wait, how do you do the thing? How do you parry again? Oh yeah, the 2 bumpers, right. Like, I think I'm actually going to have a little bit of trouble remembering this. But I think I'll get it, you know, it's just like, wow, there's actually a lot of controls. The drift confuses me. I don't understand how that's going to work. That sounds cool. Okay, man, guys, I need to sleep, but this is really interesting to me, but they should rely a bit more on Sonic fans, because at least in my circle of friends, I'm the person who my friends ask if a Sonic game is worth playing. Ayo. Yeah, no, I feel like the same way, though. Like, I feel like to try to make the game dumbed down and then Sonic fans hate it is like shooting yourself in the foot, right? Because if Sonic fans hate it, then we're going to make a big freaking deal and say, you know, this game is terrible, don't buy it. And then people who are not Sonic fans are going to hear that and go, oh, the Sonic fans don't like it, so it's probably bad. And they won't even play it. And so they're trying to go for casual players, but like, you're not going to get the casual players if you can't get the Sonic fans, right? So you have to get Sonic fans to like it in order to get casual players to even give it a try. But then how do you do it, right? It's like hard. It'll only work in an open world game like Frontiers. Any other game with physics settings will end up poorly. Yeah, maybe it'll work in this game fine. Maybe it'll be fine. But I don't know if Frontiers is really as open, like, it's open world, but it's not as open world as... Maybe I shouldn't say this, because we haven't really seen a whole lot of the open world. I mean, we have, but we've mainly really seen that, like, tutorial area. And it looks really linear and automated to me. But, even though it's an open world. But maybe the later stages actually are not like that. Like, maybe the later parts of the open world are not like that. Right? So, I don't know. It's inherently more fun to use specifically because I get to mess around with moves like the stomp and the air boost and more to skip obstacles. I mean, cool. The game doesn't seem that automated from seeing 15 full minutes of it. It seems to stop and teach itself to a lot. I saw some... Okay, I'll pull up the video you're talking about. I saw a pretty long gameplay clip, but I don't think I saw this one. So let me get this one a shot. Ah. Jump scare. Eggland is one of the best stages of Sonic Unleashed in my opinion, although I knew doing all the shortcuts. Yeah, same. I love it. Doesn't seem to, because screwing up the drift is easy. It does a little bit, I think, but it's not enough. Okay, so there's drop dash. You can home attack from the ground, by the way. Oh, that's how they did that in the IGN video. Got it. Okay, so that's the triple stomp. I think I did see this video. I think this is the one I saw, actually. Yeah, there's a lot. Like, look at how many times it's like, wait. It's still waiting, right? Okay. Green light, right? Red light. Green light. Red light. Now, this is a tutorial. I think it's just the tutorial. These are cool. I like the loading stages. Like, loading... That's cool. I kid you not, though. I saw some video of this where it said loading during this. And when it finished loading, it said... in the center of the screen, it said, press the A button, I think, or something like that, to exit the loading screen. Because it's like, if you want to keep training, then they let you do that, which is cool. But I kid you not, I guarantee you, there will be people who upload Let's Plays or streams of this game online. They will play the loading screen, and they will not see that text that says press A, and it'll go away, and then they'll go, man, this is taking a long time to load. And then, you know, they'll just keep waiting for a bit, and then they'll be like, nah, I can't still be loading. And then they'll, like, notice the thing on the bottom right that says press A, and they'll be like, oh... I guarantee you that will happen. But anyway, Loading. Okay, green light. Cool. Red light. Alright, green light. Red light. Again, it's a tutorial. I think the rest of the game won't be like this so much. This is definitely a tutorial. Most games do this, right? It drives me crazy in most games, but, you know, it's not bad if it's just this one part. So it's a green light, right? And this is cool. This area is cool to me. I don't know, there's like a lot of, like, the idea of like bouncing around in the air and trying not to land is like kind of cool. And man, he's fast. But he looks very controllable, right? Like he actually like the physics don't look the same. Red light again. Green light. The physics don't look the same as forces. The more I'm seeing them, the more it's clear that they are not at all. It's like, oh, he moves, like he can turn in a circle. He can actually do that. Absolutely could not do that in forces at all. So it actually looks like it does control well. Like, not gonna lie. And just seeing that alone, honestly, you know, this looks fun. Like, as much as I'm criticizing the game, because there are things I think absolutely deserve it. Red light, you know. This puzzle, okay, this puzzle's just bad. Like, this is just, stop. Do the thing slowly. You did it! It's like, that's not fun. Even as a tutorial one, it's like, if that mechanic is going to be used later, like you have to rotate the statue, that's never going to be fun. To stop and rotate the statue, right? But yeah, but like, most of this is fine. This looks fun. Like, I know I'm criticizing the crap out of it, but overall, this actually looks really fun. I'm not a fan of it stopping every 2 seconds, but if it didn't do that, if you could just run through this with no stop, looks pretty fun. Like, this actually looks really fun. Which I'm kind of surprised I'm saying, because it didn't look so good when we first saw it. You know, and with more of the gameplay that came out, it still didn't look very fun to me. But I'm seeing even more now, and I'm going, you know, looks kind of fun. If you could just run at this speed, like this speed, for like several hours without being stopped every 2 seconds like this, dude, that would be fun. I could see myself having a lot of fun with that. Because, yeah, it's like a lot of the individual gameplay things that you're doing, what the frick, are not very good. You know what I mean? It's like really basic, like, you know, I'll click on it. Hang on. Jeez. And also report, right? Good lord. It's like, oh man, is my internet dead? There's a lot of individual sections in this game that do not look fun. But if you are like a good player, it looks like you can get through almost every section, every little section in this game in like, you know, 5 to 10 or 15 seconds. Like, that fast, right? And so if you've got this little puzzle that, like, isn't that fun, but it takes 5 seconds to do, and then you go on to the next puzzle, repeat, that ain't bad, right? Because, okay, this one wasn't that fun, but the next one will probably be better. And even if it isn't, it's 5 seconds, who cares, right? So that makes me think a lot more positively of it, because what we saw before made it look like, I don't know, like you do a 5-second puzzle and then that's it. You know what I mean? That's a good job. You did the tile. Now you're done. And it's like, eh. But if what it's actually like is this, where it's rapid fire, right? And it's like bad tile puzzle followed up by another puzzle, followed by another puzzle, another one, you know, it just keeps going. Cool. That sounds a lot better. Okay. I usually assume dating sites are for adults. No. This one is the best adult dating site. You have no idea. This one is the best. As opposed to the, yeah, what? I didn't see this part. I stopped watching, like, actually about right where it started buffering. Funnily enough. That's like where I stopped watching when I saw this. I saw this video the other day, but I didn't watch the whole thing. Yeah, okay. I'm a little unclear as to actually what you're... I know you're fighting this boss, obviously, but I don't exactly get what the process is. It looks like you're just beating the crap out of it. I mean, yeah, you know, that looks fun. Like, it's so weird, because it's the same, you know, it's like, it's the same game. It has a lot of the same problems, but something about seeing it, like, in action, like, for so long, by someone who's actually, like, playing it well. You know what, oh my gosh, another one? Thanks, Taz, good lord. You know, I want to, like, say report them too, because then that helps YouTube, but, like, it doesn't. We all know it doesn't. No, this one is the best. Exactly. Oh, frick. Wait, you can just die? Oh. Because there's not lives, but, like, you can just die. That's interesting. Okay. I mean, alright, that's kind of fun. And yet there are, like, large stretches of land where you don't really, you just kind of boost, right? Like, nothing's really happening there. But I don't know, right? I think the thing that's making me forgiving about it is, like, I'm just trying to explain it. It's like, it's the difference between, just the difference between one not very fun gameplay element and 200 not very fun gameplay elements, but rapid fire, and intermixed with some that are fun. I don't know, it makes a big difference. It's not that the gameplay segments are better, it's just that something about the fact that you're just going from one to the other really fast makes it a lot, it's like a lot more tolerable, but it's also like actually somewhat fun, because you're like, every time you get up to one of them, you're like, okay, what do you got now, right? What next? What do you got for me this time? And, you know, it's like, you almost inherently are trying to speedrun it. You're like trying to do the tile puzzle as fast as possible, right? And so it doesn't make the tile puzzle, like, good, but it makes it kind of fun. You know what I mean? It looks fun but kind of underwhelming. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I honestly think with the story elements, it's gonna, like, feel less underwhelming. Because you're gonna have points where, like, there's a story, right? So it's gonna kind of motivate you to, like, naturally, like, you know? Okay, so this is the cyberspace level. And these still don't look very good to me, I'm sorry. It's not even the reused level design or whatever so much. I mean, it is that. It's actually the physics. They don't look quite like Forces, but they don't look like gens or whatever either. I mean, they actually don't look that bad. There's parts of the physics that I like. It looks like kind of fluid, you know? Which is great. I can't say that about Forces at all. So, like, it looks like better for sure. But it looks a little, how do I, like, floaty? Like, you, like, jump, and, like, I don't know, you'll notice that, like, he'll be, like, midair, and he's, like, you know, going all over the freaking place. Like, it looks, like, really awkward to handle in some areas. And that's the whole thing. Okay. Oof. Sonic's jump killing so much momentum from the looks of it bothers me. Yeah, same. I'll show you what I mean specifically. This. So like watch Sonic's movement very carefully as he jumps here. Like, did you see that? Like, that looks freaking awkward, doesn't it? It's like, you jump and he's like, ugh, hang on. Oh, I barely made that. You know, it's like, it looks a little weird. But it doesn't look, like, bad. It just looks a little floaty and odd. In the open world, it doesn't look bad at all. It actually looks pretty fun. But in the cyberspace levels, you can tell that the physics aren't really... They're actually meant more to move around in an open world. Momentum kill is killing you. Yeah, me too. Yeah, here, it's like, yeah, it's a press A to finish loading, and you have to, like, see that. So I'll just place on the... Oh, okay. Are you gonna get spoiled? Hope not. The vault wasn't sealed and can now be opened with the vault key. Okay. The bridge, we watched as the bridge slowly animates. It's a cool effect. Kingdom Valley. Okay. Can you skip the cutscenes the first time? Because that would be nice for speedrunners. This game is going to be really good for speedrunners. Like, actually. I really want to watch someone speedrun this. That sounds like a great time. Because it isn't like Forces where it's like... Oh, those are the Cocos, yeah. It isn't like Forces where it's like, there's one way to play the level, unless you break it, which you're not supposed to be able to do in the first place. Right? It's like, there's a bunch of different ways to play this. So how each person approaches this, I think is going to be interesting. There's an option to skip notifications, maybe not cutscenes like that, though. That would be cool. I'd like if there was a option that was like, for Sonic fans, you know what I mean? And it's like, doesn't tell you a lot of the stuff that you already know. Really good for speedrunners like Sonic Boom. That's true. Yeah, Boom actually was kind of fun to watch too. Okay, another cutscene. Ooh, we zoom in slowly. Oh, he did skip that one. Sonic is free, huh? Do I want to read that, or do I... Because I don't want to, like, spoil myself to the plot, but this is, like, the first 15 minutes, right? So... Sonic is free to explore the island Gala Chaos Emeralds. So is that just saying that the tutorials are done? No, it looks like it's still giving you prompts. Well, we got 3 dash pads right there in a row. Gotta make sure we don't... Oh, yeah, that's annoying to me too. I'm sorry, every time. Oh, the ground row actually looked like it faded in that time. Usually it just pops in, which looks terrible. But fading in looks good.
Oh, there's Amy.
Oh, there's Amy. Where? I don't see. Was she on the map? Okay. So it looks like that's not a bug either. That thing where you like... Oh. Did it freeze? No, it's YouTube. Okay. That thing where you like run off the side of a rock and he does this like weird... He like looks like he's glitching out. It looks like it's actually like an animation that's supposed to happen. It looks like it's like some weird thing. I think this game's going to be up my alley, but it has issues like cyberspace. Like, what I've seen in the open world might be fun. The combat, sorry. It's going to be like Pokemon Legends Arceus, but Sonic for me. That makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense to me. No, like, I actually, like, it's funny because I've been really, really, like, everything I've seen of the game up to now has been really, like, I don't know, man. But I'm seeing more of this now. I'm like, yeah, that looks kind of fun. I'm starting to kind of feel it. Like, I actually want to play this. I really want to try this out and see what it's like. And so I hope, anyway, well, for one thing, I hope I can play it. Because the minimum specs are, you know, higher than what PC actually can handle. But I really want to give it a shot. I think I'm baffled by the way they've marketed this game, because they've just made the game look terrible, and they've really acted hard to try to hide the good gameplay from people. And why? Because if you just showed me this from the beginning, I would have been sold. Like, not even gonna lie. I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, there's things I don't like, but overall it looks pretty fun. But everything we've seen before this has been like, even like more well-edited trailers, it's been like, doesn't look great. So why didn't you just show me this? You know, like, man, I get why Izuka was like responded with that frustrated response now, where he was like, you guys just don't get it.
Oh, come on, bro.
I want to get a 3050 or something before launch. The card's great for 1080p 60 from what I've heard. Yeah, I really should upgrade, right? I mean, I need a new CPU too, is the thing. But I need a new motherboard for that. First 2 hours are going to be a blast for sure, but I really hope it keeps the engagement and challenge going. Yeah. I think you're probably right about that. Oof. And these look freaking buggy still. Like, you could tell they were buggy in the IGN video, and they still look really... Like, I'm getting strong 0.6 vibes from these things, you know? But not in a super bad way. Like, I think 0.6 is really, really fun, and part of the reason it's so fun actually is because it's freaking a buggy mess. Because there's 1,000 ways to shoot yourself up into space at 5,000 miles an hour. Which is like, it's fun, you know? Like, like, is it good? No. But doggone it, it's pretty entertaining. So, I mean, this looks kind of like it'll be like that. Like, I 100% know on day one there are going to be people who play this, and they're going to mess around with Asura, and they're going to try to see if they can, you know, oh, here's the tile pistol, I guess, or one of them. That camera's a weird angle there. They're going to try to see if they can get it to throw them in the air, and they will. They'll find some way to get it to, like, throw them, and it'll, like, break everything, and it'll be hilarious. But I can't complain. That's not a thing that makes me think, oh, the game's bad. That's like, okay. That's fun. Oh, frick. Amy, is that you? That's just in the world. Like, it wasn't in like a really special area, like you had to, you know, it's just like kinda in the corner. That's kinda cool. Because, like, you know, it incentivizes you to, like, pay attention. Because, like, everything that you run past might be something important. This game supports autosave. Oh. Okay. Wow. Oh, you can choose difficulty. Oh. That's a good idea. That's a good way to solve that problem of trying to appeal to both. Like having an easy and difficult mode. That's a good way to do that. You know? Forces tried that, but it didn't really do a good job of it, in my opinion. Because there wasn't a big difference between the two modes. Like, hard was still pretty easy for people who've played Sonic games before. And easy was really not that much easier for people who haven't. It was basically the same game each time. It was just tiny changes, right? But if you make big enough changes, then that's actually a good... Like, in theory, that's a good idea. To have different difficulty levels. You just need to be really careful about... You need to design the entire game with that in mind. You can't just slap that in at the end, right? What's your CPU? I don't know. It's an i5. I forget the exact model. but it's not an i7, which is what they're saying you need. Let me pull it up, and I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna actually stop. It's freaking late. It's a Core i5 4670K. So it's quad core, and it's 3.4 gigahertz. That's my CPU. So Frontiers wants you would have an i7. It's pretty rough. Yeah, for 2022. I built this in 2014. So, and I haven't upgraded it since. Because I haven't had to. Because everything's running fine on here. So November 8th, huh? Processor, Core i7 3770. That's what they want you to have. They need you to have at least 8 gigs of RAM. They want you to have a 1060. I have a 760, I think. Good lord. So, yeah, man, I'm gonna need to upgrade. I knew I would. I was just trying to wait as long as possible. Thanks, Wasif. I want to check it out, but man, I need to stop. Is it the Amy one, the rescuing it? Because I saw that one. I would agree. That's a well-written cutscene. I'm actually excited about it. Like, I want to say it one more time. I want to really emphasize it. I watched like everything about Frontiers because people criticized me, like, well, not me specifically, but people criticized people who talked like me a lot for this. They said, "Oh, you just haven't seen enough of the game yet," you know. And every time I said, "No, I don't think that's what it is," because it wasn't that I just looked at one little snippet and said, "Oh, the whole game's bad." It was like there were all of these different clips of video coming out and pictures and information, and it was like I really was giving it a chance, and I was looking at all of it, and I was like, man, this doesn't look fun. This looks really boring and bad. And now I'm seeing this gameplay, and I'm going, wait. Never mind, that looks fun. And it's so weird, right? Because was it really just that all of the freaking gameplay that they were showing all of us was just terrible gameplay? Because, holy frick, guys, maybe show us... Maybe if your game is actually really fun, then just, like, show us that. So, I don't know what happened. Either the game actually does have really, like, isn't as fun as this footage is making it seem, or it is, and they marketed it horribly. Either way, something went wrong, right? But I hope that it's actually that the game's fun and they just marketed it bad, because heck yeah, dude. What I'm seeing from that footage, I'll have a blast. If the whole game looks like that, you know, if the whole game's like that, that'll be fun. Frontiers is 3 steps forward, 1 step back, which isn't good for the franchise that's been 4 steps behind for over a decade. I don't know how I feel about it. At this point, I can complain about Sonic all I want, you know, but I just want a game that's fun. You know, that's all I really want at this point. So if the game's fun, alright. You know, if it could be better, sure. Right? Of course, I feel like Frontiers is definitely going to leave a lot to be desired. Like, absolutely. No question. There's definitely going to be things that's like, yeah, that's kind of bad. This part's kind of bad. And like cyberspace looks like it's going to not be that great. I'm not feeling that at all. But the main game, you know what? It looks fun. I'm very cautious. I'm going to like play this and we're going to see. We're just going to have to see. All right. Hey Duck Dealer and hey Gary Oder, how you doing? How is the GX2 port coming along? So I can show you. I ran it on the actual Wii U, but I'll just do it in scene move for now. So the GX2 backend is like working now. It's like blurry, right? Like the textures that like the screen is blurry. But the reason for that is, I'm pretty sure I know what that is. Suck on it. Am I one of these freaking bots? Those things are just so free. Thanks, Tez. Maybe this one's the best. No, I don't think so. Later, Tez. So you can see it works. Is the point. Special stages still need to be optimized. I haven't done that yet. And I need to fix the blurriness on the screen. But I'm pretty sure I know what's causing both of those. Well, I know what's causing the special stage, and I'm pretty sure I know what's causing the blur. So I'm gonna work on that, but I need to sleep because it's late. So yeah. All right. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, and thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Seriously, I've been seeing a lot of stuff you've done on like the Wii U recently, because when I look up Wii U homebrew stuff, a lot of times your reposts come up, and you've done a lot of cool stuff, and a lot of it's been really, really helpful actually. Like just looking at how like actual code does it. You know what I mean? Because like examples are great, but like seeing actual like a real program, you know, is like really helpful to me. So thanks. It's been really helpful in figuring this stuff out. Just like being able to see, oh, that's how this library works, right? Or, oh, that's how this thing is done. I'm really excited for this mod because I do not vibe with other Wii U ports. Uploading plus binaries is cringe. Shouldn't stream when it's 2 a.m. here, but yeah, no problem. Yeah, sorry, time zones be like... yeah, I don't know what to do about the plus. I'm not going to repeat it all again because I really need to stop, but I do think that if I were to release this without plus support, then someone's just going to build it with plus support and then release that, and then anyone who wants to play plus is just going to download that, right? So like I don't see what the point is in not releasing it with plus, because like if I don't do it, someone else just will, right? So like what, you know, but I know that people will harp on me if I do that, because they'll be like, you're enabling piracy, and it's like, no, you know, you still need to buy, well, you're still supposed to buy Mania to get the Dated Artist TK. And so maybe you didn't buy plus, but like, you probably did. And if you didn't, I mean, I don't know, I don't mean to be this guy, but like, just buy plus. Like, you know, if there was a way I could just really simply and easily verify that if you bought plus or not, I would absolutely do that. But I can't think of any way that isn't like terrible, right? And so I just feel like, how much is the Encore DLC even? It's $5. You know what I mean? The worst case scenario here is that someone doesn't pay $5 that they should have paid. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't want that, but like, I freaking guarantee you that most people who are going to bother with this have already purchased Mania and the Encore DLC, right? And so the fact that you're already requiring the Dated Artist TK to be there, I think is good enough. Like, I really do. But, I don't know. I don't want to get people like... So, thanks, Tess. I'll try to remember that. Part of DCOM's license terms are no plus binaries? Oh! I didn't know that. Oh, so I have to. Okay. Frick. Okay. Like, it literally doesn't even make logical sense. But alright. I didn't know that. I didn't actually look at the license yet, because I just, you know, I copied the license in my fork, so usually that's all you need to do to follow it. It's provided as is, that is to say without liability or warranty. Okay. May copy, modify, contribute, and distribute for public-private use as long as the following are... So all pre-built executables, private or otherwise, must be built without a build defined. Oh. Okay. You may not use the decompilation for commercial use. Well, yeah, what would that even mean? You must clearly specify that the decompilation and original code are not yours. Right. You may not distribute assets used to run any game not directly provided by the repository. I'm too tired to understand that. I'll read that again later. This license must be in all modified copies, and all folks must follow it. Okay. I mean, fair enough. I was going to say it's like strict, but like, it has to be, right? It's a decompilation. So that makes sense. And it lets you do pretty much whatever you want still. You just got to follow these terms, so that's fine. Alright, so I got to make sure I do that then. Well, sorry to anyone who wants to play Plus and bought Plus. This says I have to not let you play Plus. So I guess if you want to play it yourself, you have to build it yourself, is the thing. So I guess I can try to provide easy build instructions, but yeah. Did you push in your current state yet? Not yet. I will soon. Oh my gosh, you're back. Hi. Sorry. I'm gonna end, I swear. I can't believe I'm still live either. I go a long, long time sometimes. Oh, Clownessy something plus binaries against the decomp devs' wishes. Oh. Clownnessy's already got binaries out? Oh. Well, this has been added now. Sorry, added now. Why did I pronounce it like that? But as an option. Okay. So wait, is there actually like a release? Not yet. Is that like for the other, like the Sonic CD or whatever? Anyway. Yeah, I haven't pushed yet. I pushed everything but the GX2 stuff because this is still... it just still needs some work, right? But I'm gonna push that really soon. It doesn't need much before it's ready to put. Like I'm planning on doing it like tomorrow. But yeah. Anyway, it's a really rumor because it's not related to the code itself. Yeah, I agree. I mean, fair enough, right? Fair enough. I'll follow it. You saw there was a release, huh? In the Mania decompilation. Really? Wait, so Clownessy already has a release of Wii U Mania. Bruh. Oh yeah, there it is. Put your data.rsdk file in a folder called v5 on RSDK and the SD card. Yes. It's funny because when I tested this on my Wii U, it didn't work. Oh yeah, look at that. Plus. Oh boy. It didn't work when I tried to boot his version. Like it froze on my system. So I haven't tried this release build. But I'm assuming it works if you released it. So, alright. Well. Beat me to the race, it looks like. But, I'm still going to work on this version because I've got some changes that I want to do that I think are going to be worthwhile, right? The biggest is the GX2 backend because this will fix, like in this version, the special stages are going to lag, right? But in mine, I'm going to make them not lag anymore is the thing, right? I'm going to try to include the custom images, and I mean, besides that, I mean, it's pretty similar. I don't know. It's one of those things, I hate freaking competing. I don't want to do that. Like, I just want to make a thing and have fun. I don't want to make it like a stupid game. But yeah, might not be soon. I didn't think we'd see something illegal on a rad stream. Is this illegal? I mean, I guess technically it breaks the license. I don't know if it's illegal. Here's would be legal though. Yeah, I'll follow that. If that's a license term, I have to. I mean, It's disrespectful. Wow. Consies is pure software? Yes. Last I checked, anyway. So that'll be a difference. A tale of Sonic Mania for the Wii U. Who will win? Oh my gosh, I hate that. Because, like, what I want to do is, like, if two people want to work on something, then, like, why don't we work together? You know what I mean? But I have no way of getting in contact with Consi. The only thing I could find was a Yahoo email address. So, I doubt he'll check that. Do something illegal, then get the SDK shader compiler. I would never do that. Once again, I may have 6 versions of Mario 64 PC on my computer, but I never owned Mario 64. Oh my gosh. I need to get like an actual copy of Mario 64. I've never really played Mario 64. Everyone says it's like amazing, and I can see it. I've seen a lot of people play it, right? But I've never like properly played it. I know that's like a sin. We use a junk as CPU. It's a bad platform to software run anything on. Yeah, I can tell that. Also the Vita, which is why I think those two platforms are lagging so bad. The Vita's CPU, I believe, is 330 megahertz. Let me make sure that. Yeah, it's 333 megahertz by default. I think it can go up higher than that. I hope. But in most scenarios, it is apparently 333 megahertz. Whew. Wii U CPU is really bad. It's from 1999? Oh. Are you serious? That seems bad even for Nintendo in 2012. Like, holy frick. Okay. Here's an article that's titled, Why You Can't Read Too Much in the Wii U's Slow Clock Speed. Okay, but can you tell me the clock speed? Okay, it's a tri-core PowerPC 750 processor. It's about 1.24 gigahertz. Okay. So, Wii U is 1.24 gigahertz. PS Vita is 333 megahertz. Now, obviously, Vita is handheld, Wii U is not, so duh. But, like, what I'm trying to say is just, imagine, you saw how laggy the special stages were on here, when I haven't optimized them yet. Imagine how freaking laggy the special stages are going to be, well, how laggy they are on the Vita, right? I played them, I have a Vita. I played Sonic Mania on the Vita. Whew. It runs great, actually, until you get to the special stages. Oh boy. They're technically playable, but just barely. They're pretty bad. Wii U's clock rate is 1.3 per core, with 3 cores provided, but almost no homebrew uses multi-threading. Yeah, that makes sense. Because multi-threading is hard to get right. Wii U CPU is a GameCube at 2.5x clock speed. Oh my gosh, wow. Clancy isn't even responding to notices from the decomp dev, so yeah, exactly. That's the vibes that I got. Like, I don't know how to word this, but you can tell when someone's hard to contact. Like, I've dealt with this type of thing a lot before. The main giveaway is when you go to like their profile and they have like a WordPress and a Yahoo email address and nothing else linked. And you go to their blog and they don't have like a Twitter or like anything linked, that's when it's like, okay. Yeah, good luck, right? But I mean, honestly, if you're watching this, I highly doubt that. But, I'd like to work together, like, genuinely. I think it'd be really cool. Like, I just don't know how to get in contact with them. Anyway, I'm gonna sleep. Oh, 10 hours. Oh boy. That's bad even for me. So I actually gotta Anyway, thanks to everyone who watched this stream. Parts of it. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back soon. Maybe even today, good lord. Maybe not, because I probably overdid it a bit. But soon I'll be back, and I'm gonna get that hardware stuff working. I want to get hardware matrix computations going, right? So like I want it so that the shader computes it instead of the CPU. That's when you're gonna see the performance difference, right? So heck yeah. But we'll do that soon, and I will commit before then. I just need to clean it up a little bit. So like tomorrow is when I'm planning to commit what's currently done. Anyway, good night, good morning, Fordiant, Houndiant. Yes, that is my name. Flame. Because I can't think of a funny way to end the stream. Good night, everyone. Take care. And thank you very much for the help. I really appreciate it. Later, everyone.